All right. What's up, everybody? How you doing out there? Welcome back to the show. This is last week's fights. My name is Thinker St. James, and tonight we are going over each and every fight from UFC 329, McGregor versus Holloway 2, taking a look at and giving our predictions for the upcoming UFC fight night to Plessis versus Usman. To do all of that with me, as always, the man, myth, and legend, the Ohio player. If you mess with him, he will shatter your knee, Mr. Chase Parton. How are you, brother?
I'm doing really, really good. It is Monday, the favorite day of the week. Me and Thinker get to chop it up, but it is obviously a day that we get to talk about what happened on Saturday. And if you guys didn't know, it was supposedly the biggest Saturday in the past 5.5 years.
Certainly felt like it in the moment. And, if you want to talk about conversation generation, I would say it has achieved that. This event and obviously the main event all being dissected in every which way possible. I've seen think pieces about every detail of this fight and the lead up to it. Of course, a lot of conversation, which we will get into in due time.
Yeah, absolutely. No, dude, this was an exciting weekend, but there was more things that we had to talk about, of course, because we came in hot. And Thinker, you came in the hottest when you dropped in and watched Power Slap. That's the first thing first. Come on.
Indeed. Yes. Finally. This is a long time coming. A number of people have been asking for the Power Slap watch along. And, it's not like I was super opposed to doing it, but it was one of those things I like a lot of people kind of thought the concept was a little goofy, whatever. But finally, we did it.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy. And the first thing that I have to say is that I typed it in your comments because, of course, I was in the stream. If you guys weren't there, go check out the VOD. You'll see me there. I messaged this at the very beginning because you were questioning what the powder's for. Is it just for the poof effect? It is to an extent, but let's be real, guys. Technically, what baby powder does is remove moisture. You're talking about flinches, how you need the most clean slap. That is what the goal is. You get no moisture in the slap either. That's what the baby powder does. A frictioned up slap. So you got to keep that key. I don't know if I kind of dipped out a little bit, but did you see any of the faces start bruising up or cutting or swelling?
There was certainly a good amount of swelling. Absolutely. A little bit of swelling, a lot of bit of wonkiness as far as rules and regulations go. It's a big make 'em up at Power Slap, but I think that's part of the charm of it.
It definitely is. And another part of the charm, and I'm glad you were talking about it early, but again, my comment just slipped under the radar. The chat was popping, of course. Listen, the guys that are behind them, that are supposed to catch them, they rarely do a good job. Like you were asking, what are those guys' name? I commented, those are the I'm supposed to catch you, but I let you smack the table and or the floor guy.
True.
So that happened. But what I will say is the one time they did do a good job is the one specific, matchup, if you want to call it, that I really wanted to talk about. The former WWE quote unquote superstar, I guess you could talk about, the All American, Jack Swagger, aka, Jake Hager. I guess I should say that the
Yeah.
other way around, but
Jake Hager, Jack Swagger.
yeah. So he was there. How did that go for you? Your first experience seeing the All American athlete.
That was actually my favorite of the fights, I would say, because it was like you think about Power Slap. To me, it's always like, if you get a good enough slap to start off, you're basically, it's like winning the coin toss is is like an instant advantage, obviously. But this was actually a back and forth competition. He got a couple of good slaps in there. It was looking like his opponent, Singh was his name. The big Indian dude, it looked like he was going to be down and out, but he ended up having a come from behind victory.
There's actually two more. This was low key a banger undercard that I really have to talk about. So the other one that we'll talk about is the crazy Hawaiian.
Yes, yes.
Now this is something I had already known because this had happened, 4 events ago now, where he just randomly showed up 400 pounds slimmer. I don't know how it happened. I genuinely can't believe that it's the same person, like because the beard is gone. There's obviously nothing for me to base off the big old fat guy and be like, that's him. That what does he have? Brown eyes? Like I'm, like Jesus.
Yeah, he was the crazy Hawaiian turned into the GLP-1 Hawaiian over here.
Dude, it's honestly an insanity thing that has happened, in any sport, of course. For him to have been a professional athlete at one point, at that size is honestly, a gracious gift, kind of deal. But for him to have slimmed down all the way, I mean, he is far from, I mean, whether it was surgery or not or whatever, I mean, he's far from fit now, and he is still knocking people out with his slap. So what do you have
Slapping.
to think about that? He's going to be like a 4 division champion, probably.
Yeah, slapping with the best of them, I say. I mean, I was glad because that was the name. Like I was hoping that if I was going to do a power slap, I would get to see the crazy Hawaiian, and I absolutely did. So that was fun, and a couple of other good ones on there as far as slapping goes. What?
Well, there's one last thing about the
Yeah,
crazy Hawaiian. For him to have lost all that weight and him only now be light heavyweight or whatever it is, bro, that is insanity.
true.
And because he looks insanely skinny now, obviously he's a taller kind of guy. It's like you would think, like, well, damn, he only got to light heavyweight after he dropped 400 pounds. Like, holy crap, that's an insane story. Let's be real.
Yeah, very. I would say somewhat unique to combat sports, if you can consider power slap a legitimate combat sport, which I guess a lot of people do. So I should
Mm.
as well. But, at the end of the day, I think that was my last point about it. Was just that, like, would it be something that I would watch all the time? No, but I can see the appeal of it, and I did not have a bad time watching it. I enjoyed watching it with the homies. It was a good time with all of the with the chat and everything. Bleeding Edge, who is here tonight, was like our shepherd in this endeavor. He was the one leading the charge for all of this. So it was good to have someone who knows the space a little bit. And again, the thing that I fall back on is just the fact that, like, it has sort of a party vibe, only in the sense that I don't think that anyone knows the rules, including the people who are supposed to be the referees and stuff. So you do have that element of, like, what is a flinch? What actually constitutes a flinch? I thought that this guy was flinching. If you're going to call him for flinching, why are you not calling that? Or those types of things. It was an interesting experience, I would say.
Well, the actual last thing that I would like to say about Power Slap, because this is definitely worth the conversation. So the first matchup that you saw, thankfully, was not your last. I mean, I credit to you for not looking at that first matchup and be like, what the fuck? Like, this is as stupid as I saw. Because what you had, and I'm going to lay it out for you guys because it is genuinely awesome. You have a guy step up to slap, wins the coin toss, slaps his opponent. Now he flinches. Don't worry. He leans in, and that's fine. He hurts his hand, though. And he's like, fuck, I'm not going to, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to slap him again.
Yeah.
Slaps him again, hurts his hand again because the other opponent flinched again, but they didn't call it the second time. So now it's his turn to get slapped. I'm not getting slapped. I can't tuck my chin. No, fuck no. I can't tuck my chin in like that. No, fuck no. I'm not doing this. Fuck off.
That was a wild one. Yeah, dude basically just fucking, decided to yeet himself from the competition after injury and not taking a slap.
Yeah.
So, bro,
Genius.
yeah, yes, pure cinema. If you can't take the slap heat, stay out of the slap kitchen, brother.
How can he slap is like the most memeable thing. Like, you can only say that in this sport, and I think it's genuinely one of a kind. How can he slap? And then they flinch, and then they don't get another slap. It's like, how can he slap? Like, it's awesome. But no,
Yeah.
power slap. I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah, I did, and the last thing based on that part of the conversation is that we did have the lady slaps at the end, as we had a ladies' main event for the inaugural flyweight women's title, and you want to talk about not tucking your chin, two very attractive girls in the main event, but the one who I believe is the Canadian of the two of them, she was tucking her chin so hard that she was like triple chinned. I mean, quadruple chin. You could see the ripples in her neck folding over. And I'm like, they're calling other people for tucking their chin, but the pretty girl, she doesn't get that same treatment.
Pretty privilege. It's universal, dude. Whatever. Yeah, women and drama. Pretty privilege in women. It's the Venn diagram is there for everybody to fall on the traps.
Yeah, must be. So either way, yes, a fine time had by me and hopefully everybody who was hanging out for Power Slap. I appreciate that we did it. Yeah, like I said, not necessarily something I would watch all the time, but I did enjoy our time with Power Slap. It was fun.
No, absolutely. I'm glad to hear it. And of course, the last thing that I think I want to bring to the table is because if you guys are in the chat, you would know that I took over. Thinker is just he's gonna have to play me for it, I guess. When it comes to Muay Thai Sunday, it's mine now until he reclaims the throne. So I came in with Your Majesty's event, his 74th birthday, guys, and we watched Thai fight,
Thai
Extreme or
fight.
whatever the hell it is, and
Yeah.
they were going crazy for as little as I could watch because my internet decided that it hated you, it hated me, and it said fuck the entire universe because we are no longer streaming. We're just gonna be looking at a fucking dial spinning. So whatevs, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad that you got to enjoy it for a little while there, and yes, thank you for taking over the mantle of Muay Thai Sundays while I had a day off there.
Well, and then I think that is actually just to the point there. You're talking about the mantle and holding the crown of Muay Thai Sundays, guys. That is exactly why Thinker is the best at it. He would never bring you a partial event. He would never just bail out, but I did. So I'm a fraud and I'm a casual, and I've given it back to him. He's got the reins again. I'll just do passenger. I'm cool.
Oh, give me a break. No, it was good. I mean, it was good that you did it for a little while. You got to see an interesting event. The Thai fight is traditional, old school Muay Thai hand wraps. I mean, we're
Yeah.
talking rope wraps out there, so that's a good one to watch. It was a bit of a longer event for sure, so that was at least partially up a bit of an issue. But I'm sad that you didn't get to see the whole thing, but I'm glad you got to see at least a little of it.
And that's funny too. I was in for it. I was like, man, 4 hours 56 minutes. I mean, we're gonna go until we're done. And it's like the internet said, no, you're done. You're just done. How about that?
We are, I'm going to invest in a plane ticket. I'm going to fly out to Ohio. I'm going directly to Mr. Comcast's front door, and I'm going to say that this is unacceptable. The level and quality of internet that you have out. I mean, internet quality out here not always great, but I feel like you are consistently getting a raw deal when it comes to your internet, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, if you've ever heard of this dude named Time Warner or Warren Buffett or whoever the hell owns that goddamn place, listen, stream, you know what to do.
Putting contracts on all of y'all's asses for this. I mean,
Mm.
you guys want contracts for exclusivity with our our deals with the internet, multi-month deals here. You got to deliver. Got to
Yeah,
deliver
fact.
on your promises.
Yeah, and this is actually even crazier because we do a podcast every Monday. Guys, we are here right now, even more so later in the week when we do extracurricular things. This is the place to be, of course, but for the internet providers, you have all the access to see where and when your connection is not being good.
It's
You're,
true. It's a good
I,
point. We can literally give them exact timeline, time stamps of just every time where it's like we've been out of sync or somebody's dropping off. I mean, yeah, it's frustrating, but I think that comes back to something that we always need to acknowledge, which is y'all out there who pay attention to what we do, who are supportive and watch and enjoy what we do. You guys ride with us through all of that, and for that we are extremely grateful. So thank you for always bearing with us through the various hurdles that we have to jump, because trust, we don't, it's not fun for us, but your support makes it all worth it.
It absolutely does. And now it's time for us to go ahead and mention you guys, the glorious chat here. So obviously, Bleeding Edge was here first, 10 points. Lachlan second, 5. Let's see, Johnny's pretty cool. We'll give him 4 for being third, though. I listen. That's fine, but you got to know your place. So either way, shout out you guys. Appreciate you. I'm glad you were able to see the crazy Hawaiian compete, Johnny. That's good.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, the more that you guys chat during the show, the more the Chase can bump those numbers up. So if you want to start gaining yourself some cool points in the chat, you can have that. Just keep doing what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are awesome for sure.
Yeah, and the last thing I wanted to mention before we get into these fights is that because it was on the day of the event that we're going to be talking about, it might have slipped under the radar. But if you are looking for something somewhat light and certainly interesting, there is a new video out on the Yama channel regarding Karate Combat, everybody's favorite promotion, Karate Combat, obviously. Karate Combat and the 300-pound tuna fish that they are going to be incorporating into their next event. If you don't know what that means, watch the video and you will surely find out.
No, absolutely. What an idea. But listen, but a better idea is for me to go ahead and shout out Jeremy before we start the show.
True,
So,
absolutely. He's playing catch up on the point system right now because he's coming in a little bit later, but that's okay. There's always opportunities for you to bump that rank up.
Right. If you're outside of third, I mean, sorry, brother. You're going to have to do something crazy.
If you ain't first or last, Ricky Bobby.
Yep.
All right, either which way, let's get into it. Why not? Shall we? It is UFC 329. It was Conor McGregor versus Holloway 2. T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Every single competitor on this card made weight. Coming into this thing, Chase, what did you think on paper? We talked a lot about this. We had a whole lead up to this, of course, which this is going to definitely come back into play. But, myself and Chase Barton here, both, we watched the entire McGregor Forever docuseries. We had a whole primer on the life and times of Conor McGregor. We were pretty locked in, and I think everybody on the planet was pretty excited in one way or another for this card.
No, absolutely. I'm glad we even were able to have the week off to get those episodes out early and then get the second half, recorded, because this was genuinely very good, context going into this. Like the vibes, you could tell from the docuseries, they're all about vibes in this camp, and something was in the air this week, but I don't necessarily know if it was extreme amounts of hype, So this was definitely interesting. I was excited because for me, I've grown up, and I grew up in a casual MMA household. So we knew of Conor McGregor, we knew of Ronda Rousey. Diego Sanchez was like one of the fucking crazier guys in this household. I don't know. But Conor McGregor, I knew of him, but I obviously could not stay up and watch him late. We weren't paying for no pay-per-view. I watched him on UFC TakeOver or whatever the hell it's called. Getting to see it live felt like, again, with the White House, it's like this was the once in a lifetime opportunity for me to see this. Like, I don't care about you guys. Like, oh, to be fair, whatever the festivities that you guys are celebrating that Conor's coming back, don't care. Even if you weren't, don't care. I get to see Conor McGregor, and that like solidifies me as like when I'm 60 years old, I saw Conor McGregor live. Like that was the vibes coming into this, of course.
I mean, yes, yeah, coming into it for sure, understandable. Obviously, a long and storied road for Conor coming back, 5 years and a week off, all of that. Getting to see Max Holloway again, of course. Obviously he was the B side of this thing, but I mean, a lot of your favorite fighter's favorite fighter right there. So there was that. And then really, I mean, having talked it through, I think that that's another great thing. Like you said, we had the week off, so we got to do a full breakdown, very in-depth review of this card, or, predictions for this card. And talking all these fights through, I was like, this is a very high quality card. And really, I was very glad that it mirrored that, all the way up until what ended up happening. Because really, I mean, we'll talk about each one of these fights, but leading up to the main event, this was like, man, this is really delivering. It's firing on all cylinders. So we'll get into all of these fights and go through the highs and the lows, as it were.
We absolutely will.
All right, well, let's start it off then with the first fight of the evening. Of course, this was Alessandro Costa versus Cody Durden. Costa was in on short notice, of course, filling in for Ode Osborne. And, I mean, this was one of those types of fights that you like. I think that you kind of could anticipate this pace of fight, but what you can never anticipate is Cody Durden and the awkwardness of his movement when it comes to his striking. It's like he moves so uniquely for a fighter when it comes to a person who wants to be striking, because I always say that Cody Durden is a wrestler. He relies on his wrestling a lot, like or has in a lot of his fights. But you, Chase, always say that he really wants to be a striker, and I'm like, why do you want that so badly? Because you are so weird with your movement, and then the following of the movement is not substantive striking. It's just always a little bit off.
And this one, I mean, it's not even about Cody Durden, guys. As of right now, in his last 9 fights, he's 2-7, I think is what it is, or 2-8 now, maybe is what it is. There's really not much to say when it comes to Cody Durden. We knew that what you get is what you get. And we were just kind of hoping, even on short notice, which is pretty crazy to think about. I mean, Costa coming in here and getting the finish, I think is a relief to everybody. Like he should have been able to get this finish. It's not like we had to drag out a really long, boring fight, because to be fair, up until the finish, this was a pretty boring fight. This was not very good.
Yeah, round 1 was definitely a little bit of shadow dancing. And again, I think a lot of that does come from Durden being hard to hit, but also, again, just like it's not hard to hit with a lot of his own output that backfills it. You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to hit, but it's just really kind of a lot of like these weird darting motions, a lot of the hand jive that he does kind of thing. And then again, no level changes. Round one, up until the 1 minute mark left in the round, didn't make anything even happen with that. I just said, bro, why are you trying to be a striker? Why do you want it so badly when you have the wrestling, which really should be your stronger suit? Now, granted, obviously this fight did end in a submission for Costa in the second round, so it was not to be even in that regard on the ground. But still, I think that he would have had at least a modicum of success because Costa, with the consistent pressure throughout this thing, even in round one, which was not like the greatest round for him, you could see that he wasn't letting any of the movement affect him. Like he was really locked in for all of this. So it was just a constant pace, good output, decent enough output when he could land those shots, and then the pressure that he kept on throughout all of it.
Yeah, I just find this. I find this unfortunate for Costa because he took this fight on short notice. He saved the event, no big deal. But as of right now, and looking back in time, when he's moved on from this fight, we really won't even think much about this, like what this meant going forward. It's like he just stepped in and he fought. He did his thing, no big deal. But like him finishing Matt Schnell and then Cody Durden by submission, I I still just can't believe in like this is like the guy to do it yet. Like I need to see something crazier. Because it this one, of course, Matt Schnell is, bless his heart, but Cody Durden, I give him credit, a little harder to finish at this point in his career, but he still got the finish. But again, when you look at the record, you stepped up on short notice against a dude like you both are unranked, I think, but like this was still pretty far down for you to reach. Like you're on like a pretty good streak right now of finishes. I don't know. I just they saved the event, but at the cost of Costa's, kind of moment right now. I feel like it just doesn't impress me too much, as somebody who knows where Cody Durden is right now. So
Yeah, I think that there's validity to that. He does need to be able to do this against higher level opponents in this division, but of course at flyweight, this is like one of, if not the most competitive division. So it's going to be tough for him to replicate that against these guys. It's just a division full of killers, and yeah, that makes it very difficult to be this level against opponents that are just as hungry as he is.
I I'm not gonna say I'll backtrack, but I will say I'm not. I don't want Cody Durden to sit here and think like, bro, that dude finished me. I'm come on, like don't. Cody Durden is pretty tough, and I think finishing him does say something, especially for the loss streak that he's on right now. He does put up a pretty good fight. That's why they continuously put him on big cards like this. So Costa did his job getting the finish, but I don't think you know. The grappling itself, I think Cody Durden, of course, didn't shoot because he knew the levels to it, and we saw it at the end of the fight. But the striking doesn't necessarily bring the craziest amount of hope from Costa, in my opinion. But the jujitsu for him to just get down there and submit Cody Durden, I mean, it is pretty impressive. So the grappling is there. I'll believe in that portion of his game, but not the striking just yet.
Yeah, well, and again, I think it does go back to the same point though, because my note to that was that Durden was definitely gassed by round two. He was breathing heavy starting the round off, which was concerning. Even just from optics going into that round, I was like, oh yeah, he's looking like he's puffing a little bit there.
With a full camp.
Right, yeah, exactly. Costa looking fresh throughout all of this fight. I mean, this is a short notice Costa coming in and making it look easy. Yeah, no, Durden, also like that was the other concerning part. Yes, we will address that. But the other concerning part here was that because he was gassed, he banana peeled himself going for the high kick in round two. Like that was where this basically took the turn. And if it's only round two, you go for a kick, you slip on the kick, and then there are really no answers on the ground thereafter. The problems, what's up?
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Speaking of Cody Durden slipping on his kick, and I'm not going to sit here and be the one, to know everything. Maybe that canvas is really fucking slick. we need to get a reform in the kicking technique, because I've seen too many people as of late take a kick high and they slip or fall right on their fucking ass. Like Steven Asplin off the top of my head, Josh Hokett off the top of my head. These are heavyweights, but brother, if you can't throw the fucking high kick without falling, why are you throwing the high kick? You know, and
I mean, there's a reason that people put the water on the mat and rub their feet at first. You know,
I
Rogan was saying that we'll talk about the Krylov and Whittaker fight. You know, Rogan saying that Whittaker was wiping sweat off of the back of his legs to gain traction for the same reasons. He was slipping a couple of times. So you'd think at this point people would know that, like, you got to create a little bit of that friction. You know, you're going to have problems, or you could potentially have problems. And either way, though, I don't think that the slip was the issue. I think it was the fact that he went down and then did not have anything to backfill. I mean, any kind of game plan there. And then when you have Costa on the other side, who does have a game plan, I mean, Costa was all over him, taking advantage of that slip. And then the one thing I definitely wanted to mention here, Costa with the fantastic adjustment to recognize he gets his back, but he's kind of side mounted on his back. The adjustment that he had to get flush onto his back, it's those kinds of little moments. We talk about the little moments when it comes to wrestling and grappling. Right there, I would say that if there's any one definitive point that you can say that won you the fight based on the sequence after it, it was that tiny adjustment to keep himself in position, get the back, and then turn it into the finishing sequence. So I got to give Costa a lot of credit for that. That was really, really sharp and basically won him the fight in so many words.
Yeah, the grappling sequence, I can't say there was anything that in my mind I remember. Again, this fight wasn't really all that until it came to he was working a finish, and it was a rear naked choke. Not necessarily the most advanced technique. I'm not saying anything about
Well,
that, but
it almost
very
was, though.
impressive.
Yeah, well, and it almost was more advanced because Durden was almost trying to twister himself there for a second. If you noticed, I mean, he was trying
Nice.
to reverse in the body triangle, ended up twisting his body, and I was like, if Costa pulls back on that neck, I mean, he might have a little, a short side twister, but didn't, it ended up being the rear naked at the end of the day. But it was kind of funny to see him twist, and we're like, we literally just saw that debuting fighter recently, the Kyrgyzstan guy who got the twister off of a very similar situation.
Well, but the point that I was making is, it may not have seemed like it was the most advanced jujitsu technique, but it was effective. Cody Durden again doesn't get finished that often. Whether he's a tough guy, whether or not it stands. But Costa got the finish, and I'm happy for him. I still would just like to see him have a real legitimate brawl with somebody who he can't finish, and then he has to. We'll talk about later with somebody in the main card. That is just a very good weathered person to go against in the flyweight division. But Costa's gonna have to just he's gonna have to get his face battered and sub somebody, and then I'll like truly believe in him, kind of deal.
Absolutely. I'm with that. This is a very good win on short notice. You looked good on short notice as well. This is a good feather in the cap. Yes, you got to get the money as well. Finish bonus, all of that's great. You got to replicate at the higher levels, and you are in one of the most competitive divisions in the sport. So it's going to be tough to accomplish that, but that's exactly what you have to do.
Absolutely.
So good win for Alessandro Costa here. Gotta love it. All right, moving on to the next one here. This, of course, is Ryan Gandra versus Zachary Reese. And I'll start this one off just by saying, man, like I feel like Zachary Reese has just got, like, he's a dude, like, the term born loser. Like I don't, and that's not to say he's a loser. It's to say that he has gotten such a shit run of luck when it comes to this sport. It feels like, because I was saying that during the fight, I'm like, Zachary Reese, I feel like there's a much better like representative of himself than what you've seen in a couple of these fights, but he gets slammed on his head against Cody Brundage. He, gets a split decision loss to Michel Pereira, even though he probably deserved to win that fight. And then now he gets caught in this fight with Ryan Gandra. I feel bad for this guy because I do think that there's better for him, and he himself is better than he has been representing. But I mean, at least he started off somewhat strong in this fight. It was a good start. He was active. He was composed. He wasn't giving much space. And then all of a sudden, bomb.
Yeah, I'll tell you how, because again, this was definitely my long shot. When I'm looking at Zachary's, I'm like, God, the veteran prowess, he's got to be able to do it. And for that first minute, I'll tell you, he did fine. I remember backing him so much, I doubled down. I said, Zach Reese is taking his best punch, man. Brazilians with power, dime a dozen. Name another one. I'll name fucking 16 states. This guy is nothing too crazy, and then he knocks him out right as I was saying that. And it definitely was a humble pie right then. And that ain't nothing on Zach Reese, That's just my emotions getting the best of me. But Ryan Gandra definitely did what a lot of people thought he would do. And do I feel stupid for picking Zach Reese for the first minute? No. For that first minute and 13 seconds, no. And that's truly how brutal this sport can be sometimes.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was saying coming into this. When this fight started, at least, is that this was a little bit more composed on Gandra's side, because if you recall, we were talking about that on the predictions. Gandra before, basically just like in his debut against Medina, just marched forward and just like annihilated. It was like, Terminator style. But this was a little bit more of like, he had to kind of roll his way into this one a little bit more. So I mean, I guess you can give that as a plus to Reese, that he made him work for it a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, like once he finally found the shot, this is breaking that stereotype here. This is a Brazilian with power in his hands. Now, I mean, I do want to at least acknowledge this was potentially a little early of a stoppage, just a little bit, I would say. Probably could have allowed for one or two more strikes on the ground, but I don't think that Zach was going to be able to find the reentry. He was going to have to really start shooting for the legs and build his way back up. But, I mean, his head did end up kind of bouncing at one point. It was okay. I wasn't mad at this one all that much.
Yeah, this one, it's not about the dribble of the head off the canvas. It's like sometimes you watch them go to sleep and they wake back up really quick, and it's like they're also getting their head dribbled off the canvas. So Zach Reese, you could see it's like, oh, he went out. It's like, all right, get in there, But like it wasn't necessarily as early as some other ones that we'll get into, or that we have gotten into before. Zach Reese, I think you've outlined it perfectly. This dude, whether or not he's gone against, and that's what's unfortunate. He has not gone against any of the best people ever. And this is the luck that he's had, I mean, and this ain't even luck. Ryan Gandra, come on. That was a good shot. He knocked him. Power was there. Zach Reese is just susceptible to getting finished. I hate to say
Yeah.
it.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, these are the unfortunate elements for Zach Reese. A dude who, like you said, susceptible to getting knocked out. That in and of itself a huge problem. And then on the other side, a dude who wears damage tremendously. So it's like either you get knocked out or you go into a war and you look like you've gone through hell and back. I mean, these are not great attributes, and he has both of them. So it sucks. Like I said, I really do think that there is a better fighter in there in Zach Reese. It's just, bro, it's like the wrestling in the back pocket. If you don't see it, if you can't make it happen, if it does not materialize at the, under the bright lights in the big show, what can you say? I mean, like, that very well might be the case, and you can always hang your hat on it personally. But, when it comes to the sport itself, it passes you by quickly if you're not getting those wins.
Zachary Reese, when you look at, his frame and size for the division, he does have all the athletic features of somebody who could be successful. He looks the part, he goes in there with a good attitude, but that's just not enough at the end of the day. Some people are just better and they can do things, everybody has their night. Some people have a better one. And I think that's really just what happened here. Zachary Reese, for that 1 minute, he was having the better night, and Ryan Gandra just has the power.
Yeah, well, and I mean, looking at the record, of course, he's now 10-4, Zachary Reese, and I'm like, that's not the worst record on the planet. That's certainly a record that you can build back from. But I think that the issue is that the problems that we're talking about are harder to overcome. I mean, this is not like getting caught, in some kind of advanced choke, and it's like, okay, work on your jujitsu a lot more, and maybe you'll have a better shot. I mean, like, these are fundamental issues, and I mean, when it comes to strengthening the chin and conditioning and stuff like that, that's a process. Like, that's something that, like, needs to be worked on over time. And I mean, Zachary Reese does have the Thai tattoo on the back. I mean, this is a dude who obviously has some experience in, outside of mixed martial arts as far as combat sports goes. I don't know what his record in Muay Thai or kickboxing or whatever, what it was, but like, this is obviously a dude who has been around. And if these problems persist at this level against a fighter on his second fight in the UFC, against Cody Brundage, against Michelle Pereira. I mean, these are not the names that you should be having these kinds of losses against. So I say all of that to say that, like, I feel like the problems for Zachary Reese, even if there is a better fighter in there, like, they are harder to address. And I mean, obviously, I am not a coach. I can't tell you the exact method to fix these things. All I know is that if you're going to stick around in the UFC, it has to be, you got to make those changes, whatever they may be at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, and you talk about the Muay Thai tattoos. I noticed that in his last fight. I was like, that motherfucker looks like he got some Thai tattoos or whatever. And then he gets absolutely worked in the clinch by Jackson McVeigh, for a whole round, almost loses. We should have
Yeah.
known then. I like McVeigh, but Zachary Reese being on similar level of him, I think I'm going to take McVeigh, to go further on where he's at now. That's just where I would take it, I guess.
Crazy to think about, but that is where we have landed. So, I mean, really on the Gandra side, I
No
see.
notes. I
Yeah,
mean,
right. Really, I mean, what do you say? Flawless victory at the end of the day. I mean, a couple of shots landed for Reese, but no major damage here. And obviously, the power is there for Gandra. It's going to be interesting to see him going up. This is middleweight. We've got some good chins at middleweight, a little bit higher up. It'll be interesting to see if he can replicate that against some of these guys who are more conditioned, more seasoned, and can take those power shots. But for right now, I mean, these are the types of performances now. Two first round knockouts in the UFC. This is what's going to shoot you up in that division. So keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see when you end up running into a wall, if you ever do.
well, bro just better be working because, like I said, a Brazilian with power, not even just the Brazilian aspect of it, but a guy with power who can knock people out, who can knock out two dudes in the UFC on their debut. We see that every fucking 2 weeks. Every handful of times we see somebody who does this. You better be working on your skills. You better be honing in on your craft because when the power doesn't work for you, what are you going to offer us, Ryan Gandra? That is the question. Are you going to be a dude who falls on your back and pulls guard? Are you going to be a dude who bites down and throws back? Are you going to wrestle? What is the game when your game doesn't work? Is really what we're going to have to find out.
That's a great point. Yeah. I mean, we have, it's like watching a Contender Series debut over and over again now. I mean, like, we've seen the knockout power. We saw that on the Contender Series. Like, this is a dude who we do need to have other questions answered. And that's only going to come with time. So, I mean, really, as they continue to shoot him up, he's probably maybe one or two, depending on how his next couple of fights go. He's probably one or two fights from somewhat formidable opponents in the form of ranked competition and stuff like that. These are going to be the questions that we have, and we're going to need to find out some answers. But again, it all will be revealed over time, I would say.
Absolutely.
So good deal here. Reese back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, we'll see. I mean, he's probably got to be a little concerned at some point. I mean, the losses are starting to creep up, but not yet. All right, moving forward. Farid Basharat fought the newcomer John Garza, and what a debut for Mr. John Garza here. This is exactly how you make a name for yourself in this sport. John Garza coming in on short notice. Of course, this is the late notice replacement for Ethan Ewing, who is supposed to be Farid Basharat's original opponent. He comes in, John Garza. He's 23 years old. He's fighting the 15th ranked fighter in the world at bantamweight, and makes this an extremely competitive fight, one that could have gone a number of different directions. He has this monster second round, which you cannot watch if you go to rewatch this fight. I put a short
Wonder
out.
why.
Well, I mean, we talk about revisionist history. I'm really starting to get more convinced that Paramount Plus is not just, these aren't oversights, is what it's starting to feel like. I mean, I talked about the White House where I felt like they might have been manipulating the audio a little bit, and I'm like, oh, tinfoil hat on over here. I mean, do you really mean to tell me that they chopped out an entire round?
Other than leaving the ones that you could justify for the two rounds to give to the other guy,
I mean, it's just such a glaring oversight that it's hard to believe that it was done just out of negligence. But what I will say is that, and this is a point that I wanted to make in general about Paramount Plus, and sorry that this is a little bit of a sidetrack, but it's very relevant to this fight. Paramount Plus, they paid $7.7 billion for the UFC. They do nothing when it comes to the quality of the editing and the presentation of these fights after the fact. If you didn't watch these fights in real time during the event, you get it's basically like you know, you gave the full fight, like the event, to like your cousin who's got like, you know, GarageBand or whatever, the, you know, the built-in Windows Movie Maker, and just like chopped it up and spat it out. Like, they do absolutely no dressing of these fights. They do no production value on the back end for these fights, and they cut these fights at such random spots. That's another thing that's really, they don't even fade out at any point. It's like, you know, John Anik is in the middle of, you know, his outro to the fight. Oh, you know, that was a great performance, and then you're on to the next thing. It's like, could you guys maybe put a little bit of effort into your $7.7 billion product now? I know that you know, the purchase itself was the important part, but you slop this shit out to the fan base. It is so fucking atrocious. And then when you have errors like this, which I'm being generous and even saying that this is an error, because like we say, this does feel like maybe a little bit more intentional, and that's tinfoil hat if you want to think so. But I'm sitting here trying to rewatch this fight. This is a debuting fighter with a fantastic performance. You cut out the one round that he has the most opportunity to show that he made this fight competitive. This is fucking atrocious. If I was John Garza, I would be extremely upset about this.
You know, but what I will say to that, and this just goes to a lot of things in the sport, you know, if you know, you really know. So John Garza, of course, came into this fight, and I will admit, after the first round, I was not convinced. I was like, this is going exactly how I thought it was going to go. Dude's busted up his nose. Basharat's probably just going to dance on the outside. You know, he's going to pity him a little bit and not really kind of fight, because Basharat really didn't fucking do anything. That's what kind of made me mad, is there was no point in this fight where Basharat really like took over. He did some shit. You know, maybe in the third round, I think he kind of kept it a little. Actually, now that I think about it, it was not the third round. Second round, he had a little bit of a moment, but he was definitely losing. Third round did fuck all. Didn't do anything. Like, the fact that this was 30-27 for two judges is astronomical. It's really, really bad.
Yeah, that I mean, we were talking about that in real time for sure. 30-27 is an abomination. It really is. And I mean, look, Basharat had like flecks of moments. You know what I mean? Like, he landed a really nice spinning elbow in the first round. I thought that was very impressive. The fact that
Garza ate it.
they ate it like a champ, dude. Good chin on top of everything. But that's like the problem here is that, like, Basharat is one of those dudes that has those like punctuations of quality moments, but not sustained you know, domination or enough power to be looking at finishes and stuff like that. You know, I've heard it said that he is allergic to generating a fan base. Those are the things that make it that way.
I feel like this is where we got the first example of the fucking glaze on the commentary. This was really bad, I think, is where I first noticed it, because I'm watching. I'm like, man, Garza is working him. And the commentary is talking about how good Basharat's doing. And I'm like, what the? He ain't even doing anything. Like, it was really unfortunate, too, when it came to the takedowns, because John Garza, just on a whim, shows up, defends 17 takedowns, and then whoops his ass in the third round and the second round. You know, like, where do you... And of course, you have somebody who's 16-0, 15th ranked. Nobody from Fury FC who's 6-1 is going to come beat our guy by decision. And that is why you get shit like this. You get pre-written scorecards, brother. It has to be. There's no... When you watch it, when you hear the judges, you say, well, first off, there's no way they gave him the second round. And if you didn't give him the second round, then that nullifies the first and third. You're obviously biased. You're obviously not judging correctly if you did not give John Garza the second round. He was whooping ass. And I think even by design, Basharat took the round off. And that's the craziest part. He was willingly taking the L on that round, and the judges were still like, fuck, he's fucking 15-0. He's fucking cooking this guy. Are we serious, dude? Look at all these takedowns he's missing. Look at how many times he's gotten up. Huh? It's crazy.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it really is absolutely atrocious. It's ridiculous. It's such a slap in the face to the integrity of the sport, if there even is any left, of course, or ever was any. But like that, you know, you have a guy, the whole reason that you bring a guy like Garza into a fight like this is for the idea, the potential for him to show that he could be that guy. And then he fucking does it. He actually accomplishes that. So, I mean, really, it goes back to your original point. Like, we have to be the one that remember and know this. Now, granted, I mean, I do think that a performance like this, the organization will certainly recognize that there is the quality level there. He's going to get another fight. I'm sure that there is going to be a brighter future for him after this. But, like, in this moment, for one judge out of three to give him that round, that one round that he very rightly deserved, it's just, it really is a slap.
And see, and that's where you get into the tinfoil situation. It's because like, oh yeah, that third ref. It's like, oh, he was the one who was in on it. He knew he won that second round. It's like, well, no, they threw him in there to give him the second round, so it looks level headed. If they gave him all 30-27s across the board, you'd be like, no fucking way. But if one judge saw he gave him round two, it's like, okay, validity here, brother. If he thought he won round two, how did he not think he won round three? I don't know.
Yeah. No, the whole the optics of it looking terrible. But I mean, I do think that as far as optics goes, there is a level of the fact that the bloody nose was running pretty consistently. I think that maybe plays a little bit of a part. Again, sport is optics. We know that to be the case. Um, I you know. There really is no justification. It's like you're trying to reach for reasons to justify it, and I certainly can't do that. Plus, the fact that that second round is completely scrubbed from Paramount Plus makes it a little bit hard to comment on all of the details of it. So, I actually went back and rewatched part of the my watch along footage just to get my in real time notes or whatever.
Mhm.
And yeah, I was saying, Chris body shots, that it was really about the body shots in that second round, and he took that round so definitively. Definitive. I mean, I said, I think I do remember at the end of the
No,
round
it
saying
was
that.
it was definitively, bro. Come
Yeah,
on.
I remember at the end of the round being like, I do think I'm giving him that round. How crazy is that? That kind of thing. But it's like, I think that that's why it gets to that point where it's like, man, this guy he's doing what you need to do in a debut to make it like, wow, this is actually something kind of crazy that's happening here right now. A dude coming in on short notice, 23 years old, going up against the number 15 guy in the world, is actually taking a round off of him. Like that's an impressive thing, and then they're denying him that, these two
The
judges.
the unfortunate part is the UFC knows this. The UFC knows that they get a win-win situation. They keep their undefeated prospect, and they get a fan base for Garza because everybody is in an uproar that he gets robbed. Whether or not he would have won, people would have been like, "Damn, he really did it." But now we're riding for him. Now we want justice for John Garza. That is that is unfortunately how good the UFC is at what they do. They will manipulate the scorecards and they will make it seem like Basharat won this shit
Yeah,
when you know damn well he didn't.
this was like a Mr. McMahon heel turn kind of situation.
Dude, it's crazy, bro. I can't believe that this went this way. Like when you get across to the judges and John Garza doesn't get one close kind of, not even one judge gave him 2 rounds. It's just, it doesn't make sense, bro. After what you watched, Basharat's just not one. He's not that good, of course. John Garza is not like bad, where like he's too done, but Basharat clearly came in and took the night off, and like that's just not what I want to see from a prospect. If you're not going to come in here against a 6-1 guy and put the pedal to the metal, get him out in the first round, and you're not really that guy, brother. But if he came in and took your shine, now all I'm ever going to remember is like, yo, that dude lost to a guy on his debut at 15-0 with like 4 UFC wins. Yikes!
Well,
Like,
or at least just skated by. I mean, I guess he did win the fight. Unfortunate that there is the discrepancies that we're talking about, but at the end of the day, I mean, he did do enough to win the fight. Round three, he took barely. I thought it was close up until the late takedown. I thought it was pretty telling that the crowd was so upset by the time he did get that takedown, because they were into it. They were feeling John Garza in the crowd. Like they were feeling the heart of the storyline that was being developed here. So, I think that that's what I would want to highlight. Like you said, Basharat with his little punctuations of moments, which is a lot of what he does in his fights. That's why he's not, he might be 15, but he's not exactly a surging prospect for that reason. But Garza, he reversed on the ground in round one. I thought that was impressive. He didn't accept the position from Basharat, who was, pretty credentialed on the ground. The striking was pretty crispy throughout all this for him, especially when he let his hands go. I mean, round one, he was taking a little bit, but, he's getting his sea legs in there for this. And then, at the end, he did end on his feet too. I mean, that was the other thing I wanted to mention, that, even if he didn't win round three, he ended on his feet. So a moral victory here, I would say, for him.
what the last thing that I'll note about this, which is quite interesting, is because John Garza was training for a title fight before he came in here. And this is the only time I've asked the question, Just why does that organization just be like, well, we just lost our main event? You know, like how do how does he just manage to get here? How do they not sue the shit out of him? Did he sign a contract to go fight in the main event, or does the UFC just like big dick them? Like I don't know what's going on here.
They, that's actually an interesting question. They might have on like because I think that Fury and CFFC I think are feeder organizations to the UFC that have some kind of predetermined relationship. LFA I think might be another one. They might have a clause in the contract that says if you get a call up from the majors, so to speak, that there's something that supersedes that potentially. But you are right. It is kind of funny. It's like, yeah, main event is just the co-main now. We're switching it up.
What happened to the main event? Oh well, he's actually gonna go fight somebody else now. Like he's not gonna defend our title. He's gonna go fight a unranked guy. You know, like I don't know. It's just
Yeah,
kind of funny.
they just have a placeholder on the broadcast that says if you want to see John Garza, go to UFC 329.
Absolutely. But
Yeah,
this was a great performance from John Garza. I'm really excited for his future. Obviously, hopefully it's luscious. You know, I mean, at 6-2, we've seen worse, we've seen better. But I mean, you just gotta. He seems like the type of dude that wants to put in the work, and you gotta obviously remember he may not be a bantamweight. He was training for a title fight, but he may be a flyweight. We don't really know what's going on here, I guess.
yeah. I mean, he is a smaller guy for sure, so
Yeah,
that kind of does make sense. Either way, yes, I had it in the notes to say that Garza is a beast and one who I am looking forward to see going forward. Tremendous debut, even in defeat.
absolutely.
Yeah, good work. All right. Well, Farid Basharat, gets the win. Yes.
Introduce this one. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick.
All right, go for it, Chase. And you out there in the chat, you know the drill when this happens. As I always say, your boy here always having to go to the bathroom. If you watch the watch alongs, you know that I am constantly having to go to the bathroom. But do I ever do that on the podcast? Of course not. Of course not. I am locked in at all times. So if you are out there right now and you are hearing my voice, make sure to spam those L's in the chat and give Chase as much shit as you possibly can when he comes back from the restroom. But that being said, the next fight on the docket here, of course, is our dude Damian Pinas versus Cesar Almeida. And as I said on the watch along, if there is ever a Pinas fan out there, it would be me. I think that I am leading the charge on Pinas fandom. And this was one that, of course, when Chase gets back, we will certainly discuss it all. I thought that possibly some of the holes in the game were starting to show from Pinas when it comes to this performance. Now, granted, sometimes it all it takes is just getting the shot, finding the shot, and then when you find a shot like what Damian Pinas found, which was not the craziest shot on the planet. If you've got the power like that, he's even saying himself, man, I barely touched him and he's already knocked out. There's validity to that when it comes to this fight. I think that the holes that are there are going to be the things that we need to discuss, and we will do that right now as Chase returns.
So Thinker has introduced He-Man, yes? Because if you guys did not know, Damian Pinas has the power, guys. This kid. What I will say, initially, everybody's talking about how he didn't look good until the knockout. Like, oh, he was getting styled on, blah, 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 blah. Guys, Cesar Almeida is a world-class kickboxer. It would have been very concerning if Damian Pinas came out here and styled on him. We would all be like, what the fuck is Glory about over there? If this random guy just beats the hell out of our kickboxing champ, whatever. That's not what happened. Cesar Almeida played his game, very measured, very calm, cool, collected. He was doing the right things for a point striking affair. But Damian Pinas, and this is where I'm going to go ahead and compare him to somebody, and people may not like it, but I see the similarities. Quillen Salkill, he is somebody who you don't watch him and you think, man, this dude is doing everything right. You see him and you're like, I see him doing it, but it's not working. And then he just wins. Look about with Nasrat Hakparas. Wasn't anything working for him. Nasrat was actually doing really well, and then boom, head kick. But against Benil Dariush, the last person to have success on the feet against Benil Dariush had that against Quillen for a hot second, and then he gets dropped. That Quillen has had success in the moments where he didn't, have the success in the fight of, and that's a sign of a great fighter. Things just kind of, if they can just pull it out their ass, like, I mean, shit, that's a great skill to have. Luck is better than skill at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Damian Pinas, I'm sorry,
No,
one
yeah.
more thing. Damian
Mhm.
Pinas, just straight shot. I mean, that's all you really need. Luck at the end of the day. So
Well, and that's kind of what I said on the broadcast, right? I was one of those people that was a little bit critical of the movement, and that is still something that, regardless, I mean, you do make a good point. It's like if it's going to be a kickboxing fight with a glory kickboxer, multi-time, champion kind of deal, when it comes to Cesar Almeida, you do meet your opponent halfway, right? Like that, I think made sense in the grand scheme of things to an extent. But what I worry about is his movement, Pinas, as I'm talking about. I'm worried about his movement when it comes to a more dynamic mover, a more person who has footwork that makes him have to rise to that level. We'll have to see how that goes. But in this moment, I mean, they're both very stationary, so you are meeting him halfway, and he himself even said on the broadcast, he's still early to this game. Another thing I said on the watch along. I'm like, this dude, he has now 11 pro fights. 10-1 with the one being a DQ. We talked about that on the predictions episode. That he had the one DQ. If it wasn't for that, for some illegal kick or something, he would be undefeated. This guy never fought amateur. Like he went straight to the pros and has been doing this. He himself acknowledges that he still has work to do. So if you're going to acknowledge that, then do the work is all I would say. Because like, if you want to talk about power, it's so obvious that that's there. That's what I was saying before you returned, Chase, is that, like you're finding the shot. It didn't even look like that crazy of a power shot. He himself acknowledging, man, I didn't even really touch you that bad and you're already out. Obviously the power is there. You don't have to worry about the power. That's a foregone conclusion that you have that. But these other elements of the game are the things that you do need to maybe incrementally improve upon so that you can be the best version of a power striker that you can be, and prepared for any situation.
no, absolutely. And I think the one of the other things that I'll note about this is, did you notice the referee in this one on
Uh,
that finish?
oh yes, it was a little bit of a weird stoppage from Chris Tione on this one,
Where
certainly.
he
I
definitely wanted Cesar Almeida to die. He gets knocked on his back lifeless, and Damian Pinas is standing over him, and he's like, "Come on, you're
he,
gonna."
he needed to just make sure that he was all the way dead is what it was.
I mean, he was fully prone, not
Yeah.
moving.
No,
It
I
was.
know. I did say, be decisive, Chris Tione. Like, you had to run all the way across the cage to get there in the first place. It's like if you're gonna run that fast, like, obviously you should probably just be stepping in. But again, it's another one of those situations because if Cesar Almeida had shot for the legs and was working his way back in, then it would have been like, oh well, look at him. He didn't give him the time to work back. So I mean, I understand that part of it to be 100% sure. And always what I say is that as much as it sucks, I would prefer a late stoppage to an early stoppage, even though I don't want either of them, only because it gives the fighter the absolute leeway to have every opportunity to come back.
Yeah, this was. I mean, of course, it was a round one victory, but it really took a lot longer than it felt. Because Cesar Almeida really was doing his thing. He was mixing in all the weapons here. He's kicking his leg, punching the bodies, dropping him in the head. Whatever you want to say. But Damian Pinas may not have needed the most expertise level of kickboxing, because at the end of the day, what is so good about mixed martial arts is somebody can just have that dog in them. Somebody can just be genetically gifted to do better than you. Like, we'll talk about this later, but like, sometimes being smart is not necessarily always the best. Cesar Almeida is a dude he looks like he's always thinking in there, and that's not necessarily always the best way to go. Sometimes you just gotta punch the dude in the fucking. That's the funniest thing, is like Damian Pinas he just decided to punch him in the face after 4 minutes. He was like, you know what, he he just deserves to be punched in the face. And what do you know? He knocks him out.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to Pinas for having a legitimate kickboxing match with the Glory Kickboxing champ and win it. I mean, there's certainly something to be said for that. And as you just said, I mean, it's like you can go over all the X's and the O's and all of the deeper technicality, and there's so much, that you can drill down into. But at the end of the day, put your fist into his face and make him not move anymore. And that is what Pinas did. So I can appreciate that for sure.
Absolutely. I'm really happy about Pina's performance, of course, but I think, and this goes on to, I think I said this in the Discord, about him winning against Cesar Almeida, again, the kickboxing world champion. Damian Pinas, for a dude who knows as many languages as he does, he's certainly somebody of a thinker. He is probably very, very, very smart. And the reason I also, of course, he just beat a world class kickboxer in the cage, not necessarily using his wits, but the post fight speech was as good as it gets for a young prospect. I mean, one, he's got English that you can understand, and it is very easily understood what he is talking about, and he obviously, him translating a name is very, very hard for Bysanger Susakayev, but that is probably one of the only call outs that I remember thinking like, holy shit, this dude just fucking did it, brother.
Yeah,
Holy.
I was going to bring that up. That was going to be my next thing to talk about. The fact that he's got, the call out ready, and it happens to be Bysanger Susakayev. I said the balls on this Pinas.
Well, dude, he is the whole package. He's got the balls and the peanuts. No, but that's another thing that I think I'll talk about later, depending on which fight. Is some people, they're just like, I'm ready. I'll fight anybody, brother. Did you not think you were gonna win? Like, you gotta have who you're fighting next called out, because that's the fight to make as soon as you speak it. Damian Pinas talking about Sir Sakayev. I mean, he called it out. Is Sir Sakayev going to be the one to pick up the phone? Is the question now. That's really how it goes. And I don't know if you heard like the post fight scrum between Pinas. Pinas was originally supposed to be in the Contender Series and pulled out, due to an injury. And Sir Sakayev's the one that took his spot. So there's a little bit of and then Sir Sakayev was asked in an interview about Damian Pinas or whatever, and he said, I don't know who that is. Now, Pinas is disrespect. You don't know who I am. I gave you the opportunity when I pulled out, brother. So now we're gonna fight, and we're gonna feel this Pinas, brother.
That's right. Absolutely. Straight to the face. No, going back to your point though about having a call out ready. I mean, that is kind of the counter argument to these like people who just say, I'll fight. Oh, the organization will do the matchmaking. I'll fight anyone, anytime. It's like, if, that sounds good. And it is, I mean, it's a generic thing to say, but it is the right thing to say at the end of the day. Right. But if you really want to be effective, you have a call out ready, and it's the guy right now. You know what I mean? Like, and that I think is really what is respectable about the call out from Pinas here, is that like, it's one thing to say, yeah, I'll fight anybody, anytime, anywhere, but to say like, I will fight this dude who is also dominating right now, that I think goes even a little bit farther, because you've got you've got an actual like call out that's directed, pointed, and that it's you're taking the ambiguity out of the situation at that point. It's like, yeah, because they could give you the guy, or they could give you some rando who is just going to pad the record a little bit more. No, you want the guy, you want the hard fight. That's actually one of the things, as much as I am not a fan, I do respect about Josh Hokett. He is calling for the Cyril Gahn fight. He was calling for the Pereira fight. He's calling for the people who are the guy right now. And I think that is to be respected, as opposed to just being the anyone, anywhere, anytime guy.
You definitely are right too, because it not only, whether or not it's your next fight, it's like, okay, I want to fight this guy next. And whether it's like the champ, of course, like if you're calling out somebody crazy, it's maybe not going to happen. But the idea is in the ether. It's like after he gets signed for his next fight, it's like, well, why wasn't it Sir Sakayev? Who said no this time? Who was injured? What's the story here? Because if he wins again, where's Sir Sakayev? Now I need to see this beef settled. Whether or not it's beef, we called out a fight. I witnessed it. Paramount's going to erase it from my memory in the next, week or two. But I'm telling you, I remember Damian Pinas saying, "By Sangur, Sir Sakayev," and that's all that matters right now.
I think Paramount Plus might be calling up Palantir and trying to get that Men in Black mind eraser thing into reality, just zapping everybody through the TV screen so that they don't remember certain rounds and things like that.
They absolutely are. Yeah, it's crazy to me that Paramount has the audacity. I even, just to make a little side rant, Paramount still does not have fights from 2025 on there. This is the full catalog that I've been told that I purchased for my year subscription.
Yeah, you were lied to, Chase. That's what that is.
I guess I can't trust anybody, can I? I couldn't trust Dana White and Paramount Plus. Who am I supposed to trust anymore?
Yeah,
my fucking family.
I know. Yeah, really. Yeah, throw it out the window. But either way, Damian Pinas gets the job done. Shout out to Aruba. This dude doing it big over there, and Barreto, my dude Barreto over there on Twitch from Aruba, getting a win. We talk about representation and the importance of that on the national and international scale when it comes to some of these fighters. Legitimate people from the region riding for Damian Pinas, and I love to see that. So there is a real world impact that these guys from other areas of the world getting these wins have on the people that support them.
The Arubans, not the Arubians.
Thank you. Yes, I found that out. Yes, Arubans.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that either. So I'm very grateful to have been able to hear that from you. Or hear that on your stream. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, Arabian Nights, Aruban people from Aruba.
Mm.
All right. Well, that said, then let's keep this party moving along, but not before we shout out people in the chat checking in. Of course, the 10-7 MMA is here. Shout out to Bam Bam and DS over there doing great things on that show. And of course, CTE checking in as well. Appreciate you both.
And Johnny the God, one more time, since you're cool, brother.
I mean, come on, man. Always, always. But next fight on the docket here, of course, is Tracy Cortez versus Wang Tong. I mean, this was a pretty systematic breakdown of a fight from the Wang Tong side of things. Those leg kicks were really, really impactful in this fight and basically were the deciding factor. So it sort of turned this fight into one long fight, except it happened to be punctuated by the most illegal knee on planet Earth in round 2. So a little bit of a breakup of the one long round with a very illegal strike in there. Other than the illegal strike, this was about as perfect of a performance as it could get from Wang Tong, except for not getting the finish.
Yeah, she didn't get the finish, and it is upsetting, but I'm not going to be the one to say that Wang Tong was coasting. The commentary was talking about these kickboxers that come over here with a safe game plan. That's not what I'm here to believe. Tracy Cortez, for as much as I talk shit about her, as much as I do not want to believe that she should, have as much clout as she should, for what's going on, I think the reason that Wang Tong did not get a finish is because Tracy Cortez is decently tough. When it comes to striking, she does not get finished. She will stand her base. And I know I was joking, obviously she came out, she's living in Mexico now, she trains in Mexico, she's representing them. It doesn't say Mexico on here, but she came out here and I think she tried to prove the Mexican spirit, and she didn't get finished. So I really want to give her props. I mean, Wang Tong is a deadly striker. People underestimate just how well Wang Tong mixes up everything. The legs, the body, the head. She's kicking, she's punching, all these other things. This way, that way, moving forward, moving backwards. She really, in my opinion, has all the answers on striking. And Tracy Cortez, I after round 1, I think you could see it in her face, this is not going my way, but who I am and who I told myself I'm going to be in this sport is somebody who's not going to give up on myself. So that's what I want to give her credit on, because she got up, and what I saw did not look like she wanted to be there as much. She didn't look like she had the way to win on the feet, but she stood true to herself, and she went in there and she struck with one of the best strikers in the game and did not get finished. So what I will hang my hat on to Tracy Cortez is that you did show really good toughness that I did not see in the last fight, because you tapped almost immediately to Erin Blanchfield when she got that fucking choke. And whether or not that was a crazy choke, whether you're unexpected, whatever, this right here, I think, was a very good bounce back. Even though you lost, you were never going to win the striking battle against Wang Tong. There was just no way you could expect Wang Tong's, evolution in the game to be as good as it is. She can now defend takedowns. She has grappling. Now she can get up from grapples. She could defend takedowns down. Now she's not going to get taken down. I don't know. It's just such an interesting fight for Tracy, I think. Wang Tong, I think she did exactly what somebody who I think, as good as she is on the feet, if she adds these elements to her game against anybody, she's good, man. She is really fucking good.
I mean, I'll certainly grant you the toughness, and that was on display. I mean, I think that you're talking about the the defensive elements of Wang Tong when it comes to what she can endure now with the grappling and the wrestling and everything like that. Like Tracy could have found out a lot quicker if she would have had success had she tried it instead of taking all of those early leg kicks. I mean, this is really the biggest note here, you know, especially on the rewatch, seeing how quickly those calf kicks started. The lead leg was toast halfway through round one. I mean, it was so instant. And obviously that speaks to Wang Tong's power in the legs, which you can appreciate. She's a kickboxer as well. But Tracy went down off of calf kick number 4 in this fight. You know, she literally got the legs swept out from under her in the first round, 4th calf kick. I'm like, here is your sign that you should be checking these kicks or at least adjusting where is the takedown attempt after you have felt that power multiple times. And this is one of those things. It's like, I do give her credit for the toughness, but like, having the wherewithal to recognize that the game plan needs to change and change quicker. I said, you got to adjust quicker than that. I mean, you know, no takedowns at all in round 1 for Tracy Cortez. Round 2 and 3, in between going into round 3, Tracy's corner telling her, you got to get her to the ground. You got to elbow her in the face all round. You know, that's how we're going to get the win here. And I'm like, that would have been a stronger game plan a round ago. You know, I mean, and granted, maybe by then with all of the damage that she took that lead leg, it wasn't in the cards. So, you know, you do give her the toughness credit for, you know, sticking it out through all of what Wang Tong was doing. But I mean, you got to recognize when this is what what's in the cards, and you got to be able to pivot, because this is exactly what happens if you can't. So, I mean, really, you know, the other thing that I'd say too is that by round 2, Tracy really should have been taking more chances if you knew that that lead leg was starting to go, because, you know, what you're doing isn't working. You have the opportunity with the way that Wang Tong moves to either bum rush her for the takedown or go in on some really heavy strikes. Sitting ducks are going to get popped. Like, that's basically what it ends up being. And of course, her movement was extremely impaired basically by the end of round 1. So you got to get a little bit reckless with the hopes of getting something to be generated off of that, because if what you're doing is not working, it's a foregone conclusion that it's going to fail.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Tracy, because she still seems like, you know, she's gonna be the girl who wears the cowgirl boots for her promo pictures or whatever, like fucking shit that I saw on Twitter. Whatever you want to say, she showed the toughness that I really appreciate from her, because she can't. Wang Tong, again, she could have made it look easy, and she did, but she didn't make Tracy look like, you know, a punk out there, and that's what I want to give. You know, Rose Namajunas really punked Tracy Cortez, you know, earlier, and I think that's just Tracy had to get her head in the game here. You know, it's not always about winning. It's about just looking true to what you are supposed to be as a fighter. You know, if she's going to come in here and she's going to be, you know, she's the Mexican girl now, well, you better fucking strike like one. And she did her damn thing. I'll give her that. So there was early moments in the fight where I was thinking like, man, Tracy's striking, it's not as advanced as you would really want it to. For somebody who's, you know, just the boxer, you know, when it comes to a stand-up game, she just throws big old 1-2s kind of deal. She was actually landing some pretty good shots on Wang Tong. I was like, all right, come on. Like, I mean, it sucks to see from Wang Tong. It's like, you're such a high class level striker. Like, Tracy Cortez should not be touching you on the striking, but she was. And it wasn't like close, but she was landing good shots, and she has decent power for her. So shout out to Tracy. I'll give her that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's exactly goes back to my original point about having to make the adjustments earlier, because you're right. I mean, when she was landing, like, there were a couple of decent strikes that got through there, but with Wang Tong being able to just dance her way around on the outside for a lot of this fight, like, that's what happens when you're immobilized. So, you know, you become a sitting target. And, you know, if she obviously, you know, ifs and buts don't matter at the end of the day. That's really what's, you know, if you can take away the toughness, then the drawing board needs to be that recognition of an adjustment of the game plan earlier into the damage process. Because really, like I said, if you go back and rewatch it, which, you know, is like, it's very apparent on the rewatch, it's after maybe 5 or 6 leg kicks that she's already really starting to feel it. And by round 2, it's toast. I mean, it's completely gone. So that being said, I did want to acknowledge a little bit further the illegal knee in round 2.
Oh, yeah.
It was that was about as blatant as it gets. And so you posted a clip in the Discord of Wang Tong basically saying that there might have been a language barrier issue. We've addressed this many times. The language barrier it's not a valid excuse. You can't rely on that. It's really a cop out that has no bite to it whatsoever. And this is another good time to say, A, it was a warranted point deduction. I'm glad that Jason Herzog actually took the point. And B, that Chase Parton has the best idea as to how to fix this specific problem when it comes to the language barrier. Chase, would you like to reiterate that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that every language that is available to any region that competes in the UFC, they should have a coordinated rule book in their native language. What's the fucking deal here? I'm not understanding where the issue is. There should be a Turkish rule book. There should be a Mandarin rule book. There should be, it could say Canadian on it. I don't care, but it has to be with whatever language that they speak. Like, I don't get it. Like,
we need to get it translated into Canadian stat pronto. But no, what I think it's that. And also I think the other thing that you had said, which I thought was really a great idea, you can still have the referee give them the rules in the back, do it all normal, but 2 to 3 weeks before the fight, if it is a confirmed fight, or as quickly as you can get it, if it's a short notice, whatever, make it happen as quickly as you can do it. But 2 weeks out before the fight is scheduled to take place, that rule book arrives on their doorstep in their native language. So there is no ambiguity whatsoever. The rules are there for you in your native language. Read this book. Get familiar with the rule set. I'll give you one more primer before the fight starts in the back, as they already do. And then all of this can get off the table as far as, oh, I didn't know. Oh, it's, different rules, or the language. But I don't want to hear it anymore. It's 2026. It's such an easy fallback too, which is why I think it's all basically bullshit at the end of the day, than just relying on not speaking English. I don't buy it anymore. But if you do what Chase is saying here, I think that it takes out a lot of the potential excuses, and that's why I like it so much.
I also don't buy this one. Wang Tong definitely knew. I mean, come on, like, but in my opinion, from my point of view, when I was watching it, Tracy's momentum did seem to be like she was gonna get up. It did feel like that knee might have been up. It seemed to me Wang was definitely trying to play the game here. She was winning. She took an unfortunate point deduction, but she just had to secure that third round, which she did, and she won the fight, which is again an unfortunate reality to the rule set. I get my face kneed as hard as possible, and now my job is to just go ahead and win the next round, and then we'll get a draw. So it sucks. Wang Tong definitely knew that she did wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, she had no idea she couldn't knee her brother. She been around decent amount of time now. She watches the fucking sport. She's calling up Valentina. Valentina hasn't fought in 2 years. You don't think she ain't watched no UFC since? Come on, Wang Tong. Let's be real.
She was trying to play the Diani Barbosa game there, or whatever. The Melissa Gatto, almost stand up situation perhaps, but did not work out in her favor with that. And shout out to Tracy for being a champ. Coming back and staying in the fight. She could have potentially taken the DQ if she had wanted it by that point. So she did the right thing as far as recognizing that she was still able to fight and not playing the not playing the gamesmanship game.
And that actually goes to the point that I'm making. It's not Tracy made me a fan again. Ass aside, looks aside, Tracy made me a fan again because of shit like that. She got kneed right in the face. You know how many people would sit there, take their fucking 5 minutes, like obviously we don't see many 5 minutes really, but like they'll take their time, Tracy had no problem getting back in there. There was no resilience really going on there. She got kneed in the face. She was like, all right, it was illegal, cool. You tell her I'm ready to go back in there, and I really appreciate seeing that because, like, bro, I'm supposed to believe that these are professional fighters. I shouldn't see you be going out after shit that I would go. Again, if I get kneed in the head, I'm quitting. Don't quit like I would. That's not what you're here for,
Fair. Yeah. Kevin Borjas could never get back into a fight that quickly. No, very nice. I mean, good work there, but really, aside from that illegal knee punctuating things, this was one long ass whipping of a fight from Wang Tong. Very dominant performance for her. I would say, never foul like that again, because, CTE had said it on the watch along, and I do agree with it. It's like, we're fans over here. I mean, we are rooting for you. You don't want to have that be the thing that's lingering in the back of our minds. Oh, she's really great, but so just don't go down that road, because especially in a fight like this that you absolutely did not need to. So other than that though, really nice. And that's really about it. I had one more thing I wanted to note though. Did you hear on the commentary that Corey McKenna, our Combat U commentator, Corey McKenna, was in Wang Tong's corner?
You didn't
And,
see her? I saw her.
I didn't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. She was on there too on the
Yeah,
broadcast.
she was definitely there. Yeah, with after the win, Uriah Faber like picked Wang Tong up, and then like Corey McKenna was just like standing there. I was like, oh, there she is.
Yeah. Well, so then the other thing was that DC said that she free-handed the logo on the side of his gym. So Corey McKenna, former fighter, coach, Combat U commentator, and apparently fine artist.
Absolutely, she's fine in a lot of places in life, is what I would say there. So shout out to her.
Absolutely, and shout out to our dude Carlos in the chat, brother. I'm not trying to denigrate your fine Peruvian fighters, of course. Just had to take a little poke at our dude Kevin Borjas.
And it is not Hawaii; it is Thailand, but Hawaii on the way coming.
All right, I love it. Well, on the way coming here is the prelims proper, and it starts off with Luke Riley versus Kai Kamaka III. Speaking of Hawaii, I mean, so much for Riley by decision. I said I really hate that this makes Dakota Hope look like a paper tiger over here, considering what Luke Riley was able to accomplish very quickly in this fight. But Riley, I mean, he got caught up top and took a few calf kicks early in this fight. So, there are a couple of things that I noticed about like his stance and the way that he started off this fight. He keeps his hands very low. That's also something that was a little concerning to me. But much like the Damian Pinas fight, it's like it was that fight. It was Pinas versus Almeida, but with active footwork, which is like, that's actually what you really want. That's the more evolved version of it, I would say. This was a solid active kickboxing match. And, really, again, much like Damian Pinas, you do not want to be on the wrong side of a Luke Riley shot, because his boxing is very sharp. And even if you can catch him a couple of times, if he's got the toughness to take a shot, to take a couple calf kicks, and then find the knockout, then he's going to do it, is what it seems like.
This one is super interesting because from my point of view on this entire card, I had always in my mind been like, Luke Riley is in my opinion one of the most definite wins on here. And then no, I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way to Kai Kamaka, because that is where the interesting factor lies, is because I knew Kai Kamaka was the tougher opponents out of all these people on this card. I'm like, Luke Riley, what I believe he could do is kind of up here right now. And then Kai Kamaka, I'm like, but he's so tough. Like this is going to be really hard. But if Luke Riley can kind of get this done after a dude who had a really big performance in his last fight, it's going to be good. And I really think it's possible. And I really do believe that, not necessarily what had happened. I didn't think he was going to finish Kai Kamaka. We'll talk about the finish itself. But him getting the TKO win, I mean, I think this might be my next guy that I'm kind of and I don't really feel any big bias to him, and I think that's where it's key here. Is like I don't love him and I don't really hate him, but I feel like, man, the skill is just actually on point here. I haven't seen the grappling yet. I haven't seen the wrestling. Striking, hands low, doesn't have posture. I don't know if it doesn't exist in fucking Liverpool posture. Yeah, it's crazy. But he gets it done. And he did it even better than he did last time. So I would like to say that Luke Riley still has something really off-putting about the way he looks in the face, but the talent is world-class, and I really think my chips are in his basket right now.
Oh, so two things to what you're saying here. One, about the wrestling and the grappling. That is still a slight, question mark. I mean, we saw a little bit of it in his previous fight, a little bit more than we did here. He is from Liverpool. He does train with Paddy. We'll talk about Paddy's performance here in a little bit. There might be a little bit of an evolution as far as English wrestling goes. I mean, you and I are both watching The Ultimate Fighter right now. Michael Bisping is a coach on The Ultimate Fighter right now. Michael Bisping himself on that program basically said, we are weak in this department. But if these guys are able to start evolving that, then this is the levels. This is what is the advancement of that element of the game in England, and that I think is very promising. So we still need to see it a little bit more from Riley in that regard, but I think that over time we're starting to see a little bit more just in general, and hopefully that extends to more fighters, because on The Ultimate Fighter, a dude from that same region did not do so well in that department. But point number two, sorry, just would you
Yeah. No,
point
go
number
ahead.
two, just to say, Luke Riley, you talked about Clayton Carpenter before, and how there are like certain fighters that have like a look about them that they need to like show you more. I would say that Luke Riley is kind of doing that, because he does have that sort of like generic white dude appearance, but he's putting more out there than the average dude who is not, and showing a little bit more level to the game. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're absolutely okay. Luke Riley, I don't know what it is. I just feel like I'm in on him right now, and I think it's going well for him. I think the unfortunate thing is, and I've not been able to overlook this for certain fighters. Even talking about Alessandro Costa in the first one with his finish against Matt Schnell, it's like just something didn't make me love the way that it ended. And obviously Chris Taglioni, I think, was the culprit in this one as well. So this finish was interesting.
This was Kerry Hatley, but yes,
excuse me. But yes, so this finish here was unfortunate because the way an octagon is set up is there are corners and edges to it, so you can technically back someone into a corner. Now, in that context, the person backed in the corner should never be the fucking referee. So when you have this finish going, Kamaka is still there. He's still fighting, but they backed the referee into the corner. So he's making contact with both of the fighters. Oh, he honestly deserved to get his fucking ass punched. I'm not gonna lie to you. He was so fucking close to this finish and even after the fight, Marcel, if you guys know Marcel Dwarf, whatever he is, the UFC tweeter guy, I don't know. He even commented, he was like, I kind of feel bad because I feel like once Kerry made contact with Kamaka, he feel like, I touched him, I gotta intervene kind of deal. But you shouldn't have made contact because, bro, what were you doing to get caught in the fucking corner? Like, it made me so mad because the finish was not warranted, but you can't really fucking do anything about it, bro. Like, I mean, the ref made contact. They fought into the ref. I'm telling you, bro, if Kerry Hatley would have caught a left hand, I would have been happy for this fucking fight right here, bro. Like, dude, he was too fucking, I don't know if he was window shopping or what. Like, he just ended up in the fucking fight. Like, I don't know.
Talk about inserting yourself into a fight for sure. This was a terrible stoppage for Hatley, indeed. He's like 1 foot into the finish, like 6 strikes before he finally does finish it. It's like, bro, you are part of the scrum now. Like you are in the mix here. Like you're not extracting yourself from the action. If you are that close to it, you're on top of it. Kamaka is not even out. I mean, he's still defending. I mean, like, Joe Rogan was talking about it on the commentary. This is one I think you can pretty well agree with Joe Rogan. It's like, I was not, I don't think anybody was really okay with how this one ended as far as that goes. And I do feel for Kamaka, especially also knowing, like, as we always say, it should be a blanket across the board. You should not be considering the individual factors per fighter or anything like that. So, take that out of the equation. But what we know as the viewers is that Dakota Hope was landing some crazy shots in round 1 on Kai Kamaka. He ended up weathering the storm and winning that fight, even if it was a close fight in the end of it. So, like, to think that he gets dropped, and he did get dropped, he did go down, but to think that he gets dropped, gets back to his feet, and is actively defending, and just the fight kind of gets called off based on vibes.
Yeah.
It's really a terrible look for Kerry Hatley. And, so I say, I mean, like, either way too early or way too late, Kerry Hatley will find a way to fuck it up, man. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, dude. You look at Bobby Green with the Jalen Turner stoppage, and you see this, and it's like two sides of the polar spectrum here, and Kerry Hatley's in the middle, reaching both of them.
Yeah, this one, and in context, there have been times where I feel like it wasn't warranted. This one, it was an early stoppage and it was some bullshit, but I don't want to take away from Luke Riley because, bro, he did drop him right on his face, and he was landing a pretty good flurry when he got up. I'm not going to say he was going to finish him there, but I can't take away from what I saw right there. I mean, the striking, look at the accuracy numbers. I mean, 43 for 67. I mean, what he throws, he lands. And when he does land, I mean, it looks like it does some pretty good fucking damage. And I'm not trying to, make it a regional thing, but Polynesian fighters, guys, these are some tough fucking dudes. Sometimes I don't know how to explain it, but they just they don't know how to quit. What Kai Kamaka, on a real note, what he should think about quitting is haircuts. He should just go bald, because that is not it, brother. I have never seen a haircut like that, and I thought, let's see that catch on. Like,
It's like a little pan of bread that he's got coiffed on his head. It's like it's so sharp on that one side and then just kind of flips over on the other. It's certainly a unique look.
because, like, I understand what it is. Like, if I parted my hair, like, it would part in a weird spot, and
Mhm.
he obviously cut right to the part, and it's like, that's not how the hair is supposed to be. Like, obviously you have one side of hair now. Like, oh, God,
He's got a little Hawaiian loaf just sitting up top.
but
Yeah,
yes.
no, good deal. Good deal for Riley here. Absolutely. Everything that you said about his striking is absolutely true. And if he can show a little bit of prowess on the ground, I mean, I think that there is definitely a high ceiling for the kid right now. We're gonna have to see what happens when the referee does not stop it early and when he has to get dragged into a little bit of a deeper water situation. But for right now, doing everything correctly at the moment.
Well, let's be fair. Michael Aswell is on this dude's level. So let's. I know my chips are in Luke Riley's basket. I'm very hopeful. I feel like I see it. What I've seen in some fighters who I think have potential to, like, grow and be a better version of what I see here. I think Luke Riley has that potential. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I mean, he did go to decision with Michael Aswell. So
These are true facts. All will be revealed as time goes on, I suppose. But in this one,
absolutely,
good deal. And, we hopefully Kamaka gets another shot because you hate to see somebody go out off of an early stoppage.
yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next one here. And we got it's a circle back to some information that came in on the chat a little bit earlier. So we will bring that up in a moment. But this is Cody Garbrandt versus Adrian Yanez. What I say about this from the Cody Garbrandt side of things is at least it wasn't a fight IQ issue this time, because I was going a little bit hard on Cody on the last episode of the show, talking about his very bizarre choices when it comes to fight IQ.
And
This
tattoos.
well, I mean that's a given, but with this performance here, this was a solid run of the mill loss as opposed to self sabotage, which I think at least says something better than you made really poor choices and created the loss for yourself. Other than that, though, I mean, this really was a nice look for Yanez and Garbrandt, showing all of the things that we talked about, showing the speed, showing the accuracy, at least in spurts and in moments. But the real decision maker here is the fact that Adrian Yanez has those attributes as well. I mean, nice, accurate counter striking from Yanez paired with his own speed. You love to see it. Plus that right hand, so money for Yanez.
This fight is maybe where I'll start to say, like, this, to the sheets that we track our predictions on. Again, I've always said it's not just one of us being able to say every fight accurately. It's the discussion itself of being able to pinpoint what we truly believe is the right path for the right fighter. And I truly believe this is one of those examples where, like, what can you say? Cody can do this, but Yanez can do that, but just a little better, and he's a little younger, and Cody's at the end of his career. I'm not saying that there was no chance in hell, but this was a vintage Cody's gonna try to come out here and brawl with a guy. Yanez is gonna come out here and brawl, but he's gonna do it at a longer range and just as fast as the dude that's coming at him. I just Cody Garbrandt got beat in the first round, and it could have been worse. It could have been him face down, unconscious. It was a little bit of a stoppage where it's like, not early, but it's like, yeah, get him out of there, brother. And then you see Cody's face after, he's like, oh, fuck, man, thanks, brother. So it's unfortunate, but I think credit to us for just being able to tell you guys how it is, bro. Yanez is literally just better than Cody Garbrandt. Like, that's just how it is. That's how he won. He did exactly what you knew he could do and would do. He just did it better than what you knew and Cody would do. So
Yeah, absolutely. And that the power being a big decider here for Yanez. And it was so ironic because on commentary they're talking about Cody Garbrandt over time, conditioning to the point of being able to take shots better. And right as they're saying that, Cody gets caught, went on his little wobbly journey, and then the follow-up shots. I mean, really, talk about the accuracy of Yanez. You talk about the stoppage being a little wonky. I didn't think so in this one, because really, if you go back and watch the ISO cam of the shots that land on the way down, that's the accuracy of, on top of having the wobble shot. Like, he lands like 3 solid ones as Garbrandt is falling. And I'm like, okay, look, if you're landing the first shot and then all of those on the way down, Cody ends up dropping, and it kind of makes sense. You can't really be too mad at it.
I remember watching that and thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, bro hit him 3 times before he fell to the ground. I
Yep.
mean, it sometimes it's inconclusive, but like Cody was getting worked over, bro. I'm sorry. And when you see fights like this, you can see on paper, right? You're like, I can see where they're going with this. The matchmakers really did cook. Like, this is a fine matchup. And then when you see it play out, sometimes you underestimate somebody who really never showed you what they were fully capable of. And I feel like that's what Yanez is, kind of deal, at least for me. I've never seen the full potential. This is like a step in the right direction. It's like, yeah, guys, you put me up against somebody who I'm just better than, like, yeah, he didn't have to come out of his comfort zone. He didn't have to show me something. It was just, he had to prove himself. Like, bro, I'm him. Like, Cody Garbrandt ain't fucking nothing on me.
No, you make a great point with that too, because that really goes back to what we were talking about on the predictions episode. I mean, his record, not great right now. I mean, like, he has a number of losses in recent times. And then, of course, the draw was its own situation, because, a CTE, I think, again, it was when we were on the watch along, saying that, no, Yanez is actually pretty nice on the microphone. This was a good post-fight speech for him. And I was, what, you can feel how you want to feel about it. But my point to that was that, yeah, you might not remember that, whether it's good or bad, because he hasn't been on the mic in a while. So, like, him being able to do, like, a great, a solid performance against somebody who he should be able to beat and get himself into that position, I think is exactly correct. And it tracks, and it makes sense for Yanez based on what he did in the fight.
Well, he was the exact dude that I was kind of alluding to earlier when he gets on his post fight speech and he's like, I'll fight anybody, man. You just tell me who. I'm a businessman. It's like, for a guy who is just seen a fight with Cody Garbrandt on a pay-per-view, on a numbered event or whatever, I could see you having the mentality of like, just give me whoever, I'll fight whoever. It's like, well, yeah, they're fucking giving you prime time people, my guy. They're giving you the numbered event opponents, a former champion. Yeah, it's good to have that mindset. Somebody else like a Damian Pinas, call your shot, brother. You want to make something happen, you make it happen. Adrian Yanez, if you want to be the businessman, if you want to just be that guy, that's cool. But you could have had your opportunity right here in the bantamweight division. Things are wide open. Where's Peyton Talbot? Call him out. Hani Barcelos, call him out. Call anybody out. I don't know. Saying I'll fight anybody is fine, but like, I feel like we could use a little more beef going around. Like, bro, when he called me out, what the fuck is he talking about me for? Like, we need some of that. Like,
I'm with it. I mean, fair enough. I think that really he's probably just happy that he got the win in general, and it's
fair.
just like,
And not a draw. Oh.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So, I'm with you on the point. But I did want to also acknowledge, it's kind of what we were talking about earlier. So I just looked, I didn't see anything definitively saying it, but Cody Garbrandt still on the roster. Did he end up getting cut? He did take his gloves off. They did not acknowledge that on the broadcast, that he had removed his gloves. I was going to say that if Cody Garbrandt was going to retire, he's getting a video package. Like, this is definitely a dude, he's a former champion. He would be one that they would do a little bit of a red carpet for, as far as a send off, I would think. But we did not see anything like that as far as the broadcast goes. They didn't even talk to him after the loss, even though he did remove the gloves. So any validity to this? What are we saying here?
I have not seen that he has been quote unquote cut or removed from the roster. I did see him take off his gloves, and from what I saw, Yanez walked over to him, kind of like, oh, like you're like done, and Cody was like, nah, just heading out.
Okay,
it didn't seem like Cody was like waiting around for his moment to get on the mic. He didn't like have his gloves in his hand, ready to go set him down. It just kind of seemed like, I just took my gloves off. I got fucking knocked out, bro. Just shut up. Like,
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Bleeding Edge saying that he saw Roster Watch tweeting about it. I guess
Roster
we'll,
watch or roster tracker. These are
yeah,
key differences here.
extremely key differences. Very, very true. But I guess we'll have to wait and get actual confirmation. I would think that Cody Garbrandt, either getting cut or retiring, or being not on the roster in one way or another, would be pretty big news. So
He wouldn't get cut after a Yanez fight. He would retire after that fight versus getting cut. They would want him to go out against somebody better than that, you know?
for sure, yeah, and again, and I mean, either way, regardless, they would. I think that as a former champion, he would be getting some type of send off in some way, shape, or form. So certainly would give him the time on the microphone at the very fucking least. So, and Bleeding Edge also saying it could be crazy, Kev. Okay, we are certainly not taking any of this into into a factual territory. We will wait for a reliable source.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, that being said, great win for Adrian Yanez. Happy to see him back in the win column. Moving on to the next fight, of course, this was the highly anticipated debut, Gable Steveson versus Elisha Ellison. First, can we, before we get into the fight, Chase, can you, we might have already talked about this in a previous episode, but can you key me into what a snack panther is?
I have no idea what a snack panther is. I would assume it is something out in the wild that unfortunately is at the bottom of the food chain because what I'm seeing from the fighter that it's nicknamed of, it's not necessarily looking very good. That's just all that I would say. But is there anything that you'd like to intro with this fight after that one?
Look, I mean, Gable Steveson obviously is making his debut. We talked a lot about this coming into this fight. We had talked about how this was really supposed to be the gimme fight for Steveson. I would say that Ellison made it a little bit more competitive than just Steveson walking through.
Competitive, or
I
he
mean,
made himself look tougher than what you expected.
I mean, he landed a couple of decent shots. I mean, he had a couple of good connections that were, yeah. I mean, and granted, there could have been some commentary glaze making that out a little bit more than what it was. But really, I mean, I would say that I was giving a lot of a lot of pause to the validity of Gable's striking. I had said, I thought that there were some fraudulent elements to that. I certainly did see some of what I was perceiving in his previous performances in here. He reaches for shots a lot. I said I'm still not sold on his hand striking, but one thing that was more apparent to me was that the kicks and the knees are where Gable has done the most work and has made some pretty big advances because he basically towards the end of this fight, like when it got into the finishing sequence, the kicks were what allowed him to start the hand striking off and ultimately finish the fight. Now, he ended up landing a couple of good kicks earlier. The knees and the clinch were, I mean, the dude will get a tie clinch and start landing those knees. I was like, he's showing good flex of what you want to see out of a mixed martial artist, especially one that has such a strong storied wrestling credential base. That being said, I mean, I did not think that this was the worst debut, like under the circumstances. Knowing that this was supposed to be a gimme fight, I thought that that Gable did pretty well. He did bite pretty heavy on the level change feint, which was kind of concerning. But those might just be nerves and jitters and stuff.
We will definitely talk about a few of these things, but I would like to ask you some questions. You know, not
Sure.
questions, but I would like to bounce some things, ponder some ideas, and let me just hear your thought process on it. So in the first round, of course, this only took place in the first round. In the first round, Steveson threw a teep kick that landed a little below the belt, quote unquote, and he gets, I'm telling you, there don't get cleaner shots than this. I mean, your opponent hands down looking at the ref and you get the cleanest fucking straight shot that you have. How did he not knock him out? That's my thing. I mean, obviously it would have looked scummy, and that would have been perfect, for his character. And we'll talk about this in a
Oh
second, of
yeah.
course. But how did he not knock him out? So I am questioning the power of our heavyweight guy here. You have, bro, and I'm telling you, this is an opponent who is not even talk about guard down. Like this dude was not even trying to like even know he was in a fight, and Gable just fucking punched him right after. So fair play to him, not stopping until the ref does. I give him that credit, but you should have fucking knocked him out. I think. The second thing that I will say is this is an Olympic gold medalist, right? If Elijah Ellison shot on you, you let him. You fucking let him, brother. What are you sprawling like your life depended on it for? I was really concerned right here. I was like, does he really not know the level of UFC grappling and heavyweight division? Like, did he truly think Elijah Ellison was going to grab that double leg and just fucking run him into the cage? He, bro, and maybe it was just a little for show. Like, oh, I got to get, just, what? It was a little concerning for how hard he really wanted bro. You let him shoot that fucking takedown and find out how good you are. Like that's what you're
Yeah.
supposed to do. You're not supposed to act like you are the most. I don't know. That was instantly crazy for that one. Do you have any
Well,
notes there?
that goes back to my point. I think it was nerves. I think it was just being, in the moment a little bit too like wanting to be aware of everything at the split second kind of thing is really what it looked like to me. But you do make a great point. It's like, let him do it. I mean, what you think that Ellison's going to be able to make you look foolish on the ground? I mean, you have every gold medal possible in your trophy cabinet, brother. You like showcase that a little bit.
And the last thing that I really want to ask you, what was the shot that made Ellison fall down to the mat?
So yes, okay. I did want to address this because I remember you talking about this during the watch along, and upon rewatch, I see what you were talking about. But so basically what happened was that yes, Ellison did kind of just collapse at the end of the fight. However, it was after a barrage of heavy damage. So I mean, granted, like yeah, it's not a great look that it's just like timber, kind of thing. He kind of just like falls over, but he was getting touched up, and that goes back to what I was saying about the kicks leading into that. He takes a couple of really solid kicks to the body, some straight teeps, toes into the guts kind of situation that allowed him to be open enough for Gable to start landing some strikes up top. The sequence actually looked really good for Gable in that moment. Now, granted, it was against Elisha Ellison, who he's supposed to do that against. So I don't know if that's going to be the same for everybody who's a little bit more seasoned going forward. But in this moment, it was not the greatest look for Ellison, but it's not like it just came out of nowhere, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I understand that yes, it was like I'm so exhausted, I'm done. But it really felt like there was potentially a little more for him to give if he was a different caliber of fighter. Because to me, he looked like, all right, here's my shot. I'm gonna get punched and then I gotta fall over. But it looked like he didn't time it correctly because he got punched and then he just goes and then falls the complete other direction, which was weird. But I think it's even better because obviously, from a standpoint of me, I could see maybe he didn't have it all in there. He could have swung. If he was going to go this whole direction, he could have swung. Whatever the case may be, he fell over, and then the ref jumps in and Gable gets this big old hammer fist on him. And this is
Yeah.
best case scenario. This is best case scenario. I said this in the Discord. Whether or not Elijah Ellison fell over. For us, we know that he didn't get a clean finish. He didn't knock bro out. He had the opportunity. He clocked him right in the fucking face. He did not knock him out. We know that for a fact. But for the other people who are watching the casuals, they're like, oh my God, that guy hit him after the fucking ref stop. He's an animal. He jumped and landed that straight. Think about it, bro. They do that for all the time. Think about RoboCop, bro. They treated that dude like a fucking criminal. And this is perfect for a guy like Gable Steveson to get that reputation instantly of the guy who's just a dirty dirtball. Perfect. You couldn't have asked for a better
Well,
introduction.
but bro, I mean, Chase, he took care of that perception in his post-fight speech where he said, "I'm a great competitor. I'm a great person." I don't know if you caught this. That was to me one of the most, because we talked about this too. We had talked about how in his lead up to this fight, this Steveson guy, as much preparation as he was doing for MMA, he has been doing for media training. I mean, this guy is the most media trained fighter I have ever seen on the like in my life. I mean, you like when you hear him talking, this is a dude who has been coached meticulously. And I think that was almost a little bit of a mask slip moment in the opposite way, where it was like it was a mask slip on the media training, on how much it's been drilled into his head. And I was saying to myself, I'm like, I wonder if he's actually believing his own bullshit yet, considering that, and I see the chat talking about it, he is loophole Stevenson here.
Yeah, it is crazy to think that he would have the audacity to even, mention himself, even, the affirmation, whatever you want to say in the post fight speech, thank God, do all this, put it on other stuff. Boy, would you ever want people to think this guy's such a good guy. Let me go look into it. Let me look at all the charities he's done. Hmm.
Love it. Yes, he's handing out meals to homeless people kind of dude is what the
Well,
perception would be.
and see, and that's the worst part. It's not one thing. It's like it's not like if people were just like, oh, he's a good guy. It's like if people find out that you're not just not a good guy, but you're a criminal. Like they're gonna feel really betrayed. It's like for the three fights that they support you on, and then they finally find out. It's like, wait, he did what in Minnesota? It's like, yeah, brother. So it's gonna be just even worse. So I'm okay with it. Like Hokid is one thing. When people finally stop caring about him, is it's fine. If he ever continues to do the character, cool. We just won't care. This is different. We will truly not like this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously we don't, but like the masses will catch on eventually and be like, this dude is not just a guy who spent time in prison or whatever, who had like a criminal history. This is a dude who is a sexual assaultant, like whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I said on the predictions episode. I think that one of the most interesting things about Steveson is going to be when you have a Hokit or Hokit like figure who's not going to respect the lead up to the fight and give him any leeway. I mean, like if there's going to be a person who's going to be out there being like you are a predator,
Mhm.
and seeing how Steveson responds to all that is going to be very interesting. I don't want to go too deep into it, but I did see some people asking about it. So basically, maybe there's actually, if you want to see a really good breakdown of it, I would actually recommend Vampiric Legs. Did a great video about Steveson, talks about all the allegations in there. And actually, MMA on Point, I believe, also just did a breakdown on the situation. But in short, if you are not aware, Steveson has some very credible, from what it seems, allegations of SA, basically, and is what Chase was saying, some sexual assault allegations that seem to be pretty well corroborated. And the only reason that he was not prosecuted for that crime was because of an antiquated loophole in Minnesota law that basically made it so that the district attorney could not move forward with charges. That loophole has been closed now, by the way, because of this case.
And if you did not know, also Gable Steveson, his attorney was Rob Kardashian. If you guys did not know, he got the same dude who got OJ off. Who knew? Who knew that this could be a way? I'm kidding, of course, but clearly he had to have somebody who was the greatest lawyer in all of the lands, because how do you just magically find a loophole that, oh, now we have to fix this shit because this dude's a fucking weirdo, like
Yeah,
it,
kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that it's like he didn't even need a great lawyer. He just got lucky with a loophole. And that's, I mean, it is wild to think that of all of the cases like this, of all of the many, many instances that potentially go down on a regular basis across the nation and in Minnesota, that it took this case for that to be actually addressed. So in a roundabout way, thank you, Gable, for closing a ridiculous loophole in the law. If you go into the details of it, you'll understand why this is such an atrocious miscarriage of justice in general, that the law was written the way that it was. But if there's any silver lining to it, it's very unfortunate that victim had to go through what she went through. But thankfully, the loophole is now closed. So it sucks. And yeah, you have a legit, I mean, people want to talk a lot about the main event, and one of the fighters in that main event, as far as his criminal potential history, Gable Steveson, potentially even worse, I would say. And because it was about as dead to rights as you could get from the way that the reports were being presented.
Well, isn't that an interesting thing about it? Is Gable Steveson could have been on any big card, but they put him on a card where he would clearly be overlooked in the headlines. So isn't that quite interesting? How do you make of that?
I make of it that the organization is 10 million% aware of his past, and they're going to do what they can to make sure that this potential star in the making for them is treated in a way that allows him to flourish in the sport. That's what I make of it, and I think also having one John Jones as your major training partner, coach, etc., certainly does not hurt that situation.
The last thing that I think is key to bring up is because, guys, we are in a sport where I personally agree that if you are somebody who is unable to commit to society, for instance, this is not the worst career to make if you have to train your entire life to fight. Like I think there's reasonable places for people in this sport like that. The thing is, when you look at Gable Steveson, how often or how many times have we had somebody who has been this level of like, delinquent, of course? The only time that I can think about it, and this is just because I watched the Dark Side of the fucking Cage episode on that War Machine dude. This is like you got to keep an eye on this dude levels of shit, like, because this isn't just normal levels of just, oh, I got drunk and I got in the car, oh, I did a petty theft. No, this is like, this dude is maniacal.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and the biggest difference, because bringing up someone like War Machine or any of the other many fighters who have had these types of problems, this is after his crime. Like, when it came to War Machine, I mean, like he got cut from the roster. He was out. He's in prison, obviously. But, I mean, like this is a unique case in that, like, this is a very like publicly known situation with him, and the organization basically saying, we are aware of this. Come on in. So, I mean, you make of that what you want to make of it. It certainly, because like you can just hear Dana now when they, he'll get asked about this at a press conference at some point and be like, we give everybody a shot. We give everybody a shot around here. It's like, that doesn't fly with something like this. Because like you said, this is not the same type of give everyone a shot. This is not the same type of a second chance situation potentially. But I guess that really is the other side of it. If you do want to be maybe more charitable than you and I are being, is that he wasn't found guilty of anything, and people can change. Again, devil's advocate, but if you have to really be wanting to play devil's advocate to say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So regardless, though, he gets the win and he sticks around. Again, I cannot wait for the lead up to one of these fights. When somebody brings it up, it's going to be very interesting to see how he handles it in the press conferences,
100%.
All right. Well, let's move on to the featured prelim here. Of course, this is Nikita Krylov versus Robert Whittaker in Robert Whittaker's light heavyweight debut. I thought that this was a fine performance for Rob. He weathered some adversity from Krylov, but this did not really, in the big picture, inspire me to think he'll have tremendous success at the new weight. This fight was not the most exciting fight in like overall, I thought. Obviously, when you break someone's jaw, that's always going to be impressive. So shout out to Robert Whittaker for that. But it didn't feel like, man, Robert Whittaker has found because he says, oh, this is my new home. It was like, it didn't really feel like we saw you at your new home. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
No, this fight, I think this goes to being another long round type of deal.
Yeah.
Nothing was really going on. But what I will say is I knew Krylov was going to be tough. I knew that this was not a fight where Robert Whittaker was just going to do his 1-2 head kick and call it a day. He was going to have to work for a win here, and a finish, of course, is even icing on the cake there. But Robert Whittaker going into a new division, this is a really hard test. You get a dude who's massive compared to you, who will just put his whole body into you and just try to smash you. Robert Whittaker was able to do great things while, to be fair, looking, cardio wise, didn't look the best. He looked like he was gassed really early in the fight. I wasn't necessarily. The thing about this is I wasn't necessarily hopeful that he was going to get the late finish. I had it on verdict, by the way. Third round TKO by Rob was on verdict. But I did not think that it was going to happen after I was watching the fight unfold. And once we got to the third round, and a lot of people are going to be like, man, he finished Krylov. This is one of those moments where it's like kind of freak things happen. Like, bro was just tired, left his mouth open. And maybe it wasn't even like broke or dislocated. Maybe it just popped and he was like, ah, fuck, like, what the fuck, like, no mas. But like, and we've seen, looking at his record, you can already tell, like, this dude is not here to fuck around. Krylov is here to compete. So if he was going to go out, it's something that he ain't seen in his 40 fucking bouts. For him to just quit to a jaw shot like that. I mean, not to say that Robert Whittaker is just like the craziest power puncher at light heavyweight now, because he didn't do it the entire fight. And just up until this moment, I think Krylov got caught with his mouth open, jaw popped, because we haven't seen any confirmation if it's broke, x-rays. We haven't seen anything. I think it might have just been, hold on a sec. I don't know what you just did to me, bro. I need a moment. Because at the end, like, he's moving his mouth and like he's out. We seen Harry Hardwick after his jaw got broke. He's like, like Krylov, I'm not going to say he was fine. But I don't think Robert Whittaker was like the biggest power puncher to just break this dude's face like people are making it seem.
Well,
I think it was just kind of freak accident.
yeah, and I mean, and that's I think one of the concerning elements of this. Rob at the new weight, we're wanting to see if he can hang with the power. Obviously, he hangs. That certainly was on display. But this is the same Nikita Krylov that went down off of one shot from Dom Reyes.
Who's a
Like,
pretty big puncher, let's be real.
I mean, and that's again, it's that's not relevant to this part of it, though. Is that it's the fact that you have to be amongst those now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like that's what we're looking for from Rob Whittaker. It's like you also have to be that level if you're going to be at this new weight potentially forever.
I think a lot of people, and I'm not trying to lump you into them, but I think people are just we're over hopeful on what this new era for Robert Whittaker is. It's like people are he needs that power to be able to compete at light heavyweight. It's like he's going to be at the lower end of the division probably. Like he doesn't need to be out here killing people, you know? Like I mean, if Krylov was able to manage for so long, Robert Whittaker could stay in the mix. I'm not necessarily seeing that he needs to be the guy who just flatlines people. He doesn't need to be Mirzakhanov because Mirzakhanov lost. You know, Paulo Costa, he he had a really clean fight up until that head kick kind of deal. You know, he's not necessarily somebody who's going to bring a bunch of power to this division, I don't think. But Robert Whittaker, just go have fun. This is like the sunsetting of his career. I think you guys are going to ruin it for yourself sitting here saying he's not going to be this great tank at 205. Like, fuck, this sucks. It's like you're going to miss out on the remaining years that he's having a good time where he can, you know, compete at the highest level before he realizes, like, maybe it's over or maybe I need to do something else. Like, right now, you witnessed a performance where Robert Whittaker went out there, tried something new, had success, and evidently broke the dude's jaw, you know?
Yeah, I think that there is something to be said for that thought process, which is probably the smarter way to look at it. So I can respect that. Yeah, I think it really just also comes down to how Rob's presenting it. Because if you heard in his post-fight speech, he's legitimately going after Reddit, which I thought was interesting. Hey, Reddit, what do you think about that? I'm too undersized. I said, first of all, Rob, the fact that you address it doesn't make it not true. It was very obvious that you know, as far as like the height advantage is going to be there for a lot of the other fighters. So that's number one. Number two, get off of Reddit, Rob Whittaker. What are you doing looking at Reddit in the first place? That is not a smart thing to do. I mean, it was, you know, because I see Lachlan saying that, you know, Rogan's talking about him being slow and pudgy. He looked undersized even with the extra weight on the frame, I would say. I think it's just a matter of how he wears the weight and you know, just the makeup of the you know, his physiology. I think just his body kind of like does not allow for him to be more conditioned looking at a higher weight at 20 extra pounds. It's a lot. If he feels more natural, that kind of speaks to your point, Chase, that maybe we should just be enjoying what we're getting out of it. But I am still concerned. I mean, I'm concerned because as we had said, this was as expected, the exact level of fight. This is Nikita Krylov, the exact right opponent for Rob to make this debut against. Competitive, but a winnable fight for Rob, which is exactly what happened, went to plan. But there's going to be a lot more guys at light heavyweight that aren't going to be Nikita Krylov, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but to Rob's credit, he is still elusive. He's fast on the feet. You know, he still keeps his hands down, which is going to be a problem, of course, but it never was before. You know, he was able to navigate a career very effectively with his style. Now he's going against people who are relatively going to be slower, you know? So I think don't expect the best when it comes for him to just go out here and become the light heavyweight champ, but he's at a more comfortable weight. He doesn't have to kill himself to, you know, to compete. He's got 6 kids that he gets to bring with him every fight camp now. Just enjoy what you got from Robert Whittaker. He's a family man at the end of the day. People love that about him.
Oh, I mean, we certainly know that to be the absolute truth, considering we heard it right from Theo Vaughn on the sidecast. Chase, can we talk about the sidecast for a second here?
We can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, the sidecast, possibly the worst idea that the UFC has had in the modern era, or at least one of them, I would say. We have who was it? It was Theo Vaughn. It was Dean Thomas having to sit with these, you know, these two people. It was Theo Vaughn and Drew Brees getting, you know, on the sidecast. So it's basically like a little, you know, sidebar commentary that got brought into the main broadcast for this one round of this fight. And said, you know, beside Dean Thomas bringing a little bit of his own actual knowledge about the fight game into this, these two, Theo Vaughn and Drew Brees, said absolutely nothing. This was atrocious. I hated the sidecast. I do not want it on the broadcast ever again. Keep this thing off of my screen, please. But my last note about it, and of course I will give you let you give your thoughts, Chase. But I will say that whenever we hear anybody ever come into our chats telling us that we don't know what we're talking about, Theo Vaughn was on the actual UFC broadcast, and he don't seem to know a fucking thing.
Well, and it's not even Theo Vaughn, because to give Theo Vaughn credit, he does watch the sport. He is at the events and he is watching. Now, I'm not saying he's more qualified than me to talk about the sport or anything like that,
At
but
least as qualified, right? I mean, I will give you that. You're right. He is a super fan, and that nothing to take away. But if we're talking about qualifications, yeah, I think we're basically on the same level.
well, and then that goes to their third guest. I like some of the Drew Brees football games. What the fuck does he know about UFC, brother? What was he doing there? Like, I have no idea. Bro, Peyton Manning would have been one thing. It's like, oh, it's just, that's a celebrity at this point. It's like, Drew Brees is just the other NFL quarterback, Like, it's Eli Manning would be one thing,
It
Like,
could
I
have been
don't.
anybody. It could have been literally any football player, considering that any football player that's not Josh Hokett or fucking Greg Hardy or whatever, like what frame of reference are they going to have when it comes to the effectiveness of kicks, which is what Drew Brees was talking about.
But my thing is, and I think this goes to the UFC knowing better. They have football guys who hang around the UFC. Max Crosby, Taylor Lewan. But no, we have to have the quarterback. We gotta have the quarterback. I mean, come on, we can't have the lineman. No, we have to have the come on, the classic clean cut quarterback. He's got to be on our broadcast. Not our cousin owner Tom Brady, who's Sean Shelby's fucking second cousin. No, 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 he's too busy. Drew Brees though, he's in town.
Well, I mean, this again just speaks to this ridiculous celebrity worship that Dana White has, which it's a common talking point at this stage of the game, but it just never stops. I mean,
Mm.
this desire to attract attention via osmosis from celebrities, it's really when it gets to this level. Like, look, I don't care about that aspect when they're in the crowd. You can do your crowd cam, you can highlight these people. Hopefully you get their names right on the graphics. That would be nice. But if they want to do that, that's fine. When you take it to this level and you're forcing it down our throats, that I do think is a little bit of a problem. Nobody wants this.
Yeah, 100%. I turned it on because Thinker was like, "Let me know how it is." I turned it on, and there was a reason I turned it back off, guys. I hate to say it.
There you have it. So yes, please do the right thing when it comes to the sidecast UFC, which is keep it off of my broadcast.
Get me people that I would like to fucking listen to.
But
Maybe
that's
it'd be okay.
but I don't even think that that's like maybe sure, but like they already had Jens Pulver doing his own watch alongs for a while there. Like that's legitimate if you want that level. If you're looking for like what are you looking for in it, right? I mean, you and I do our individual watch alongs of every event. If you're just looking to hang with your boys, you can get that. You don't need the side cast for that. If you really think that these guys are going to be bringing any kind of insight, then okay, you can tune in for a minute and then find out that they're not. Like, I don't understand what they're accomplishing with this.
Yeah, now if they would have told me that it was Matt Sarah, Bass Rutten, and Dean Thomas, all right, okay, I would pick that over DC Rogan and like if you had a variety of different options that were similar to what you could get from DC Rogan and Anik, it sucks that we have to keep DC because Rogan and Anik are decent, fine together. It's like DC kind of muddies the water, but it's like if we had a different select group of three, it's like maybe I would want to choose these guys over them because they're the same thing but different. Like if it was Fitzgerald and Bisping, and what if we had all six just on different Comcast, Simcast, whatever. I don't know. I just did not like the cast that we had. Dean Thomas is fine. Don't get me wrong. I probably glaze him more than I should. I've heard that he has lukewarm takes, which I don't agree. But Drew Brees, no fucking no. Just I don't understand where it came from.
Yeah.
Sophie Cunningham would have been a better choice because listen, if you actually, there was a moment where Joe Rogan left our commentary. I don't know if you caught on to this.
I
He
did,
left
yes.
our commentary and went to their booth, and it's like, okay, let's not shuffle in and out our commentators. How about you just get somebody that we want to listen to? You know?
Well, I think that there is some validity to that. If you want to offer an alternative commentary track because you don't like the main broadcasters, then fine. But that would be an acknowledgement that your main broadcast team isn't up to snuff in the organization's eyes. So you have these entertainment figures, which again, I think if you want to create more of like a homey atmosphere of like you're hanging with just the average dude, you're at a party kind of situation, then fine. But again, I think that there are better alternatives to that offered right here, basically, like offered on YouTube. So, I see Johnny saying, Dana would be like, if you don't like it, just don't watch it. That's a fine thing to say, except when you bring it onto the main broadcast. It being there doesn't bother me. I don't like it. I wouldn't, it certainly is not like something that I think is a great idea and a necessity or anything. But if it is off to the side as an actual sidecast, fine. You are putting it in front of my face saying you should watch this. I don't want to.
Yeah, I agree. It was unfortunate, and I'm just hopeful that we don't have to sit through that again. But it seemed like something they were testing out for the Connor card probably didn't land.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that and look, shout out to the organization for trying to innovate and do new things. I think that there's nothing wrong with that.
It's
But
Paramount's billions of dollars. You were asking what they were doing with them earlier. Well, they're doing a Simecast or whatever.
certainly the case. Obviously, they're not putting it into their post-fight editing. So yes, it's got to go somewhere.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, whatever the case, side cast aside, nice win for Robert Whittaker, and I hope that Nikita Krylov's jaw heals up.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, moving on to the main card then here. Of course, this was the people's main event to a lot of people. This is King Green versus Terrence McKinney. I mean, the thing that stuck out to me early in this fight was how I was like, this was a asshole puckering situation for a lot of this fight, because how the fuck King Green was able to do his hands low shtick, surviving the early onslaught from Terrence McKinney, is just beyond me. He had to be moving his head in some ridiculously, acrobatic ways to be able to get around the striking, and I was just waiting for him to get caught. So I think that I was certainly gripping the sides of my chairs watching this. And then for him to also do that with blood in his eye, half vision through the first portion of this fight, really impressive. I don't know if this necessarily lived up to the fireworks that people were expecting it to be, but I did like this fight a lot.
Well, yeah, a lot of it was Terrence laying on Bobby for the majority of the round, and to be
Second half,
fair,
yeah.
it was almost as close to a stoppage as you could have gotten. I'm surprised it didn't get stopped when Terrence was full mounted, but this is the exact reason why you don't stop fights like that. So credit to Bobby Green for making a fight out of this. What I will say to Bobby, and it's not necessarily anything about this fight per se, but it just goes to the level of work that King Green has displayed. Because for me, when I've joined into the career of Bobby Green, it is at the later stages. Now, as we know, this is a fucking prime time Bobby Green that we're getting. But for me, I have had nothing to do but to doubt him because of his age. And he truly is going to live in infamy among me, because I can tell you for fact, I have never picked this dude to win, yet he will still surprise me. And it's not just about doing it in a way where it's like, oh god damn, no, he fucking finishes these dudes. Like, he whoops their ass. Like, he makes them, he makes me feel stupid for my pick, and it's like, I can't keep doing this, but I'm going to keep doing it, because at the end of the day, Bobby Green is going to be one of the more legendary fighters that I think about. When I think of the people who just were better than my picks every time, he showed up the better man every time I doubted him, and which was a lot so far. And I'm going to continue to do it. And that's how he's going to be one of the greatest of all time to me, is because he never fucking lost. Like, and that's just at his advanced age, for him to be able to do this against Terrence McKinney. I mean, it genuinely, it is crazy to think, because the way that he's winning is he's doing it different ways still. He's not just coming out here and he's beating people with the hands and he's knocking them out. Okay, Zell Hubert, yeah. But he gets Terrence down. He kicks him to the liver. Terrence folds. He gets the ground and pound. We've seen him get submissions. This dude's still got a very good sub game. He's a wrestler, as what I've been told. Bobby Green, man. I'm gonna keep doubting you, brother, but that's just gonna keep fueling your fire, and obviously you're just gonna be a goat. So
That was why I was actually very happy. I mean, now granted, obviously happy to get the prediction right, whatever, but I was very happy that I finally went against the what would in my mind be better judgment because as I said, King Green is somebody who almost exhibits Angela Hill syndrome to me, where it's like, when he's supposed to win, he loses, and when he's supposed to lose, he wins. This was one that actually worked out with the selection here after some adversity. I like that aspect of it. Terrence McKinney doing himself no favors, like you said, had him flattened out and did not capitalize on that, ends up in the seated position. I'm like, oh, come on, dude. And then also, giving up the submission position thereafter. Green basically getting up, looking fresher than when they went down, and Green landing some behind the head shots, which was actually pretty
love
impressive
it.
too. Green was very funny in his post fight saying, little bitch, little bitch. It was like that's vintage Bobby Green to a T right there. But yeah, stands up and starts landing power and smartly does not stop the onslaught. So, I see the conversation saying, oh, the ref should have let it go. McKinney should have moved. That's the problem. See, this was stopped with 2 seconds left in the round, but McKinney can be mad all he wants. You got to be the one to move, my man.
I love this one too. It's like because again, McKinney's like, yeah, 2 seconds left. He could have let me go on, and it's like as much as people want to believe, and even the coach. I don't know if you saw the coach, bro. This was so fucking funny. Like obviously he's yelling to get Terrence, to have him listen because they're right in front of the. Maybe it's Bobby's corner. I don't know who it is. But the ref is not supposed to pay attention to the clock, even if the coach is sitting here pointing the two right in his face, like 2 seconds, 2 seconds, like come on, please. And he just didn't give a fuck. So I'm very happy that Kerry didn't get swayed by the coach telling him how much time is left here, because the finish was warranted. To be fair, I still think that it could have been finished with Bobby Green, in the full amount. At that Terrence there was a lot of unanswered shots in that moment, and it's like I wouldn't have been crazy upset. It's like, what was he gonna do? But here's the example of why you don't listen to me sometimes is because, and sometimes you let it go on a little longer than what you feel is maybe justified. This is a perfect example. Terrence McKinney. I don't even know what to tell you, bro. I mean, like it's the same thing as like with. It's not the same as Daniel Zellhuber, but like as much as a Chad as you are, and as much as fights that you can end or be ended in. I mean, is this your whole career, bro? Is this every single time? Are you just gonna not get there? I don't know.
I mean, we talk. I remember the conversation about Justin Gaethje a while back. I think this was when he was fighting Paddy Pimblett, and I was saying that like there's two distinct eras of Justin Gaethje. There's the early part of his career where he was run and gun, fought a lot like this. Kind of just go in there, put it all out on the line, and let the chips fall as they may. And then later on, he basically evolved into a more well-rounded fighter that kind of took the time and the care to make these fights winnable when they weren't going to be if he fought the way that he fought earlier.
Hmm.
McKinney's kind of at that same crossroads, I would say. It's like, dude, it's like you're saying, are you just going to be this guy for your entire life that's either kill or be killed in the first round, or do you actually like want to evolve into the next phase of your career where you might lose a little bit of that mystique, that is part of his charm to a lot of people, is that, oh, he's kill or be killed round one guy. But if you're getting killed more than you are killing, at some point, something's got to give.
Well, it's one thing to be the kill or be killed guy, right? And every time you get killed, it's like, oh, you get finished, you get choked out, you get knocked out. If you get kicked to the stomach and you just fall over, I mean, that's not the kill or be killed that I'm sitting here believing. I know obviously getting kicked in the gut ain't fun, but for me to believe in the kill or be killed character, brother, you need to be getting knocked out. Like for that mystique to live on, because if you just get kicked in the body with 2 seconds left and you just fall over and it's over, it's like, well, that ain't really much of a guy that I'm going to come in here the next time and be like, yeah, he's going to go fucking smash this guy in the next one. It's like, well, he just got kicked in the stomach. Bo Nickel fucking quit to the body shots too. It's like, now I have to compare apples to oranges here when it comes to this shit. Like Terrence McKinney, the pressure is great. The weaponry is good on offense, but it genuinely just comes down to like conserving some sort of game. Because do you want me to come on here every Monday that you fight and just say, man, he did it. He lost or he won in the first round. All right. wrap it up. Like, do we ever have to give you pointers? Does anybody ever have to look for better in you? Or do we just have to accept that every Monday we get on here to talk about Terrence McKinney, it's just to say he did it in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that is kind of what he wants because I do recall, I forget who it was that was talking about him, but somebody else was on, I think on Ariel's show saying that like McKinney is not a very coachable guy. Like he kind of just does what he wants in the gym. He's not really someone who takes the advice of the coaches very seriously from if I'm recalling the statement correctly. So I mean, maybe somebody's got to like kind of knock on his head a little bit and actually make some penetration there to his brain when it comes to these kinds of thoughts. But that's really on him to make that decision or not.
Yeah, it's unfortunate if true, but we'll have to see what's going on for him next. I mean, the clearest matchup is him and Manuel Torres, but that's just how it is. We'll have to see how it goes from here.
Yeah, hey, we'll let that happen. That might actually be the type of fight that he would want potentially, or both of them. I guess if you're trying to capitalize on the strengths, but either
True.
way, King Green fights through the fire and gets himself the finish in round one. Happy that happened for him.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, next fight up. This, of course, was probably fight of the night, I would say. This is Brendan Royval versus Lanier Kavanaugh. And I mean, really, this is another one where I think that the thought process that we came into this fight with turned out to be exceedingly true. There were a couple of unfortunate mistakes made on Kavanaugh's part that kind of exacerbated the finish of this and making it go not his way, but really the toughness of Royval to be able to make it through some of the times when he was rocked was very impressive to me. The heart that he showed after getting really touched pretty bad in the second round. I thought that this fight could have been over a lot earlier when it came to him getting hurt, and he somehow toughed it out. Very impressive there. I thought Kavanaugh also showed a lot of toughness in trying to fight the ultimate finish of this fight. He wasn't able to do that, of course, but overall, this was as advertised between these two, and really showed. I mean, I'd say that you can criticize Kavanaugh's fight IQ, and we'll talk about the details of that. But going back to our original statements about this being just a little bit too much for Kavanaugh to chew on at this point, I think tracked very well. And I do still see great things for Kavanaugh post this fight. He should learn from this fight for sure. But overall, I really was impressed by both sides of this. And shout out to Raw Dog for making this happen.
The thing that I'll say to start off is I remember before this card, they were showing the stats. Brendan Royval had 5 fight of the night bonuses on his career. I think that was tied for third in flyweight division or something like that. Maybe it even the most. I can't remember what it was. But either way, I had thought to myself, well, how could that be? Because flyweights normally don't get this recognition. So surely he's been on a bunch of cards where talent was not necessarily as good. It's an Apex and he's headlining, or it's a flyweight title where he's headlining and the card's not real. This made me realize that that's not the case. This is a card right here that had plenty of good performances. Obviously, not necessarily all fight of the night worthy, but this is exactly the shit that Brandon Royval is made for. Anytime there is a fight with him in it, I mean, it's going to be good. This dude has so many skills that are applicable to flyweights. I mean, they all come equipped with them, but Brandon Royval has honed in on them. He is elite at what he does. I mean, obviously he gets dropped by Lanier, but who's surprised that he's got power? I mean, we've known this. The only unfortunate thing that I can say about this for Lanier, and this sucks, right? Because I really don't know how to tell myself and or anyone else, like, he was fighting good. He always is. He's very, very good. And it's not like he gets tired. It's not like, oh, he's just hands down. Charles Johnson aside, that was weird. I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't even tired. He just took the moment off. It's not like he gets tired where his hands start dropping lower. Like Lanier Kavanaugh, I swear to you, I think he just, over time, the discipline is just losing. Like as time goes on, it's not cardio issue. It's not laziness. It's just the discipline slowly is slipping away. I don't know what it is because I don't have a reason to think or tell him how to get better because, again, he's fucking good. He's so fucking good. He's got all of the skills that you think you can need. It's just at the end, it's just inevitably going to be somebody else who can win over him. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, when it comes to this fight specifically, I think that there is logic, maybe not the right word for it, but there is at least an understanding of the progression of events that sort of make a little bit of sense here. Because in round 3, so it ends up 1-1 after those first 2 rounds, which is amazing to think about because, Royval was so tight. Technicality was on great display in that first round for Royval. Of course, he gets dropped in the second round. So 1-1 going into the third. Both guys ended up rocking each other early in that round. So
that third went crazy. They went crazy.
Exactly. I mean, and again, it really speaks to exactly what you were talking about. It's the power and the desire to win the fight from Kavanaugh, really on display there. And then just the grit and determination from Royval paired with his own level of experience and accuracy. I mean, this guy is he's a world-class fighter, to be sure. And Kavanaugh is on his way potentially to being that. But both these guys rock each other in that third round. And then I think that is where Kavanaugh, of course, makes the major mistake of jumping Gilly. Now, you can say that that's a fight IQ issue. I would, being a little bit generous, perhaps say that it could have been 2 things. One, that it was potentially him trying to slow the pace down a little bit after the 2 of them rocked each other, just trying to be like, okay, let me get it to the ground for a second. I'll get back up at some point. We can reset and go at that after that. And then also, maybe thinking that, not necessarily thinking it, but just acting off of instinct in the idea that at this stage of the fight, after having rocked him in the second round, after rocking him in the third round, maybe Royval's accuracy on the ground, his effectiveness on the ground may be a little bit compromised. Obviously, that was not the case, but that would at least be what you could hang your hat on to say, it might not have been the right thing to do. It might have been the thing that ended up losing him the fight, but at least there's some logic in some way, shape, or form to it. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know about the third and what the plan was with the Gilly or, what exactly was going on, but I know that this was a fight, man. And Lonier Kavanaugh is not just proving to be some random flare out. It's not like, oh, he's losing, he's not good. It's like, no, he's proving just how good he is when he loses like this to these guys. He's showing where that little gap is between them. I can compete for 20 something minutes with these guys, and it's just that the 1 second where I get caught. It happened with Josh Van. Obviously, this is a different situation. It could have been the same thing. He could have just put his hands on and got dropped on his face again, just like with Charles Johnson. But I would say it's somewhat of an elevation that he made it further than the strikes that it got to the ground after that. It was just somebody who's better than him after a really tough fight. And he got the best of you. Lonier Kavanaugh, that's where I find it such a bad position for him, for me. Like, when I'm thinking about it, it's like, I can't tell you where to make the major improvements. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You just end up getting got at the end of the day. Like, you do so good. You do all the right things, the power, the speed, the accuracy, the defense, the takedown defense, the takedowns. And then you just don't fucking win. Like, it's hard, man.
Well, I mean, in this case, if you want to go on the other side of what I said, if you're being charitable in one case, on the other hand would be, you should never be jumping Gilly on Brandon Royval. That should just be a point blank thing that your instinct should not be that, because that's legitimately what we had said coming into this fight is it's going to be the decider on the ground. Royval is, I mean, that would be, if you want to talk about things Kavanaugh can probably improve, it's probably his ground game. I would say the striking is certainly there. He's got the power. You talked about that, but Royval is just leagues above. The Tatsuro Taira fight showed you everything you need to know that you should not be wanting to go to the ground with this guy. So to have that as the place that you thought you might be able to regenerate a little bit of cardio or, get yourself back into the fight, that was never going to be the smart move. So there are some things that you can kind of pinpoint in that regard, but I think it's just time. I mean, it's like you said, he's 10-2 now. He's still a young guy. He's a dude, like you said, not a flare out either. He's proving himself fight over fight. So in loss, I really hope that he just learns from this. Find the things in here, go back, rewatch the tape, go over it with a fine tooth comb as to where you need those improvements. I think a lot of them will be on the ground. And if he can start upping his game in that regard, just keep consistent with your training regiments in that regard, and there will be better on the other side.
I think what he needs to do is, not just take a look at this loss, but take a look at the opponent, Brandon Royval, because where Loney is at right now in his career, I mean, he should know that title aspirations are still on the table. I'm only 10-2. I can make a big turnaround. But if I'm planning to be here for a really long time, if this is my career, I'm 10-2, I'm a young guy. Brandon Royval is somebody who never necessarily got to where he aspired to be as champion, but he got plenty of opportunities just by keeping his name in the mix, continuing to be able to compete with this level of competition. And that's exactly what Kavanaugh has proven, is that he belongs in the mix with the best guys. Not just the best, but the very best, and Brandon Royval, we saw what him and Tatsuro were able to do. We saw what him and Lonnie were able to do right here, Connie. And I just think Lonnie is very capable of competing. I think the people who are going to sleep on him for losing, he got knocked out, he got submitted. I think they're not seeing just how good he can be if he makes these small adjustments where he just doesn't put his hands down or he doesn't, jump the gilly, anything like that. I think as time goes on, he'll learn and learn, get more and more experience, and losses right now aren't really that bad because it's only the two, and it's against the dude who beat the fucking champ right now, and the dude who has been fighting the champ for the past 5 years. So Lonnie Kavanaugh, man, I'll give him major props, even though it didn't go the way we wanted. The ending was bittersweet. You knew he was getting choked, man, and that's how it went.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I agree with you entirely, though. Lanier Kavanaugh is definitely here to stay in this division. So, make those improvements, get better fight over fight, learn from your mistakes. There is better on the other side. And Royval solidifying that he is one of my favorite fighters for a reason, man. I mean, he goes and he does the damn thing. It's like I said on the predictions episode, or I think I even said it on the watch along where I was saying that, getting knocked out by Manel Kopp, juice box. Everybody
Yeah,
gets knocked out by Manel Kopp. This is just, unfortunately, what we're dealing with at flyweight right now. You cannot define Brandon Royval by the losses because you see what he can do in victory. So I think that there's plenty more for him as well. Apparently, he's not going up to bantamweight. He's staying at flyweight. I don't know if that's all the organization or how much of that's him, but either way, both these guys, I think, going to be part of that conversation going forward at the top of this division.
absolutely.
Good deal. All right. Well, let's move on to a less impressive fight here. This is Corey Sandhagen versus Mario Bautista. I mean, this was a pretty competitive early portion of this fight, up until the point that Corey nearly got himself Sulayev stretched. And then, of course, something obviously got tweaked in his knee or somewhere in his leg, and then the entire pace of this thing changed. What I will say to this is that there's a guy who I know. His name is Chase Parton. He is not a fan of the glazing of Corey Sandhagen's fight IQ, and by extension, his reputation as being the god of wrestling grappling. This certainly would lend itself to that conclusion as being the right thought process, considering how the fuck did you nearly get Sulayev stretched by Mario Bautista?
It really just it makes me so I'm conflicted, of course, because after Corey Sandhagen gets a 50-50 position where Figueiredo's knee gives out, he's like, I'm the fucking man. I put him in that. I submitted him. I'm so good. Yeah, you almost got submitted here by one of the most rare submissions ever. Only Wes Schultz knows how to do this shit. Like, you're so smart, Corey. You're so fucking smart, brother. And you get your leg almost ripped off your fucking and it goes actually back to this as well too. Corey Sandhagen is so smart. You watch him in that first round, stance switching side to side. He's doing all this stuff. He's locked in, doing fuck all. Okay, gets taken down, gets his leg almost ripped off. Second round, now he actually has to be very stationary and kind of hold his base. He actually did fucking well. He actually did really well on a bum knee. Well, would you matter of fact, when you're not thinking you're a fucking genius running around the cage like a dipshit, you actually can fight with somebody. This is the perfect example of what I was talking about. It's like being smart doesn't mean that you're very, very good in the cage. Because sometimes there's a dude who's not very smart who just knows how to punch you in the face. Mario Batista just went in here with the idea that I'm just going to punch Corey Sandhagen in the fucking face, And he took him down a couple times. That's fine. Obviously got the Sulayev stretch. But after that, Corey locked in, and I saw exactly what I saw out of Tracy Cortez. I saw the will. I saw the will to compete when nothing was going your way and you knew that you were not going to win. And Corey Sandhagen actually put up a very good performance on a bum knee after he had lost round one with no hope. And as Mario Batista was whooping on him, like I hate to break it to you, but I even said this, when it comes to this being a rematch, Corey Sandhagen's only ever lost to the champs. Fuck rematch. I beat this dude fucking 8 years ago. Of course, I smoke him in his sleep. I'm the king. I obviously am so good. I've thought about this 2 years ago. Mario Batista has everything to gain here. I'm going to get this back, and that means that I belong among the champs. Like Corey, whether or not he was overlooking him, I can't tell you because the fight changed after the bum knee. Everybody, his character broke after the Suliev stretch. He had to actually compete with, with instinctual things going on, and he did very well, I think. But Mario Batista had his number this day, and it was a very boring fight. It was not the greatest, but once again, Mario Batista proves that you don't have to be fun to win. It's not about being fun all the time. It's about being very, very good and very, very skilled. If Corey Sandhagen is one of the most skilled bantamweights in the world with one of the highest IQs ever, this dude just dismantled him. So,
Well, all right. So fair enough on Corey's side. Let's talk a little about Mario Bautista then. Granted, you are correct. And we talked about Bautista with his fight IQ many times at this point. He, something I respect about him greatly is that he don't give a single fuck about what anybody thinks about how he fights. He will fight the fight that he thinks is the correct navigation every single time. And if you want to boo or if you don't like the way that he does it, that is on you. That is not on him. Fair. However, you would think at least if you are, now because now you're going to be top 4 off of this, right? I mean, the top 5 based on this performance here. You would think that having that on the line and knowing that Corey Sandhagen is injured because of what happened in round 1, that there might have been some concerted effort from Bautista to try to finish this fight. It did not seem like anywhere in the remainder of this fight in rounds 2 and 3 that there was really any like major desire or drive to finish this fight. Bautista, he targeted the injured leg one time. He went for an oblique kick one time and then never again. And I'm like, I thought everyone's saying that Sandhagen won round 2. I kind of thought that Bautista did enough to win round 2. Honestly, I mean, with just the movement and the get in, get out. But again, that goes back to my same point. You're playing it as if this dude is fresh off of round 1, just starting the fight. He had a swarm in the 3rd round with some heavy shots, but then lets the foot off the gas again. It's that kind of stuff that really lends itself to what I'm saying here, where it's like, dude, like this could have been your opportunity to silence everybody. Corey Sandhagen, I heard him in the 1st round. I finished him in the 3rd round. You made it the exact same fight you would have made it regardless of the injury.
And I do agree with what you're saying, but, Mario Batista, he is a dude that is, invisible, so to speak. He floats around where you don't really notice him. He's not a guy that is going to make a big standout performance that, oh my God, he just knocked out Corey Sandhagen. It would have been nice. But he didn't. He's a guy that's going to float around amongst the other bantamweights who also get decisions. Peter Yan, Marab, Peyton Talbot now, whoever else you want to name. All of these guys that also get decisions, Mario's going to fit amongst them. He's not going to be the standout guy because he's not going to get propelled into that title shot. He's a dude that has to sit here with his head down and work for it, and he's really prepared to do that. He went after a dude who has only lost to the champs, and he beat him very convincingly, in my opinion. I mean, what he did to him in the 1st round, brother, that was the end of it. I mean, if Joe Rogan had his way, there would be no bell, and Corey's leg would be just ripped from his torso or, whatever the hell it comes from. So crazy. I don't know. I feel like this is a great win for Mario Batista. He didn't just show levels to it, because obviously the levels were very close. Once we locked into a fight, it was a very close fight. It wasn't crazy. But Mario showed that he, at this point in time, the trajectories have just intersected, and he beat Corey Sandhagen. He beat him with the grappling, where in the first fight on Mario's debut, Corey beat him by submitting him or whatever. So he didn't beat him with the grappling, but when he, got him in the Suliev stretch, that's where Mario won. He won the battle right there. He did everything in his mind. Like, I submitted the guy who submitted me. I already fucked him up. Now let's just have a good time and punch on him a little bit. So
Yeah, I mean, fair. The what I would respond to though is, especially now that he is in the top five, is that you brought up Piotr Jan and Marab. This is the same Mario Bautista that did not beat Umar. That's a problem in and of itself. And then you bring up those other two, the champ and the former champ. Those guys, they might not be like the knockout artists or getting crazy finishes all the time, but now you talk about Bautista having to work. He's going to have to work triple hard to be able to hang with that level, because if he couldn't beat Umar, who is already in that conversation, then Piotr Jan, I mean, I think this is going to be a bit of a problem for him.
he almost knocked Umar out. He knocked him down with a head kick. So I
All right.
mean, it could have been a different story if Umar wouldn't have woke up. Mario Batista would have been the only dude to have ever beaten, well, other than Marab, he would have finished Umar, kind of deal. So that would have been something on his legacy. I just
Wow.
don't think that's in his destiny. He's just a guy who's going to float under the radar. He's not going to get these extra cool finishes. He's not going to come out here and be your favorite, but he's going to be the guy that you're going to have to notice. When his time comes, he gets his opportunities and he makes it. So
and that kind of brings me to my last point, like that level of work and dedication that you have to have. Like he's sadly on the same trajectory as Leon Edwards was, where Leon Edwards had to rack up a crazy number of wins just because of the circumstances surrounding him. Not the most exciting fighter, not the most charismatic on the microphone, all of that. He had to work extra hard. He eventually did get his shot, and he eventually did become the champ. So if Mario Bautista wants a roadmap to how that looks, that would be your roadmap. But the difference is that there is a big barrier at the top of this division that is going to be very difficult for him to wait out or overcome. So
yeah, absolutely.
all right, fair enough, but good win here. So shout out to Mario Bautista for ruining my perfect predictions card.
Yes, he did.
Tip the hand a little bit on that one. We'll of course get into the numbers after all of this, but yes, this was the one that got away from me, and egg is on me for that. I should have gone with Bautista. So all right, moving on to the co-main event of this thing, Benoit Saint-Denis versus Paddy Pimblett. First and foremost, it was very, very important that the aforementioned Sophie Cunningham was the guest ring girl for this fight. Obviously, she likes her suitcase. It had to happen, so shout out to her. She's a basketball player, I guess, but she has a meme with a finger.
Yes, she does the finger meme, and what they had labeled her as is Caitlin Clark's enforcer. So I'm supposed to believe that this is your brute character of your women's league. I'm not familiar with her game when it comes to standing up and beating up on women. Obviously, it's not how it happens, but I did not know. But if that's what the case is, I guess it wouldn't be out of the ordinary to see like your Draymond Green at like a mixed martial art, somebody who is a very physical player who just breaks the fucking rule, whatever you want to say. I wouldn't be that crazy, but for the WNBA player to be here doing the ring girl stuff, listen, there's a lot of WNBA players out there. Not all of them look like Sophie Cunningham, so I guess they gave us a pretty good option. I mean, it could have been Brittany Griner walking out there shirtless. Like,
Yeah, no, you make a good point with that. She is a very tall baddie, but I think you make a better point. Draymond Green for ring girl next time.
yeah, very good.
Either way, yeah. So little side note to all of that, but really, honestly, just kind of giving some kind of substance to talking about this fight, because this was a very, very quick fight. Obviously, Benoit Saint-Denis starts off pretty strong. He's fast with his striking, and then puts his neck directly into Paddy's arms. And as I think a lot of people thought was going to be the case, Paddy, you give him that opportunity, he pounces on it, and then it is over. Paddy with the fantastic positional control. That to me is the biggest part about all of this. I think a lot of people who are jiu-jitsu nerds are very we're really salivating over the quality. It's a Peruvian necktie, all of that. What's it called? All of these things that ended up being the end of the sequence. But to me, the thing that makes this all happen and why I was most impressed was when Paddy got that neck, he cinches it up, and then dog with a bone. You were not going to be able to get out of it, especially once he locked in the hands and was able to secure the position. So, Benoit Saint Denis trying to gator roll his way out of this thing, trying to readjust. Nope, Paddy's going to readjust. He's going to readjust deeper onto your neck, get those legs over, and now his nuts are in your face. What you going to do about it now?
Well, and this is what's so crazy about this is because, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's annoying me because obviously I didn't pick BSD. I figured this was probably what's gonna happen, but to sit here and say, did you not expect BSD to put his neck? It's like, brother, no, I expected him to wanna be a champion. I expected him to actually have a game plan against a grappler. He went up against strikers and put his head in their hips. Okay, the difference is, he people are like, yeah, did you not see him get almost gillied by Dustin Poirier and Dan Hooker? Guys, it's Dustin Poirier and Dan Hooker. They are not finishing those chokes for a reason. Paddy Pimblett is next level when it comes to grappling. Mind you, Dustin Poirier is a black belt. Paddy Pimblett finished the choke. Dustin Poirier had 5 attempts to do it, never even got close. Paddy Pimblett had the one opportunity. It's not just about BSD. People are taking away Paddy Pimblett's. They're taking away from him right here because BSD is so stupid. Of course, he put his neck right in the choke, guys. He's put his neck in all of the chokes. Nobody's done it to him except Paddy. And Paddy didn't just do it where he got him in a choke and made him think twice. No, he put him unconscious with the first opportunity that he had. You know how many times that BSD has had people try to choke him out and they do not have success? Paddy is on a very short list of great to extremely high level grapplers because one, it's not just one to submit him. It's not just, oh, he did the ninja choke. Oh, he did the Gailey, brother. He did a maneuver where he got the choke so deep, I had never seen a person in this position before. Genuinely, this is the type of shit where I was growing up, my dad would always tell me about Hoist Gracie. Dude, he submitted this dude on his neck when he was, and I'm like, wow, that sounds so crazy. Isn't that awesome? Now we know what a fucking, a triangle armbar, we know what these things are. But like, I watched, and this is legitimately speaking to what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is at the end of the day. You could have a man who is sitting on somebody's head, choking them out under their ass, and it is the most deadly thing that you have ever seen in your life. And I think it's even funnier too because BSD got in the position and he wasn't tapping, but like you said, there's nowhere for him to go. I mean, he's not getting out of it. I mean, you can lay there as long as you want. If the ref wouldn't have broke it up, it's like, what are you doing down there, brother? I mean, I gotta stop because you're going to die. Like it genuinely is one of the more impressive submissions that I've seen locked fully in. I mean, like, I think Paddy ruined his fucking moment here. He's compared himself to a fucking spider, brother. That is what snakes do, like snakes do these types of things. I just octopus, anything, squid, spider, just not for me. But the way that Paddy was able to do this, and guys, it's not even just BSD. If you want to take the sample size even further, look about Bobby Green. Nobody has made him look like that since and or even before. We talk about how good fucking Tony Ferguson. Yeah, he submitted that guy. He choked him out. And you know what Paddy Pimblett did in the first encounter? Triangle armbar, unconscious, breaks his arm.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And this goes to what I was saying about Paddy Pimblett being on the wave of what could bring England into a new era of mixed martial arts. And I mean, that sounds hyperbolic, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is in this case. I mean, like Paddy Pimblett has the opportunity to be leading the charge for English grappling to now be a thing. And I mean, that in and of itself could be tremendously valuable. You want to talk about national pride. We know that the English fans are some of the most rabid on the planet. They get up at 3:00 in the morning to watch these cards. They stay up all night for it. They want this. They need this. They need to be at this level where this sport has evolved to. Paddy Pimblett, the one guy who is now showing that there are levels to potentially the English game when it comes to groundwork. If that's going to be the case, this could be your knight in shining armor when it comes to creating the most well-rounded versions of English fighters going forward. So I know that it might sound like a lot to be leveling on this somewhat goofy, mop-haired individual, Paddy Pimblett, but I don't really think that it is. I think that this really could be a turning of the page.
I think we've already seen the turning of the page. I've already seen Paddy does, he's got the will, he's got the heart, he's got the durability, he's got the grappling. There's a lot of things that I think add up into a really good fighter. He's got the charisma, he's got the look, there's a lot of things.
Well, I mean, that's talking about him specifically as like him himself. I'm talking about what he could represent for the broader landscape. I mean, like, really, what if you're an up and coming English fighter, Luke Riley? Luke Riley is a great example of this. We were just talking about that. If you are under Paddy Pimblett, you're in a great position as far as like coming up in that camp. If you are a fighter who is just starting out on your MMA journey and see that as the beacon of what your country can accomplish after seeing many successful fighters who have never had that in their tool bag, that I think is the value. And now Paddy himself, you're completely right. He is certainly creating himself into, I think, one of the more formidable fighters in this division. And at lightweight, which is, still very competitive, even if it's going through a little bit of a transition, a long, prolonged transition, it would seem, but transition nonetheless, he is standing out amongst those. What he is doing for himself is paired with what he is doing for his region. And I think that's pretty impressive.
I think and I didn't want to talk about it at first because I led with this, like, yeah, you guys, you shouldn't be ridiculing people for not expecting BSD to be the dumbest person ever. But now it's the portion of the show where we genuinely have to talk about the elephant in the room. BSD should never get a title shot until how like they have like the 0 days without accident at work.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got to have 5 fights where he doesn't do anything stupid. Like bro, I cannot believe, it's one thing with Dustin Poirier, take the fight with Staff, go out there balls at a wall and then you get finished with a knockout, whatever. Shit happens. This was your opportunity, bro. This was your opportunity. Probably had a great camp, probably had a really fun time, and you were locked in. And this is what you did with the biggest moment of your life to date. I don't even know what to say, bro, because what would he even say? Like,
yeah, that is the question.
What would you even want to hear from BSD at this point that would make you feel like, all right, he's got this. He's going to make a big comeback. It's like bro, he blatantly finished himself. Like, how we talked about leg kick TKOs? Sometimes people kick themselves out of the fight. BSD, brother, he literally just, I don't know if the show money was that good or what, man. Like, fuck.
Nah, I really just think it is. I think that it's that, like, you've called him this before. I think it's the double-edged sword of being a marauder. You go in there just all guns a blazing. Because, like I said, this was a strong start to this fight for him. He was off to some good striking, really putting the pace on for as long as it lasted. Obviously, not for very long, but still, Paddy had to circle out. He was, having to lay chase for a little while there. He goes in too headstrong, and that sometimes it cuts the other way. I mean, fools rush in, they say. Even though I am the first person to say I like a strong start, but you have to pair that with intelligence. And he's a dude who puts his head into exactly like you said. He does it to everybody. Paddy picked up on it. Paddy was aware of it. So it was one of those kind of somewhat laughable situations to see him go full bore, 100%, no hesitation, directly into the choke.
Not even a minute in, not even tried to sit there. You know how the commentators are like, he's just trying to make it look like he's going to strike. Not even any of that, bro. He walked in, threw a high kick, just crotch sniffed instantly. Like, bro, what the fuck, dude? BSD. This is somebody, I like BSD. Again, out of these two people, I would say I was more of a fan of BSD than Paddy, but I'm not necessarily going to sit here and tell you that BSD was going to win because of shit like this. Like, the dude... what was going through his head or his coaches? Like, was this the game plan? Was this the fucking game plan? You're gonna throw a high kick, you're gonna shoot on him. Like,
no, I mean, the game plan was to put the pressure on however he thought was appropriate, and unfortunately he picked the exact wrong thing, which is, I mean, there you go. As far as fight IQ, I mean, know your opponent, brother. It's like you said, Paddy Pimblett has been doing this. I mean, this is not like what we talked about before. Oh my gosh, dude who younger. Oh, what's his name? Ukrainian. Daniil Donchenko. Daniil Donchenko finishes his last fight with a head kick. He says, "Man, I didn't even know I could do that." That's one thing, to get finished with something that you don't see coming, that is unique to that person. This is not unique to Paddy Pimblett. Why are you doing the one thing that is known to be a problem? It's what we were just talking about with Lonnie Kavanaugh. You should know not to go to the ground with Brendan Royval. You should know not to put your head into anywhere that Paddy Pimblett can get your neck.
Yeah, it isn't even like it was like a hard fought 3 rounds and he just, he gave in and Patty got the choke. Like, bro,
Right.
this was fresh BSD thinking clear as day. Thought, I'm gonna get away with doing just the dumbest shit ever. Like, and that's the problem, is some people are just conditioned to think that I can do whatever I want in there and it's gonna work out. It's like BSD is finding out quick that, brother, just because you head kicked Matt Frivola, that don't fucking mean shit now. Like, you're gonna have to truly, when I'm talking about rebuilding your image, bro, like, this is like Yuri level. Like, bro, people think that you are like stupid, like that you have no fucking brain cells now as of where you are at in your career. Like, you have to come out here and make yourself look like Corey Sandhagen. Seriously. Like, there's no other way around it. You have to have people backing you. The commentators just, oh, dude, I can't wait. The commentators, next time BSD fights, the first time they say this dude is smart or he's doing something so tactically, just mute the fucking show. Go to the side panel thing with Theo. He might actually give you the truth. Fuck.
Yeah, no, you're making good points here. There is a lot of ground to recover for sure. This, I confidently running face first into a wall there.
It just don't make sense, bro. It don't make sense how he could manage to do. Like, you can ask it as many ways as you can. Like, how did he manage to just do the one thing he wasn't supposed to do, bro? It just doesn't make sense, bro.
There was a comedy show, a sketch comedy show back in the day called Route 66 on Comedy Central, and you might be able to find this sketch on YouTube. But basically, the sketch was, it was a dude with his fist out like this, and he's just standing there, and he's looking at his watch. He's kind of just standing, and there's a person running full sprint, like determined, like, I'm going to go in and annihilate this guy, and just runs straight. This is prolonged, but runs straight into that fist. That kind of was what BSD feels like in this, bro. You went confidently and boldly directly into off of a cliff into the wall. So that being said, yes, there is tremendous ground that has to be regained here. Certainly setting French MMA back. Him and Farid Ziam. Good Lord, France is having a bad year. But I mean, Cyril Gane is a champ though, so maybe hang your hat on that. But
he's got 2 belts.
Oh God, yeah, Jesus Christ. Either way, yeah, BSD does need to make a big turnaround, and I mean, I don't know how many different camps you can go to in France, but maybe a change of camp might be in order for him. Maybe go train in a different country, perhaps, or go train with the guys from the cage, for fuck's sake.
Just come to American Top Team. There you go.
Honestly, dude, like something like that might be exactly what he needs to at least get a new look, get a fresh perspective on this stuff, dude, because obviously it's not acceptable at the highest level for sure. And if this is the conversation, like you said, whether they are glazing him or not, this is going to be the conversation for now.
It's not even like, when you say rookie mistake, like, by this point in your career, it's like, these are unacceptable mistakes. Like, again, it's one thing to do it against Dustin Poirier, who's a striker. It's another thing to go against Dan Hooker and do it, who's awful. It's another thing to go against Benio Dariush and get away with a 16-second flurry or whatever, But Paddy Pimblett just went to decision with the champion. He is actual quality. Like, it just feels sinful for BSD to lose like this. Like, it truly feels like one of the worst losses that you could have as a fighter. Is like, you just didn't, you came in no preparation, no idea of how you were going to win. You just winged it and it didn't fucking work out. And then you get to look at you're walking out and seeing your head under this dude's ass getting choked out. Like, it doesn't get worse than that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, that is the insult to injury is how embarrassing the choke ended up being too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But no, it levels to the game. Paddy Pimblett showing them. I think it's very impressive. Really talk about a loss aging so well now as well, with the fight with Justin going all 5 rounds. Justin now having the belt. Patty is in the mix. I mean, you cannot deny this kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good deal there. And yeah, back to the drawing board in a very real way for Benoit Saint Denis now, which maybe he had not been in the past. So that really is the ultimate takeaway, brother. Something's got to give.
Yep.
All right. Well, that all being said, that takes us to the main event, the main event that was and was not. Of course, this is Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway. The one, the only, they say. Conor McGregor getting announced, of course. Look, we can talk about what actually happened, of course, very briefly. I mean, there's really not much to talk about, of course. McGregor throws a switch kick, goes down a little awkwardly. He slips a second time, goes down to his back. Obviously something's wrong. Max Holloway is picking up on it. I said that it was the third slip that was the saddest of them all, when he's reaching for the straight and just falls over. I mean, you want to talk about shadows and glimpses of a former self. That's all. I mean, that's the fight right there. So, I mean, if there's anything that you want to comment on, of course, I'll give you your time to do that, Chase. But, really that's the crux of what actually happened in the fight. I think the bigger conversation obviously is surrounding it and everything else. So what'd you think about the fight itself? And then we'll talk about the rest.
Well, the fight itself is unfortunate, and obviously we'll talk about, the context behind the kick, and Conor McGregor's legacy or whatever. This fight was unfortunate because yes, Conor McGregor, hurt himself clearly, fell over 3 times. But I'm going to go ahead and put some blame on Max Holloway here. He ruined this fucking main event by going, come on, dude, stop it. Stop it, dude. Stop it, dude. It's like, bro, fucking finish him. Go knock, bro. I get, in his mind, he's like, oh, dude, his family's there. I don't want to see them. It's like, what are you in this fucking career for if you don't want to beat some people up?
I mean, nice guy Max recognizing that he's compromised and knowing that he's going to be, beating a dead horse.
But that's unfortunately the reality to this sport sometimes. Like you came in here, and Conor has even said it in the documentary. He's here to entertain. He would have wanted to go out and have the crowd be fucking, going crazy over a crazy finish. But I think Max forcing the referee's hand by, saying, I'm not going to fight him. Come on. I'm not going to fight a guy like this. Come on. You got to stop it. I can't do this. Like, I think Max, in the moment, I got an easy. I just made my 30 million. I don't have to fight this dude. Come on, like look at him. He's I hate to be that way, but when you're watching it, it's like Conor was more than willing to go ahead and take his loss.
True, yeah, fair. Then on the other side of that coin, shout out to Mike Beltran for saying fight, bro. He didn't stop it.
He tried you, but then Max kept doing it. Hey, you could only watch Max say, "Come on, dude, come on."
Yeah, he's done. He's cooked. All that. Yeah, it's true. And what I had said too is that we talk about the nice guy element of things. Another nice guy who found out the hard way that that's not always the right thing to do was Yuri Prohashka. So could have been that. I mean, maybe obviously it was not, but you shouldn't. I do agree with you. It's like, look, the niceties go out the window, dude. Damian Pinas was talking about that, how much he respected Cesar Almeida and was like, we'll be friends after the fight. You can be enemies one day and friends the next. When you're in there, you got a job to do. Go finish that fight.
Yeah, and again, this is what the business is about. You both were signing up for the possibility of this happening. If Conor would have kicked his leg and injured it, and then limped around, would it have been any different for Max? Like, oh, I checked the kick and now he's limping. I feel like Max really had the opportunity to make this, Conor McGregor, he really spoiled his return, kind of deal. And people really wouldn't have thought too much about the leg injury itself, I would say. Like, oh, Max beat him up anyways, kind of deal. But it's unfortunate that the way that it played out, and you didn't really get to see a fight, of course. Conor McGregor, when he walked out, he didn't have the same look on his face that I feel like we've seen before. It looked very obligatory, like I'm fulfilling my obligation here kind of look on his face. But when the fight started, and this is where I truly believe, like, he was in it. He was in it to win it because you could tell. This is what I would say is what I witnessed. It's like you could tell somebody who on his face, I'm fulfilling my obligation. I got to get in this cage and I got to go to work. But as soon as the bell started, the only way for him to, he's been gone for so long, he's not just going to ease himself. He's going to sprint off to the cage and try to just do some shit. Now, people are like, why would he do that fucking kick? Are we guys? It's Conor McGregor. Like, have you guys never seen him throw a kick before? Like, it's a switch kick is not fucking hard. Like, I'm not even going to be real to you. Like, to just do, and it's not that hard. The landing was unfortunate, and we have all could have not expected him to land so egregiously. But a switch kick for Conor McGregor is almost as easy as throwing an overhand for somebody as a striker.
Right.
It's I've literally, and I'm not even bullshitting. I don't know if you guys have even taken me serious on this. Rewatch the last like 8 of Derek Lewis's fights. He has thrown a switch kick in them. This is Derek fucking Lewis we're talking about compared to Conor McGregor, who Derek Lewis again is also like fucking 40 years old and he's able to still do it. So don't sit here and be like, oh, Conor shouldn't have thrown that fucking kick. He's an idiot. Guys, he throws kicks at the beginning of every fight. He just walks in and throws a spin kick or he does a switch kick. Like, that's what he's always done. It's like
and that's what they're saying is that this is something that they were drilling like any other fight. And you see, like, of course, every second of this and now the lead up to this fight is being dissected and analyzed and mulled over time and time. His coach had said the training camp was great. They had been practicing that. You saw the footage of him backstage before the fight warming up. He looked fine in that. People are talking about him stumbling, getting his shoes off. It looked like he was just taking his shoes off to me.
Right.
Like, my point with all of this, people are talking about, was he injured? Was he not injured? Whatever. I don't think that really plays too much of a factor in what actually happened here. But if we do want to go down that line of thinking and analyze that element of things, what I have been saying to all of this, you guys can go through there and be Sherlock Holmes with your magnifying glass. We literally watched the McGregor Forever documentary that told you everything that you needed to know about this. The idea that anyone would ask the question, was Conor injured coming into this fight? Did you not see the last Conor McGregor fight where his leg snapped in two? Was he injured coming into this fight? We literally saw on that documentary his thumb broken, his pinky toe have to be reset. Michael Chandler fight had to be canceled altogether. Leg snapped in 2 pieces, screws in the leg. Year off for that. I mean, so what I'm saying with all of this is it's not about any one injury. It's about the fact that Conor McGregor is a person that if you want to be charitable, you could say he trains so hard and so often that he becomes injury prone by nature. If you want to be uncharitable, you could say prolonged, steroid use can also lead to a weakening of the bone density. I've heard that being floated as well. Whatever your reasoning is for how you want to view it, the point is that at this advanced age, after being out of the cage for 5 years, and with all of the things you know about him, he is prone to this happening. So, I don't understand this whole thought process of trying to go back with a fine-tooth comb and find the inciting incident. They're all inciting incidents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Conor is definitely an injury-prone person. I'm glad you brought up the documentary because, again, I'm very glad we got to watch this during the fight week of this because, like I said, the vibes were low. You could tell something wasn't right. Conor, from what we've seen in the documentary, if he's low, the team is low, and the energy is all over his face.
And again, this is another thing that has been mulled over time and time again. I think that there are certainly different ways to look at the body language because I did hear the analysis. Oh, he looked out of sorts in there. He looked like he was, apprehensive, contemplative, blah, blah, blah. All these adjectives you can throw around and all this stuff. He was out for a long time. I think taking it all back in could have been a part of it. That's also, it goes to what you were saying about like how he starts fights. I think that it's 2 things. I think one of them was him doing, trying to be the guy that he always was, trying to set the clock back to 2016. And the other thing was using it as a way to get his sea legs back, to be like, okay, I'm in this. I gotta feel like myself a little bit to start, getting my way into a fight one more time, regardless of the time that's passed. Unfortunately, this is how it ended up going, with those being the elements of the circumstance.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it really ruined, the return of the Mac. Watching him do no interview, do no press, just leave, decline crutches is what Megan O'Leary has said. And that is confirmed, by the video that we see of him walking out of the arena in his, just still in the trunks and get in his SUV and drive off. I feel bad about it because he does feel like, you could feel, at least for me, I could feel like Connor feels like, man, this fucking blows. I fucked up the entire return, like I'm just gonna limp out of here. I ain't got shit to say. Like you guys already fucking know it. Like
Oh yeah.
I'm fucked up.
I mean, it sucks for every single body involved, except for Max, maybe. But I
Mm,
mean, like, it sucks for all of the fans who paid thousands of dollars. I mean, if you saw the first fight of the night, this building was empty.
mm,
These people are, these are very expensive tickets, and often average fans are being priced out. So if you are an average fan, if you're a person who is like, I am a fan of Conor McGregor. I have to see the return. You were paying probably life-changing money for some people to go to this event. Imagine people from Ireland who still rock with him coming over and paying for the flight overseas for it. That really sucks for everybody. Sucks for the people in attendance. All of that kind of thing sucks for the fans back home getting denied the fight that we want. Sucks for Conor, not having the comeback that he was thinking was going to happen. It sucks across the board, but I really, what I had said on the watch along, and I think does track to an extent. I don't think that of course, it was not by design necessarily, but I've said this consistently now. I have felt that, especially in the post Paramount deal era of the UFC, they are ready to move on from Conor. They have been ready to move on from Conor. I feel like that, Dana talked about this a while back when he was talking about the transition from like the Chuck Liddell era into more modern times and then finally into Conor. This sport will produce new stars. This sport now, after being on the White House on Paramount Plus with the amount of money involved, Conor is not necessary to this sport, even for all he has done for the sport. He is not as essential to the sport anymore. We are in a post McGregor era. And if you wanted to, I mean, people are talking about another fight for Conor, a rematch with Max again now, a trilogy fight. Are you out of your fucking mind? I couldn't imagine that anybody is really actually caring about that or thinking that it should happen. Granted, he has one fight left on the contract, so maybe it does end up being the case. But my bigger point here is exactly what I was just talking about. The Conor McGregor era ended with the last leg break, as far as I'm concerned. This is the nail in the coffin. Anything that happens after that, kind of a moot point to me.
Well, the thing that I would say is that I brought this up last week, and I'm just once again very grateful, even with how it turned out, for a guy like Max Holloway, who has done his bidding for the business, who has been around, who is a Hall of Famer, who I think is more well deserved of this payday than your loudmouth cheating Michael Chandler. Like this fight truly, this was history correcting itself for Max Holloway. I feel like he really did get the payday that he deserved, and he didn't have to do shit for it. And I will say at the end of the day, for what you've done in your career so far, I guess that ain't really half that bad. Connor did it to himself. I'm not going to sit here and blame Max for, trying to stop the fight early. I mean, it is what it is, but for $25 million, let's go ahead and run a trilogy. I'll do that for Max. I'm okay with that for Max. Because he's had a cursed year as it is already. He got the BMF matchup, and Charles Oliveira held his back for 25 minutes. He didn't get submitted, so there's a notch on his belt. Garbrandt did, but now you have this matchup with Conor McGregor, and I think this is okay for someone like Max Holloway. It's not like Michael Chandler came in here and just made $50 million for being shit, ass, annoying, cheating. Like all of these things considered, it could have been Michael Chandler who got this. And I'm just grateful that Max Holloway is the one who got it, because in no instance did Michael Chandler even deserve to be in the same matchup as Conor McGregor. And then you add on top of him, one, not even being a very long tenured UFC guy, not even being the best. He calls himself the highlight reel. Maybe he is, but he's normally losing when he is on that highlight reel. Max Holloway is the perfect person that I think deserves a McGregor fight. Even if you want to even go back to the first Diaz fight, I'm the real money fight. You're punking all these guys at the presser. Like this is the money fight right here. And I'm glad they ended up doing that. Donald Cerrone was another guy who probably deserved to get a payday like that. Max
Yeah,
Holloway, I give it to him.
sure, and like that, I think is a charitable silver lining version of looking at things. And as you know, a big Max Holloway fan, I'm certainly happy that that is the silver lining to be gleaned from all of this. But you know, it does not negate the rain cloud that comes with the silver lining, which is really what this fight ended up being, and unfortunate for this card as well, considering how many good fights there were on this card. Just a big thud of an ending, which, you know, who knows how the fight could have ended going. If, you know, it doesn't matter now, it's never going to happen, but it really was an unfortunate punctuation for an otherwise really great card, which was, you know, leading up to being probably one of the best cards of the year, if not the best, had this fight been competitive and entertaining. So it does suck for that reason. If they do run it a third time, I'm like, I can't imagine. I'd actually think that of all people, Chael Sonnen made a great point about this. You couldn't, you can't tell me that you can't tell me that Conor McGregor has the same negotiating power at this point that he once had. I mean, like, you know, we talked a lot about that on the McGregor Forever review. Conor has always been a pawn in the game to an extent, you know, even as one of the biggest stars, if not the biggest star, definitely the biggest star of the sport. He still is somebody that has to get slotted in. He's still somebody that has to wait based on what the organization wants. All of that part is taken away. The contract that he might once have had is going to get rewritten over and over again with these new circumstances at the forefront. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Conor with the one fight left on the contract, if that gets honored or if that gets renegotiated or what happens there. But I cannot imagine that the draw is there. I cannot imagine that the interest is there. And I can't imagine that the organization is going to give it the credence that it once had.
Well, and I think that's actually perfect case scenario for those who are expecting or wanting to see a real return for Conor McGregor. I think the best case scenario is that nobody cares anymore, because that's really going to drive Conor to want to prove that, like, oh, I can be the biggest draw again.
But he
So,
had that in this fight, though.
but obviously, freak accident. You know, like
Oh,
you,
freak accident after the last freak accident.
right, but like, but the point is in Connor's mind, it's like, oh, you think I'm washed? Well, now I'm just going to be more motivated to come back. I think he's motivated right now to the like he wants to come back to prove like, all right, I was supposed to prove that I still got it, and I made a mockery of myself. Now I really have to prove that I still got it. So I think he's going to be working overdrive, and then I think, you know, unfortunately with the territory with Connor, it could literally be as simple as him driving by and reading something on a sign that makes him give it up. So just be prepared that if the hype is all gone, I think Connor will want to come back even more to prove that he could get the stardom back. You know, if it's all gone, I will get it back. You know, I don't know. That's me.
I mean, we talked about that element as well. He said it himself. You know, sometimes I got to give it all away to get it all back. I thought that he was already at that point, but apparently there was a deeper level that you can get to.
You know, I almost said this on the watch along or the McGregor for everything. It's like it's almost what's the dude's name? The dude that pushes the rock up the hill just for it to roll back
Sisyphus.
down. It's
Yeah.
almost as if Connor is this motherfucker, because it and this right here is like the perfect one. It's like just when you think he's made it up the hill, right back down. You know, so it is unfortunate for the biggest star in the organization ever, but we will certainly have to see what is coming next. Do not listen to his social media posts. If he says he's retired, it's not real. If he
Oh
says
well.
charity match, it ain't happening.
I mean, actually, I'm glad that you mentioned that. That's a perfect segue into the last thing I wanted to talk about with this is how he's been handling it on social media. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Connor being in a new, more religious phase of his life. He's been vocally saying that he has been staying away from, you know, the evils, the temptation. He said that he was looking the devil in the face, and he's, you know, maintaining his you know, his outlook, and he's not deterred in his faith. I goes to what you just said, though. It's like, for all of those things that you need to put to the side with Connor as potentially being red herrings, I really, really hope that this is not one of them, what I just said.
Yeah, no, but it is definitely the ongoing story for Conor McGregor. I mean, if it is not the most engaging skill wise when it comes to the cage, obviously at a time. But for right now, if what we got in the cage for Conor McGregor is what we got, the thing that you can say is it is a damn interesting story to follow along, because this dude broke his fucking leg, made a comeback, and fucking tweaked his knee like an old man, you know? Like RDA tweaked his knee like a year ago, still ain't even fucking came back, you know? So who knows? But it is just an interesting situation. When you look at Conor McGregor's record now, 22-7, there was a time where there was only like one or two losses on there, guys, but five away from there now, and Max Holloway walks away unscathed, as exactly as Connor thought he was going to, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, Connor does have a knack for, saying the word. We always say, Connor says the right thing at the right times. He has, for a long time, been able to convince people, whether it's true or not, that the story isn't over. This isn't over. Connor
Mm.
himself, always saying, this is not over. Not
That
over
wasn't
in
in the documentary, by the way.
It's true. It was not in the documentary, but it is something that he is very adamant about making people believe. The documentary was that. I mean, really, the
Mm.
entire, if you go to what the core of the documentary was, it was, exactly giving you that impression that even through 3 losses and 1 win in the time period of the docuseries, it's not over. I don't know if he still has that ability after this, but time will tell. So that really is about it for it. I mean, is there any other thing you wanted to mention with this case?
Yes, the last thing that I would mention for Connor, and this goes back to what I was saying about Kai Kamaka, stop getting haircuts. Stop doing it, brother. He came in rocking this mohawk, and people are like, "Oh, he's had the mohawk before." He ain't had looking like that. It is a bold choice to get a hairstyle that is only in the front of your hair when you are specifically thinning in the front of your head.
I had said too, did he not go to Turkey and get a hair system? How is he back to being thinning in the front?
I don't know. I wish he would have done the bald head because the mohawk, it was a very skinny mohawk. Is the problem?
Yeah, and odd to go into the press conference with a full head of hair and then show up to the fight, with a fresh cut, I guess.
Bo Nickel did the same thing for the White House because he came. You remember when he had the blonde hair and then he just showed up at the White House looking normal, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know.
Go, Connor taking notes from Bo Nickel. That's the world we live in now.
The last thing that I would note is the new era being ushered in has never been more clear than a moment like this, where you have such an emphatic win from Patty, who is at his core the next Connor. I mean, that's what he was intended to be, like that's everybody is at the end of the day, Sugar Sean, Patty. But Connor coming out here and having his moment, in a way, be overlooked by Patty. I mean, I kind of like it.
Well, I mean, you have Patty potentially fighting Ilya, another Connor clone, and you have Ian Gary fighting for a belt, your Irish Connor clone. So the impact of Conor McGregor will never, not resonate in this sport. That's why I think that's why in the documentary, it was such a big point to mention so many times why he still fights, why, love of the game, love of the game, love of the game. Why do you still do it? You don't have to do it. Why do you still do it?
Competition.
And that's all well and good. You have cemented a legacy that is going to be multifaceted, to be sure, but your impact on mixed martial arts can never be taken away from you. But we are in a new era, and we've been in a new era, and it's been proven well before any of this fight. I mean, like this, for I don't know if it's entirely true, but I did see something that stood out to me. Somebody had said that Alex Pereira's entire UFC, all of his accomplishments in the UFC have taken place while Connor was out of the sport. Again, whether that's true or not, I mean, I'd have to go and look at the timeline or whatever. But the fact that it sounds correct is enough by itself. The sport moves on. The sport will be fine without Connor. It's already forming its next phase, and Connor will always be a big part of it. You don't need to keep going down this road, going through this Sisyphean task, as you put it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see, but I think that is just the reality that we have for Mr. Conor McGregor.
That is the reality, and that does take us to the end of UFC 329. All things considered, McGregor versus Holloway 2. Chase, after talking it through, how do you feel about this thing?
I'm pretty good. This was a really fun card. I really, aside from the ending, and everybody really thinks that it ruined the card. Guys, if you knew what to expect, it didn't ruin the fucking card. You could have really you could have thrown it into a fucking dartboard, like Conor McGregor injury, and it's like, well, there you go, it's on
Yeah,
there.
yeah. And even if you didn't watch the docu-series, I think that it shouldn't ruin this card for you. This card was great. I mean, there were some really, really great finishes on this card. Again, talk about the progression of the sport. You saw a bunch of the newcomers, or the newer guys. Damian Pinas. People were asking me what fight I was most anticipating on this card a couple of weeks ago. Damian Pinas,
There you go.
even with McGregor on the card. So yeah, I would not let this main event taint your perception of this card. This was an excellent card, still one of the best cards of the year, I think, even regardless of the main event. Happy it went down the way that it did. I had a really good time with this.
Absolutely, me too. I'm glad we got
Well,
to talk about it and watch MMA on film that coincided with it.
absolutely. And now with your own new context, of course, the edited version will be out within the next hopefully week or two. But if you want to get a jump start on that, go back and watch our reviews of it now with this new context, even more interesting, perhaps.
Yes, absolutely.
So that all being said, Chase, what about the numbers? How do we do on our predictions?
Well, I would like to give my hats off to Thinker because this is by far the best week that I feel like he's had. Now, we briefly went over it before, and you've had some really good moments, but I mean, up until the third fight left on the card, Thinker had hit them all, and not to say like I was out here doing shit or anything. We were both, again, credit to the show. We both are able to triangulate the best method possible for a lot of these fights. So, Thinker only missed one out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 13 out of 14 for Thinker. And I had only missed two. So 12 out of 14 for Chase. Isn't that so crazy?
You gotta be kidding. You are making it so goddamn hard for me to get any kind of ground here, Chase. Good Lord. This speaks to Chase Parton and his amazing accuracy in fight predictions.
So the totals now are 173 for Chase and 155 for Thinker.
Oh, my goodness. You get a couple of weeks, man. You get a little bit far behind, and it is clawing your way out of a freaking gravel pit to try to get back into the race. But again, I think that you are exactly correct. I really do like it when we have the week off. I mean, obviously we can't do it every week. There's not enough hours in the day to have a whole separate predictions episode and all of that. Maybe at some point in the future we can try to break them up. But when we do have that week where we can do the in-depth research and talking it through together, it really does make a big difference. And hopefully it helped a couple of you guys out there. So thank you for rocking with us.
Absolutely.
Well, that being said, then let's do it all again, Chase. We got another card coming up this week. It is, of course, UFC Fight Night, du Plessis versus Usman. And I'm telling you, man, this fight, it took a little bit to get to. Apparently, there was some wonkiness with, the booking of this fight. Whoever doesn't want to sign the contract, whatever. I am so glad that this fight finally did get made because I love this fight. I am so glad this is happening.
This is going to be a good fight. I really do like this one as well because this is a good. I mean, one, we already know DDP owns Africa. Israel Adesanya proved this one. Now he gets to go against another African former champ. And
King versus King over here.
And so I hate to say it, but this is just building a legacy for Dricus du Plessis. They clearly know that this dude has the image, he has the skill, he has everything that they want for a champion. And he's just right around the corner from another Sean Strickland beatdown kind of deal. So Kamaru Usman coming in here just filling the void for somebody who's, a formidable opponent, but obviously in that same camp where if he blows a fucking knee, we should not be concerned, So I think this was an easy one for me, bro. DDP he's going to maul Kamaru Usman. I think Kamaru Usman, we saw what he did to Buckley, and we kind of have an idea of what he should look like at middleweight kind of deal. I think Dricus du Plessis, I mean, I've always said this, he's arguably somebody who could be a 205er. So I think we're going to see some differences in the strength here. And I think DDP, strength or not being the main thing that changes the fight, I think he's obviously just way too crafty. He's got way too many things in his arsenal, and it'll definitely be fun.
I'm very concerned about this thought process because it seems to be the one that a lot of people have. Yes, Kamaru Usman had a very nice comeback over Joaquin Buckley, and that may be where a lot of people are getting their thoughts about Kamaru from. But the one that sticks out more to me, and even though it is a number of years ago now, so maybe you can say time changes that element of things, but Kamaru Usman went 3 rounds and had a very competitive 3-round fight with the man that laid on top of Dricus for 5 rounds. Is this not giving you any pause? The Hamzat Chimaev fight with Kamaru Usman.
No, because Kamaru Usman had his luck in the second and third round. I mean, and this was at the time where Hamzat was the one and done type of dude, and he went into the Dricus du Plessis fight knowing, well, I can't just do one and done. I just got to lay on him for 5 rounds. Like I got to just get my belt any way possible, kind of deal. Kamaru Usman, he may be formidable when it comes to wrestling, and he may be able to lock Dricus up, and it might be a very interesting tension pool, kind of who's going to get the upper hand. But I just don't see, and this is with all due respect to what Kamaru Usman has achieved in as the welterweight champ in the time that he did. I think Dricus du Plessis has more skills than Kamaru Usman probably ever did. And I'm not saying there's a lot of them, but I think DDP has more of them. Maybe it's just one or two facets that are better than Kamaru Usman.
If you want to say he's a little more well-rounded, I think that it's like the skill bar. It's like the skill bar for Dricus is a little bit more even across the board when Kamaru has, wrestling as a very large portion of that. But I do think that does trump a little bit of the well-roundedness.
I think DDP's got him, if you were looking at a prime version of Usman, I would say DDP has the power advantage.
Okay. That
he's got the grappling advantage.
No, he does not.
He doesn't have the wrestling advantage, but the jiu-jitsu, I would say DDP is going to surprise.
I mean, I think that Kamaru's with the wrestling into the grappling sequences. I think I would still take prime Kamaru Usman over Dricus in that regard.
I would say DDP he's able to mix in more things on the feet as well. He does high kicks. He's very awkward. He's not a very traditional type of dude. Kamaru Usman, very basic when it comes to his striking. He just kind of throws.
I agree with that for sure.
I don't know. I think the speed advantage is also on DDP's side. I don't think. I mean,
maybe at this advanced age.
At this advanced age for sure. Maybe in the heyday it was close, but I don't know. DDP, I have no worries here for him, and maybe that's what's going to get me fucked. But I have no problems here with this. This is as light of a walk in the park as it should be, I would say, for DDP at this point.
Well, look, we've said Kamaru Usman, it's kind of surprising as to why he's still even walking this path. He's been so 1 foot in the game and 1 foot out of the game for quite some time at this point. Dricus has a lot more to regain. He wants his belt back. He wants to be a champion. He likes to represent himself as a champion. I do think that Kamaru is going to offer him a pretty competitive fight in this, at least early on in this fight. It might end up going a little bit differently towards the end. There is something really, really making this difficult for me because I do believe, I think that Dricus is getting overvalued in this fight specifically because Kamaru Usman is just counted out and written off. Like he didn't come back and have a dominant performance against Buckley and didn't go, 3 rounds with Hamzat, who did what he did to Dricus. I will say that Dricus may be the ceiling that Kamaru cannot bust past at this point. That does sound correct to me in this regard. So, I mean, very, very begrudgingly, I will go with Dricus in this. But if Kamaru Usman comes out here and does exactly what Hamzat Chimaev did to Dricus du Plessis, I'm going to be kicking myself up the ass 8 million ways to Sunday.
Yeah, but, it goes back to what Dricus was talking about with Hamzat and even the coach. They were expecting a fight. Hamzat didn't bring a fight to that. I think Usman is too much of a Chad to just lay on him for fucking 5 rounds. I think we would actually get some sort of back and forth between Usman and Dricus. I just don't see Usman manhandling Dricus like Hamzat did. I mean, that strength from Hamzat, that double leg, it's just different, Kamaru Usman getting success when Hamzat tired out, I give him props. I mean, at the time we were like, oh, give him 2 more rounds and he's beating him. Sean Strickland just beat Hamzat, guys. We know how good Sean Strickland is to a lot of people, but we saw what Hamzat did. He just fucking decided not to shoot takedowns anymore.
There are extenuating circumstances with that fight potentially, though.
True. There's a lot of circumstances and context that could go into all these. Is Kamaru Usman's knees actually going to work? That was the question that it's always been for a few years now.
But he himself addressed it. His knees looked fine against Buckley.
They did, but the day that they don't, we're gonna be like, fuck. Well, we knew that. We knew his knees didn't work. They always look good. I can't come out here and tell you, yeah, my knee's jacked coming into the fight. Like I don't know. I just one of these days he's just gonna go ahead and give it up. I don't know.
Yeah. One knee in the game, the other on the operation room floor. Oh, Jesus.
Golly.
Look, all I'm saying is that Kamaru Usman's, he yet another person in this sport. I mean, we're talking about Connor with the legacy that they leave. This is one of the most credentialed champions, one of the most dominant champions that the welterweight division ever knew. So, I mean, that should be certainly respected. Middleweight is Dricus's home base. I think the Kamaru trying to play in this realm may be a little bit of a problem for him. And while this will be a somewhat competitive fight, I do think that, Dricus by decision does kind of track to me.
He's gonna finish him, guys. He'll TKO him if he does.
Oh my goodness. No respect for your elders here, Chase. You were not here for the reign of Kamaru Usman, but trust it was an amazing one.
Well, and see, and that's another point that it goes down to, guys. I know Dricus du Plessis has faced Sean Strickland twice, but Kamaru Usman faced Colby twice, Jorge Masvidal twice. We're talking about the second longest championship reign here for the division, where the division at a time was not where it's at now. Colby Covington ain't no protest. This ain't no Michael Morales. This ain't no
Yeah.
Islam. These are people that he was beating because they had a style that he could beat, kind of deal. So I'm not sitting here saying Kamaru Usman is overrated or anything. I respect the reign. Obviously, you can only beat who they give you the fucking fight against. And he did that for the second longest reign in the division. But as of right now, moving up, getting older, against a tough fucking opponent, guys. This is just not, I just don't know if I see it yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kamaru has the chance to, continue
Shock the world.
Yeah, shock the world, continue the year of the upset. This would be a major one, I would say. I mean, Kamaru talking about wanting to still be on championship level at 39 years old. It is a bit of a stretch. It's a stretch even for someone who is as good as he was. So go out there and make it happen if you can. But yeah, I mean, again, it just feels like chips passing in the night.
I just find it funny too because I made the comment. It's like I'm telling you, Dricus has got the grappling advantage over Kamaru Usman. You know why I know people are like, whoa, no way, bleeding edge. I saw you're not trying to listen. Kamaru Usman has one submission to his fucking name. Do you not remember that he spent 24 minutes cuddling with Leon Edwards just to end up getting head kicked after? Think about if he could have actually had some grappling that would have got some shit done in the first fucking 2 rounds. All I'm saying here. He's good at wrestling. He can hold people to the mat. The grappling, I mean, I don't know if he's finishing DDP with any. I've never seen him try to choke anybody, a matter of fact.
But that's the point, though, is that Dricus, the wrestling is going to, like, the grappling, I still think is probably, has a level to it. But like the wrestling is all he really needs when you saw Dricus get held down for 5 rounds.
But there's a difference between that wrestling. Kamaru Usman, it's a different wrestle than what Hamzat is. And it's just different things going on. Kamaru Usman's not just going to crucifix him and just lay there and do the little pitter patty thing. Like that's just probably not going to be the element of his game. In my opinion, I don't think. I think Usman cares more.
I mean, and that that could be the hubris could end up being what gets him, is if the thought process is that. But I mean, like, if Kamaru Usman comes out here and just replicates the Hamzat fight, this will be one of like those instances of the sport where I will be slamming my head on the desk, knowing that he is capable of that, even at this advanced age. So I am going to go with Dricus. I believe, look, I was one of the few people, I think at the time, at least, that was believing in Dricus on his come up. I mean, a bunch of people, back when he still had the nose problems, he would breathe out of his mouth a whole bunch. Everybody saying, oh, this guy, he's going to gas, whatever. Everybody having all these perceptions of Dricus. I was always like, I see something in this guy. I think that, this guy might actually be the real deal. I was riding with him through the Robert Whittaker fight. I am a fan of Dricus du Plessis. If it does not go his way on this, I'm going to be very upset because really a lot of me wants to be picking Kamaru Usman on this, but I think the wiser choice is Dricus du Plessis, so I will go with that.
Fair.
All right. Co-main event of this thing, another great fight here. This is Jared Cannonier versus Christian Leroy Duncan. Of course, this is taking place in Oklahoma City, Chase. This is not at the Apex, so does this affect the perception of how Christian Leroy Duncan is going to do against the GOAT, Jared Cannonier?
I'm glad you remembered it, because don't be surprised when it happens again, guys. If Christian Leroy Duncan is not in the apex, there is a pretty high percentage chance, at least statistically shown so far, that he is just gonna not do very much good stuff there. I mean, I'm not saying it's the worst thing ever, but Jared Cannonier is not the type of dude you want to have an off night against. I mean, Jared Cannonier is a dude that you can have one of the greatest nights of all time against, and he will still finish you late. Look at RoboCop, one of the scariest dudes in the division. Whooped Jared Cannonier's butt for 4 rounds and then gets finished. Christian Leroy Duncan, he may be creative, he may be a powerful striker, but Jared Cannonier, oh God, at 42 years old, fuck, brother. I've seen him in just too many battles where he gets hurt. I just can't imagine that the ref doesn't try to save him at 42 years old.
We've had it where he hasn't, though, and we've seen what happens when he doesn't get saved, saved, quote unquote. Jared Cannonier, I mean, I ride with Jared Cannonier especially after the RoboCop victory. I mean, like, Christian Leroy Duncan, he is certainly more dynamic. He is definitely younger, but Jared Cannonier is the epitome of won't quit unless you force him to stop. So, I mean, for that reason right there, and also, did we not see RoboCop be able to work Leroy Duncan for a little while? I mean, I think CLD ended up winning that fight, right? But like, that was still a pretty competitive fight. I thought it was definitely not a walk in the park for him.
Let me double check on that one really quick.
We were just
unanimous decision loss for Christian Leroy Duncan to RoboCop.
But then, I mean, even speaks better volumes than what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember talking about that fight and getting that wrong. But either way, the point is that Jared Cannonier, try that shit with him.
You're taking Jared?
I am taking Jared.
Well, my thing, and this is why I'm going to go ahead and take the younger guy at 30 years old, Christian Leroy Duncan, even though I'm not a bigger believer in him outside of the apex. What I will say is Jared Cannonier has a way of standing and letting you take your best shot at him. Can you do that with every fighter? It's not feasible. RoboCop, now, if you did it with him, that would lead you to believe that you can do that with anybody. But that's just not how the sport works. I think if Jared Cannonier tries to do I'm going to stand here, you give me yours, and then I'll give you mine, one of these days, at 40 plus years old, he will just get flatlined. It's just going to happen. And I don't want to see it happen this fight, but I think it's very possible that we finally get the fuck no, Jared type of thought.
Sure. Yeah. Look, if you are right, I mean, that there is a level of like, how long can you really sustain with that? One of these days, it is going to bite you. But I mean, I just think that Jared has shown that like if it's today, then fair, but like I will ride with what I know of Jared Cannonier until I see otherwise. And we've seen him lose fights, but we have not seen him ever give up in a fight. I mean, like even the fight. What I would say about this fight is like, I would really like to know who the referee is in this fight. Tell me that information, because barring the referee pulling some nonsense, Jared Cannonier, I think, has defied his age. I think he is, he's one of my favorite fighters for a reason. And a lot of that comes from the no quit that he has, plus the ability to come back after taking adversity and turning the fight in his direction. RoboCop fight is a perfect example of exactly that. Went through some pretty heavy first round adversity there, ended up turning the tides later on. Christian Leroy Duncan can jump around and fucking try to spin kick and do all of this creative shit. Jared Cannonier weathers that storm pretty easily, I think, or at least easy enough to stay in this fight, finds later success, as this fight continues on. Jared Cannonier by decision.
Oh, okay. I'm going to take Christian Leroy Duncan by merciless finish. Yeah.
That's gonna. You can take him by decision, and I'd give you a little bit of leeway there. But to think that Christian Leroy Duncan of all people is going to be the guy that finishes Jared Cannonier when RoboCop could not. Now, granted, of course, MMA math does not work, but I don't think that it's him. I don't think that Christian Leroy Duncan is him.
Yeah, I don't either, but time comes for all, and it's unfortunately not going to be the person that we always expected or want it to be. I would love to tell you that, oh my God, Jared's going to go get finished by the next middleweight phenom, Sursakayev, fucking Pinas.
True.
But it's probably just going to be Christian Leroy Duncan,
Very well could be some random night in Oklahoma City. We'll see. But we're locked in then, eh?
Yes.
All right. Well, that is our split then, people. And as always, we are streaming to our individual channels. If you are watching on either of those channels, jump over to the other one and pick the guy who you think has the best picks, like that stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Next up down the line, this fight is ridiculous. This is Chase Hooper versus Mitch Ramirez. Why the softball layup for Chase Hooper? I mean, you want to talk about Dana White privilege? I didn't really even think that he was one of those guys that had it, but where is this coming from and why is it happening that Chase Hooper, even if he has had a couple of, rocky patches, he's getting this level of competition, and that's not in a good way when it comes to Mitch Ramirez.
Chase Hooper is coming off of 2 straight first round knockouts, which is not the best sign because I had always said, his striking looks sus, but here we are going against somebody who has 11 pro bouts total. Chase Hooper's been doing this for 4 or 5 years now, since he was 20 years old or whatever it is. I would really hope that he's going to be able to go ahead and get through Mitch Ramirez. Doesn't need much to be able to prove that. I mean, the grappling should be enough to where if you just get a takedown, you can snake him. And Chase Hooper's got phenomenal, control when it comes to the grappling. So Mitch Ramirez has never been subbed, but that you could tell me that was planned all along. It's like, yeah, we're going to give Chase Hooper somebody that's never been subbed. So when he subs him, it's like, he just submitted somebody who never been like, who cares? I've seen him get knocked out twice in a row, and you're going to give him somebody that I know is probably not going to knock him out. All right. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch Ramirez, kill or be killed when it comes to knockouts. He's only won by knockout in his last five, and he's only lost by knockout in his last five. So, maybe this is the time for something fresh and interesting to happen in his career. But I mean, this just seems like a crazy mismatch as far as where both of them are in their careers, as far as their experience level goes. We've talked about Chase Hooper for a while. I mean, the young guy, baby faced element of it is out the window with him. He's got to put up or shut up as far as being an actual fighter at this point. Getting knocked out multiple times in a row, not looking great with that. Mitch Ramirez has an opportunity to make a little bit of a name for himself here if he can pull this off. But Chase Hooper holding him down, getting him on the ground, making this a grueling pace in a lot of wrestling and grappling sequences sounds pretty correct to me.
Well, it's just unfortunate because we're gonna watch this, right? And he's gonna get a submission, and people are gonna be like, "Man, that was a good submission." It's like, well, we know that he can get submissions. You're still not proving what got you knocked out the last 2 times in the first round. It's like, are you able to have confident striking and striking defense where you're not just gonna get cracked by the dude who hasn't knocked anybody out in like 6 years? Like it's. I don't know what the problem is with Chase Hooper. I think, and this is, listen, Chase Hooper, I don't know if you've seen his team, but he has like the idea, like, I just got a couple black guys. They're going to teach me everything. And like, his team is just like 4 black dudes. And like, that's the thing, I don't know if this is just something that he needs to actually go get a real team for or something. Maybe they are a real team and maybe that's just a look. I don't know. But from what I understand, Chase Hooper maybe needs to quit being the meme kind of guy and just actually fucking take his shit seriously.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Combat sport and fitness. He goes to a fucking like gym, like a public gym or something.
Yeah, he's in strip mall karate. Yeah. No, but that goes to my point. I mean, 26 years old, bro. The Zoomer meme shit, the Gooner shit has to go out the window at some point. You're getting knocked out consistently right now. And that goes to what Bleeding Edge is saying in the chat. I'm okay with giving him a softball to build the confidence. Why does he deserve that? What about Chase Hooper is making him warranted of that? Because he's been here for a long time. Give me a break. He has to. Zachary Reese don't have that luxury of getting a softball when he might have deserved one after a split decision that he probably won. So I'm just saying, I don't understand where this preferential treatment comes from specifically with Hooper, but that does seem to be what this is. So you are correct. This will not necessarily tell us a great deal about where his improvements have been made, if any of them have been made. But I do think that he gets the win here.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're in lockstep on this one?
Yes, both taking Chase Hooper.
All right, Chase Hooper it is. Let's see if we are in lockstep on this one. I think we probably will be. This is Tabitha Ricci. She is fighting Fatima Klein, future champion Fatima Klein, as far as I am concerned. What are your thoughts here, Chase?
I really like this matchup because, Tabitha Ricci is somebody who I don't necessarily think is the best. But she is tough. She goes in there and she got a TKO against Amanda Ribas, who's really tough. She elbowed her right in the fucking eye and finished that fight. So I'm never gonna count her out, because when it comes to women's MMA, I mean, but like I said, she got the first TKO ever in her career or whatever against that girl, like literally 2 fights ago. So she definitely made something interesting. The baby shark thing is pretty cool. She's fucking tiny, 5'1" apparently is what it says here, but she's a formidable opponent is something that I feel like is you always got to go against those. You don't always have to go against somebody who's just got insane power or insane wrestling or insane jujitsu. I think Tabitha Ricci is just by the books as kind of the skill bar is kind of just halfway up on a lot of things. Fatima Klein obviously is is a deadly opponent. I mean, she's really somebody who's trying to make a really big name for herself at 9-1. I would hate to say that this is the one where she's going to get a little setback, because I don't think it's what's going to happen. I don't think she'll finish Ricci, but I think she'll show levels to it. I mean, for what she was able to do to Angela Hill, who was, even just had a comeback after that, a very good comeback. She almost finished her late in the fight, but I don't think Ricci is going to stand with Fatima Klein as comfortably as Angela Hill did. I think Ricci will be able to get some judo going. We will get to the mat and we will see some scrambles. And this is where we're really going to see some elevation of Fatima Klein's game, because we've seen her in the striking. We've seen a little bit of her grappling. But when she goes out here and puts levels to Tabitha Ricci, I mean, it's really just going to show you guys, like, she is ready to be the next strawweight contender. She already is. I mean, I don't think that Ricci has got much to offer. That's what I would say here. I don't know if she's going to get this one done.
Yeah, no, I mean that's really. I think that this is the exact right progression of Fatima Klein's come up. There's sometimes these fighters get hot shotted. Sometimes they work their way up correctly, for whatever reason. Even though Fatima Klein probably deserves the hot shotting treatment at this point, she's being built correctly, and this is the exact right progression. She gets a win over a veteran in Angela Hill. Tabitha Ricci, also a veteran, probably a little bit more dangerous than Hill, but not much. One foot in front of the other. Fatima Klein has a similar performance to that. Ricci might try to do the judo thing. We'll have to see if Fatima Klein can play the get up game multiple times and, consistently make it her fight thereafter. But I think she can. I mean, she's given me no reason to doubt anything here. We talked about her first fight being short notice and up a weight, and, her maybe not getting the win in that, but still being very impressive in that. And since then has done nothing but impress. So, I mean, between the two of them, I've seen Ricci do some okay things at times. Not enough consistency in that for me to ever really like hang my hat on a Tabitha Ricci win. On the opposite side of that coin, Fatima Klein has done plenty to give me that confidence. So I think that this is a pretty easy one for me. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot, like a big jump up for Fatima Klein to be even in question, as far as I'm concerned. I think that really, when it comes to strawweight, there are some maybe higher ranked opponents that like, okay, that'll be a conversation, but we got to make our way up to that point before it even becomes one.
Absolutely. And just to make a note, I don't know if this changes your opinion on anything, but for context, Tabitha Ricci has been TKO'd one time in her career. It was on her UFC debut against Manon Farrell. So
How about that? Well, there you have it. I don't know. I think that thinking that Fatima Klein's going to get the finish in this fight, that might be a little bit of a stretch, but she might be able to head kick her. I mean, she's got some
short.
deadly weapons. Yeah, she's got deadly weapons and she uses them accurately. So I mean, really go out there and make a statement. We were talking about Dan Ige never getting finished, until Melky Costa was able to pull it off. So there's a first time for everything, or second time. In this case, obviously, like it's not impossible, is what I'm saying. And if there's anybody that I am confident in currently, I mean, really, like talk about like the depth chart of confidence level. Fatima Klein is very high on that list.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
All
Shout
right.
out Fatima. So we're both picking her.
Absolutely, yeah, 100% in this one. Like I said, it's going to take a level of competition that is recognizably formidable for me to be like, okay, now we have a bit of a longer form conversation to have.
Nice.
All right. Well, that brings us to the next fight here. I like this one. This is Tommy McMillan, of course, Tommy Gunn. He's going up against Alberto Montez, the Venezuelan. What are we thinking?
This one is going to be interesting because this is, famously, this guy doesn't want to be Tugtora. No, he wants to be the first Alberto Montez, So
Yes.
I appreciate him for standing up for himself. He wants to be something other than just the Ilya clone, which we have plenty of these by now, Tommy McMillan, on the other hand, is a dude who he gets touched, you know? I mean, listen, this is an interesting one because in his last matchup, it was against a guy who you knew was probably not going to finish him. It was just Tommy McMillan, just how quick is he going to be able to get the beat down on him? Alberto Montes, though, is a contender series guy, right? And he came
Yes.
up and he's got a couple wins by knockout, if I'm not mistaken.
Submission. He's a
Oh,
submission guy through and
oh,
through. Yeah, he's got like, I think the last four wins, all subs here.
oh, you are correct. I don't know who I thought this dude was, but I figured with the Ilya clone he'd have some power. But okay, submission guy. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, so
go ahead.
and we're also having a lot of newcomers from yeah, Hispanic regions of the world. So apologies if I'm mistaking this yet again. But is Alberto Montes the dude with the modified anaconda choke? He might not be. Maybe.
Maybe you might be right.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm struggling to remember that, but I think that might be him because yeah, he has like his own modified anaconda that's kind of his signature move, which he won his last fight by. So this is going to be interesting for that exact reason. Tommy McMillan went through some real adversity with a choke, but was able to overcome that in his Contender Series fight. Of course, that's what we all really remember him for, aside from the now knockout victory in his last fight. So McMillan, you know, a dude who he what I like about Tommy McMillan is that he had to prove his value early in his career. Like, you know, it's like he was not one of, we have so many guys coming in off the Contender Series with these quick victories, and then we always have to ask that question, what are they going to do in the actual organization? McMillan had to go through a little bit of adversity in that, you know, 10-8 round that he had to overcome to get the contract, make it known that he was of the caliber of the UFC, and then gets a knockout, even if people think it was a little bit of a gimme in his debut. So whether they are building this guy up as the next, you know, hotshot Zoomer star or not, I don't think that Alberto Montes fits the bill of a can that's going to be easily walked through. So I think this is going to be a pretty competitive fight.
I also kind of agree that even Johnny's kind of sitting here saying, I kind of want to believe that Tommy, again, chin up, has a tall style where he has the tall man defense, of course, doesn't really block his head too much and just kind of goes in there and fights. I remember that, Dean Thomas back when he had his debut, it's going to be hard to bet on this dude because he's such a prize fighter. Like it's literally in his DNA to win or lose, so it's, however it happens, I don't know if it's not going to get to decision, of course, but I definitely could see Tommy early in his career just getting checked with a hook and then getting submitted. I mean, in the Contender Series, you're talking about how he fought through adversity and not to tap there. I mean, you could not tap to stuff like that. I mean, when you're unconscious though, because a rear naked's under your chin, I mean, it's a little different. So I can
Yeah.
see him losing, but
And it's also Contender Series level competition. Now, you could say Alberto Montes still early to the game, but made it through there pretty easily and got a win in his debut. So, I mean, or a couple of wins now or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I think that there are levels to the game in that regard. If McMillan was having that level of adversity, there is something to be said for Alberto Montes being the guy to say, I will actually finish the choke that dude couldn't.
correct.
So that is really kind of what I'm hanging my hat on in this. I do think that Alberto Montes by submission, that does track. We've seen Tommy McMillan in a chokeable state. He was not able to be choked in that last one, but I think Alberto Montes says, I am going to do what that guy could not do.
You're gonna take Alberto?
I'm taking Alberto. I like it.
All right, I'll take Tommy just to keep it interesting. I don't necessarily love it, but he's a win or lose by finish type of guy, so hopefully he wins by finish in the first round.
Yeah, look, and that the striking didn't look half bad. Obviously, he got the finish with his hands. So I mean, not to say that this dude doesn't have enough power to make that happen. Fighting at featherweight, you're still low down enough that a good amount of power does make a big amount of difference. So,
Yeah,
Alberto Montes is going to have to bring the fight to him early, get him to the ground early, and really start making him work. So that's, I think, potentially what's going to happen. But if McMillan really wants it, go dig deep, go get yourself that knockout.
absolutely.
All right, so we are split on that one. Let's see if that continues here. Oh, we are going to probably be split again, I think. It's Austin Bashi versus your boy Jose Miguel Delgado. Delgado, I mean, proving his worth for sure in some of these fights. I definitely see it. Bashi, a dude who is very, very dangerous with his wrestling.
No, he's definitely dangerous with his wrestling, but what is interesting about mixed martial arts, what is interesting about the UFC and when it comes down to fighting is that sometimes a little confidence, it can go a long way. Austin Bashi, I definitely agree with you. He's got the grappling. He's got the grappling on point. But this is a guy who lost unanimous decision to Christian Rodriguez. This is a guy who got big brothered by Christian Rodriguez, back when he was able to do that to people. Jose Miguel Delgado, I mean, he's aura. I mean, when you see him across you, you know what he's bringing to the table. You know he's going to try to take your head off. I think this moment for Austin Bashi, I think this really just comes down to he's going to look across the cage, and he's not going to understand like what's coming for him. He thinks it's going to be an easy. I'm going to get him down, and that Delgado is just. I truly think Delgado is just one of these guys that Feely performance people are going to be writing him off. When he knocks out Austin Bashi in the first round, or knocks him down and chokes him out, even that'd be even crazier because Delgado's got subs from what I hear. So I'm just saying, I would love to believe that Delgado is that guy. He's got 4 subs, never been subbed, 100% finish rate. By the way, actually, he's got 1 decision. But either way, this guy is truly somebody. Again, when I talked about Luke Riley, it's like this is the guy I want to put my chips in. I feel like I see it. Delgado's going to prove that he don't need wrestling because he's just that good on the feet. Cortez doesn't need wrestling. Michael Morales doesn't need wrestling. Jose Delgado is going to just make quick work of Austin Bashi and prove that he doesn't need it. So,
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a bait and switch. I think that this is a little bit too big of a jump for Bashi. I mean, I don't know, like I feel like Delgado, even with the loss, it's like he's proven. I mean, not Jake Hadley, the Nathaniel Wood.
Wood.
Yeah, the Nathaniel Wood fight. I mean, that like you've seen the levels to the heart of this guy. Now, granted, I mean, I think that Christian Rodriguez is probably starting to prove a little bit more to us. Maybe. I know that there's caveats to that, but I think that it's like you're throwing Bashi into a real deep water here with Delgado, which I don't know if he's necessarily ready for all that just yet. I would say that Delgado has more tricks in the bag than what we've seen out of Bashi. I'm going to need to see something from Bashi in this fight to show me that there's more to him than what we've already seen, because it really is wrestling and not much else right now. And that is not going to be enough. We've talked about, the levels to mixed martial arts, as you've said, Chase. I will also go with Delgado in this fight. But I'm hoping that if Bashi does win this fight, that he shows us a level of a level to the game that he has not displayed yet, because it could be in there. I mean, 14-1, still a great record. I mean, still leaves a little bit of mystique there for there to be uncovered gems in the tool bag. But I have not seen them yet, so for that reason, I have to go with the one who I have seen them from.
I remember back to what Jose Delgado said in his post-fight speech after the split decision win against Feely. He said, and anybody who gets a win, we obviously talked about a lot of people in the post-fight speech, call it whoever you want, do whatever you want, I'll fight anybody, I'll fight him. Jose Delgado wasn't impressed with his own performance, and he said, that wasn't me, I'm here to be one of the best pound for pound fighters in the organization. I want to believe him. I want to hear what he's trying to convey to the audience, and I want to believe that if he's wanting to be the best in the world, that he knows that his grappling has to be 10 times the level of Bashi. So he's going to come in here, and I think the skills are going to be already set. I think he's already going to be ready to go, and I'm just taking my boy Delgado to get this one done with a finish, man.
Fair enough. I mean, Austin Bashi apparently is Assyrian. Does that change your perception at all?
They don't like to be called that, history lesson, but they are.
Okay. So. Well, then I apologize. Sorry, I should have read the second comment there. But shout out to our Syrians.
No, absolutely. I don't even know where that's at, but shout out to
them. The cradle of civilization. All right. Well, yeah. So, all right, Delgado sounds good to me. I'm with it.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, another interesting one here. This is our dude, Jean-Paul Leboznoyani, and he is going up against Suk Young Ko. This is Korean Tyson? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, no, this is him.
Korean Tyson who does no striking.
I think that's him. Let me double check. It should be him. The Korean Tyson. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
So this one is interesting because while you saw what Suk Young Ko could do against Oban, right? Oban Elliott.
Yep.
And I mean, it was fine. He laid on him. Good deal. You took the wind out of a surging prospect kind of deal. But Labosniani, I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to lay on him.
Nah.
I think he's going to be able to go ahead and have some grappling that backs it up. I even said that about his first fight. He's going to want to look for these submissions early. But this one right here is different. I think Labosniani, definitely someone's in his ear with the navigation of his career. Suk Young Ko, he's gonna stand with him. Jean Paul's gonna want to stand with the Korean guy. Korean's got good striking, and then once we fade him a little bit, once we get him a little tired, then we will go for some trips. Labosniani gets him down arm triangle. He's going to prove that the hands are there, of course. He's going to stand with the Korean Tyson. You think you're Korean Tyson? Well, I'm American Labosniani. So stands with him, gets him worn out. Round two, gets an outside trip, takes him down, chokes him out. I think I'm going for a lot of finishes tonight, I think. But listen, Labosniani is a guy that I personally am not. I don't know if I'm buying into it just yet, but I buy into the fact that somebody's got some leverage. Something's going on here with Labosniani, man, and you can feel it. It's something different. So
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. The perception is certainly bubbling beneath the surface. You don't have an entire apex full of your face on a bunch of popsicle sticks without there being something going. But really, I mean, regardless of Labosniani, I've not been sold on Suk Young Ko. I mean, even in victory, I didn't think that. He looked tremendously amazing. I mean, I think that Oban Elliott overvalues himself, and that makes for an easy downfall or an easier to accept downfall kind of thing. It's like, okay, yeah, so this random dude Ko comes in and makes it look a little bit easier than you were portraying yourself to be. That tracks, but I don't necessarily see him as being like the next guy up from South Korea personally. So I think Labosniani has given me more to bite on as far as like what he brings to the table. Again, Ko, the Korean Tyson, a dude who I have never seen him strike to the point of living up to that nickname. I don't know where that came from. We've talked about that before. So it's like, you have a misnomer as a nickname, and you're thinking that your wrestling is going to be the thing that's going to make the difference against the greatest grappler of all time in Labosniani. I just don't. I'm not with it. I'm not with it right now.
it's definitely a Korean thing to have a nickname that your game does not abide by. The jiu-jitsu just
Jiu-jitsu,
doesn't even
exactly.
fucking do it. So
It's so true.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a sarcasm thing, but no, I'm definitely taking Labosniani, and I'm very excited for this fight because again, I may not be the biggest believer in Labosniani. But there's just something about him. I don't know.
Yeah, no, we'll see what actually ends up transpiring, because he did look a little bit more human in his last fight than like, what he was being portrayed as. So,
Hmm.
this will probably be a pretty competitive fight, I would think. I don't think this is going to be necessarily as much of a walk in the park. I think actually you laid out a pretty valid like path. I think, strike with him a little bit, show that you're, of that caliber. Things start getting a little hairy, you tangle him up, you get the trip. Like, I mean, it all tracks as far as like the on paper game plan. So we'll see if Labosniani can actually deliver on that.
Absolutely.
All right, next up, what is this fight? Levi Rodriguez Jr. versus Felipe Franco.
Okay, now I'm going to give you context that's much needed. So, Levi Rodriguez Jr., I brought up his opponent that he beat on the Contender Series, maybe even last week, Freddie Vidal.
Yes.
Where is he? Because this dude beat him and then popped for steroids and has a no contest for it.
Aha. How
So,
about them apples? Okay, so off cycle Rodriguez now, huh?
and so there's that one. But then, of course, across from him, and I think Levi Rodriguez is the Muay Thai guy, by the way. So,
Ah,
Muay Thai heavyweight, light
oh,
heavyweight, interesting
gotcha.
stuff to know. But Felipe Franco is the dude who showed up on short notice against Mario Pinto and made us actually fucking hate that guy now. So
Yeah.
Felipe Franco showed some good stuff, showed some really good stuff, and he's going against a roid abuser. I mean, I think they're really setting us up for a good win here from Franco, is what I'm thinking.
Well, I mean, Franco was up the weight, right? Because that was at heavyweight, if I'm not mistaken, with Pinto. No, or was that?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right, absolutely.
So yeah, this is a light heavyweight. Franco, probably a natural light heavyweight, makes a lot more sense than him being a heavyweight. But making it a heavyweight, a competitive heavyweight fight with Pinto, who we were pretty hot on Pinto for a while there. I mean, he was doing some nice things, made himself look real bad in that fight. Did end up getting the win, but it was a lot closer than it should have been for a guy who was supposed to be surging in that division. Franco back at a more natural weight, coming up against a dude who's freshly off cycle. This does track. I think that the thought process is pretty correct here. And how often do we need to see guys who are BJJ specialists popping and then having to go through the contrition cycle? I don't appreciate it.
No, a Muay Thai. Muay Thai.
The Muay Thai guy. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, but the thing is, and I find it really funny, is because this, he obviously won. He won his fight on Contender Series, and he gets the contract on live TV. So we can't just cut him. Oh no, we're gonna feed him to somebody. We're gonna fuck him over. You fucking pop for steroids after you won my show? Here you go. First round knockout, brother.
Yeah, then that actually tracks tremendously. Sorry, I misheard you when you were talking about the Muay Thai. Yes, if this is going to be a stand-up fight, yeah, Franco all day long, dude. He was looking good in that early part of that fight with Pinto. And again, he's not a heavyweight. So I mean, he might be 6'1", but he doesn't wear the weight that way, even though he's big muscular frame. He doesn't the makeup of his body is not built for heavyweight, even with the height advantage. So, still taller than Rodriguez. Rodriguez trying to make this a Muay Thai fight. Yeah, I think I like this. I think Franco getting this win is going to be pretty sweet. And then, get another steroid cheat up and out of here.
No, we literally need to get him out. Oh, by the way, Felipe Franco got submitted by Freddie Vidal.
And that was the late submission, right?
That was the late submission, yep.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, whatever the case may be. I mean, no submission threat here, I would say, right? If he's a Muay Thai guy.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. But either way, I'm taking Franco.
Yeah, same here. Let him stand and bang. Show us what you got. Off-cycle Rodriguez. I'm already not liking you.
Right.
All right. Moving on down. Oh, my God. Why are they doing this? Alden Correa is fighting my guy, Stuart Nickel from the Solomon Islands. Stuart Nickel so desperately in need of a victory, and they just keep throwing him back in there with guys who may not be the greatest in the world because they really are trying to give Stuart every single opportunity to get this win. Very generously, I would say, at this point, because Stuart has not looked great in his performances in the UFC. But he's going up against Alden Correa, who, this is a dude who has a knockout in the organization. Human, certainly. I mean, this is not an unbeatable opponent, but Stuart Nickel just does nothing to make himself look otherworldly to any extent to make you think that he has an advantage in any department, which I hate to say. I made an entire video about the guy. I am a fan of him as a person, but as a fighter, he makes it very hard.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Stuart Nickel, I think he's a very tough fighter. It showed with the Alejandro Costa fight. Not many people just get dropped up and with a body shot, and so that shows the power of Costa. But like for Stuart Nickel, we've seen him take some shots. For him to just up and drop to a body shot, it must have been pretty crazy because we know how tough he is. Correa, on the other hand, we don't really know too much about him. If you look at the record, he's got a win streak, he's got knockouts, but is that knockouts against UFC level toughness? Stuart Nickel, again, tough guy, very hard to finish some of these Polynesian guys. And Alden Correa, I just wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the name, what I've seen in the one fight is not speaking to me as like, yeah, this is the dude to keep an eye out for. This speaks to me as a decision coming, probably for Correa.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's the unfortunate part about Stuart Nickel is that, like, bro, you have I have seen Stuart Nickel is a guy who loves to fight, and that cuts both ways, unfortunately. Like, he is one of those guys that's just happy to be here. He's happy to be in the cage. He's having a good time, win or loss. Brother, you Chase have made that point before. It's like you should not be happy in defeat. You should be getting better. I just have not seen improvement out of Stuart Nickel. Like, I want to be a fan. I am trying to be a fan. I picked him to win his last fight. He did not win that fight. I have not seen anything that tells me that there is a progression to his game, that it's like, oh, man, I went back to the drawing board. Remember, I forget which fighter we were. Con Offley said, treat me like a white belt. I'm going back to the drawing board. What did Con Offley do? He finished his next fight. I have not seen that level of dedication. At least I've not heard. Maybe it's happening behind the scenes and I don't know about it. But Stuart Nickel, you're going to have to show me that in this fight, because until I see it, I can't pick you to win fights.
Yeah, I'm definitely not picking Stuart Nickel. He's never really given me anything to base that I want to pick him to win fights. He's never really shown me that he can win fights, unfortunately. So hopefully this is the time where I'm proven wrong, but it's not going to seem likely from this standpoint.
Yeah, Stuart Nickel is the prime example of a guy who was able to amass a couple of wins on the regional circuit and has just hit a wall in the UFC at the current time. So this is your one opportunity right here, because this is going to be 3 losses in a row, if I'm not mistaken, if it's not already for Stuart Nickel. This is a now or never kind of thing, dude. And this is the exact level of opponent that you absolutely have to beat if you are going to be UFC caliber. Until I see it, brother, I can't in good faith pick you to win a fight. So you come out here and show me and Chase and the entire world that something has changed. But until then, Alden Correa for the win.
He is 0-3 in the UFC currently.
So it even speaks further to what I just said. If it's not 2, it's 3. You're going to be on a 4-fight losing streak. You're lucky that you were, as I said, to start this off, very generous that you are even still here.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Yeah, so I hate that. Like, I want to be a fan of Stuart Nickel so badly, man. I mean, the backstory very much speaks to me, coming from a crazy part of the world that not a lot of people know about. I feel like that's a big reason why I made that video, was because it's not just about the backstory being crazy. It's about the fact that it's such a remote region of the world that not a lot of people even know what happened there in the Solomon Islands. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch the video that I made on the channel. But either way, none of that matters when it's in the cage. You have to win your fights.
100%.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on here now. Oh, look who's back again. We've got, of course, this is RJ Harris, I think a newcomer here, but he is going up against Goozy himself, Alvin Hines. What are we thinking?
Well, we don't know much about what Alvin Hines is going to look like after his, PED treatments are done.
Another juicer over here. You break my heart there, Goose.
2 on same card, by the way. And RJ Harris is some 6'6" heavyweight freak. I mean, big Taliesin comparisons are coming because he's got 3 submissions with 1 TKO. So who knows what to expect? Is the Goozy going to be able to perform? I don't know. I really don't care. I don't, he's a guy that'll take a bunch of punches, but if he's going against somebody who's a BJJ nerd at 6'6", this is probably not going to be a fun fight.
All of the goodwill that Alvin Hines generated for himself in the Jonathan Janese fight just goes out the entire window with the juice.
Nope. I even explained this the first time. When you are somebody who has an opportunity to take the biggest fight of your life to get a paycheck, he knew he wasn't going to fucking pass the test. He knew he was popping, but you don't pass up on the opportunity. I don't sit here and think like, man, he should have said no because I'm taking steroids. He knew he was taking it. He took his opportunity and they caught him. And he served his suspension. In other words, a lot of people try to lie about it. Oh, my husband was eating and we just got mixed. Alvin Hines was on the regional scene, nowhere close to getting to where he wanted to be to get to the UFC level, but he got the call up anyways. What am I going to do? Not be in the UFC?
No, what you're going to do is you don't juice on the regionals in the first place. You go out there and be an active competitor who has the ability to win fights without the gear.
I'm not saying you're wrong about that, but to the point of him not taking the opportunity in the UFC because he's on steroids, I think you would be a fucking idiot to be like, nah, I'm too...
Yeah, and if that's how you want to frame it, then you're correct in that regard, but that's a narrow framing of a bigger issue.
Correct, it is. Yeah, no, absolutely. But if he's already going to be taking the steroids on the regional scene, he's already probably going to take an opportunity while taking the steroids.
You're not wrong about that aspect of it. Regardless, take the call. If you get the call, you take the call. That's just be the rule in the sport altogether, regardless of any other circumstance. But you should be ready to take the call, i.e. not on steroids. Don't juice. You never have to worry about getting caught.
I 100% agree. That's why I really don't care about it. Alvin Hines is not somebody that lives in my heart forever. If he wins, good for him. He's still cheated at one point, to get here. But if he loses, wow, we got some 6'6" freak on our hand that we're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and as far as this conversation about this fight itself, really, I mean, that becomes the dynamic, right? We have an RJ Harris who we don't know anything about, newcomer to the organization. Yet another person who just, because he's not a Contender Series guy, right? He just
walks in.
Another guy waltzing it off the street. Alvin Hines, we know, has had a decent fight with Janese. Now going to be off cycle. So that's your dynamic. Guy you don't know versus guy who is, fighting now in a different capacity, being off cycle. What do you glean from that? I mean, I'm going to go with the unknown only off of the fact that the fight with Yanez was, yeah, it was competitive, but like, did I think that he looked like a world ender? No, he looked like a guy who could hold his own in a fight with Jonathan Yanez is what he looked like to me. Plus, you take the juice out of the equation. Off cycle changes people. I mean, I'm going with the unknown here. I'm going with RJ Harris.
All right, I love to see it. I'm excited for this one.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm taking Alvin Hines for sure.
You're going with the goose. You're going with
Yeah,
off-cycle Goozy. What's the thought process here, Chase? At least give me a little tidbit.
I really don't have one. I mean, he got his ass whooped by Jonathan Denise, who is not very good. But RJ Harris is 5-0, and he wasn't even called up for the Contender Series. He wasn't even going to be on this upcoming one, is from what I mean.
He's
it doesn't
jumping the
seem like
line.
so do a lot of people. Leon Shabazian fucking cut the line, you know?
Well, I mean, but people cut the line. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Well, he's got the brother connection. I'm talking about guys who are jumping the line with there's no short notice. There's no, somebody got to pull out whatever. Like, this is a legitimate, like, come on in, RJ Harris. The water's fine.
Yeah, but at 5-0, do you really trust that that's like an accurate idea? So, like, all right, this is our guy. He's never proven anything. He's got 5 wins. Gable Steveson has 2. He has one more bout than Steveson right now. Could you really be like, this is that guy? He doesn't need Contender Series. He's proven enough already. It's heavyweight, I get it, but
he doesn't need to be that guy. He just needs to be able to beat Alvin Hines off cycle.
But Alvin Hines didn't get finished by a really good kickboxer, and he was on roids. So that does speak to why he probably didn't get finished. But if there's any level of toughness and the body is still willing at 34 years old, I think it's possible that we get a second round out of this. And then RJ Harris, who knows what's going on there, I guess.
RJ Harris by submission. Show us that BJJ nerd action in reality. Bring it into the fold.
Alvin Hines basically told you that he's a white boy and jacked, so deal with it. So
he's a white boy and flabby.
No,
flabby jacked.
Come on, guys. He's jacked.
That's on cycle. Off cycle, completely different. We're gonna have to. I was gonna
say like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to see what condition he comes in now. I mean, the God, that's always that meme of like showing all the people who actually juice and what they look like versus like what you think a juicer looks like. It never rings more true than when you see a guy like Alvin Hines and here he pops.
True.
Either way, all right. Well, we are split on that one. I like it. And that brings us to our first fight of the evening. And this, guys, if you are not watching The Ultimate Fighter, both individually, myself and Chase, we watch the show separately, but I always make sure I do a watch along. Well, this is going to happen tomorrow. I do a watch along by myself, and then I make sure to watch the episode a second time with my man Chase Parton on his watch along. It's one of my favorite things to do during the week, to have my own reactions and then see Chase's reactions to it. Anybody who is watching this season of The Ultimate Fighter knows that Anna Molesano, who is fighting Diani Barbosa, by the way. Anna Molesano versus Diani Barbosa, the fight we're talking about. But Anna over here stole the hearts of everybody watching this show. Really a solid fight. One of the best fights of the season so far. This was the first fight of the season. She's jumping the line. We know that she did not win the show, but she is making her way into the organization like so many fighters do. They don't win on The Ultimate Fighter, but still end up in the organization. She's going up against Diani Barbosa, who's always been a little bit shaky, never really one that's been inspiring a great deal of confidence. I think that there is a lot of hope when it comes to Molesano. So Chase, do you think that Bandana Anna is going to live up to that expectation?
I think, yes. I think she will live up to the expectation, but I'm not going to say she's going to win this fight. I think she will live up to the idea that she can compete. She can compete in this class. Listen, first fight of the night, women's fight. Banger. Anyway, she's going to prove that she can compete. Whether she gets finished after, hurting Dioni, or whether she gets submitted after she put up a good grappling sequence, whether she makes it to decision and it's a very close split decision, whatever the case is, I think Molesano, will go ahead and prove that she's worth keeping around. The organization gave her an opportunity for some reason. The coaches around the tough, the teammates, they obviously have high regard for her. If she got to this point, they could have said, fuck is that bitch? You saw her in that first fight. They gave her an opportunity. She's 6-1. From what I heard, she's got a regional split decision loss against Carly Judice. You take that as you will, but I don't see her winning this. but I'm not saying that in a bad way because I think she's going to put a performance on that puts people on notice for somebody who is 6-2, and the people that know will know. You know, it's like when she comes up next, to be like, oh, who's this 6-2 girl? Like she obviously sucks, but she's gonna prove a lot more than just being a 6-2 fighter from the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, I think that she's a little green. I mean, basically what this comes down to me is how good was Melissa Amaya, the lady that she lost to. Melissa Amaya showed some pretty good skill in that fight. I mean, you know,
Hmm.
she was talking about how, you know, her ground game is really a lot of what her specialty is, but she ended up winning that fight really off of her striking for the most part. So, I mean, you know, obviously some well-rounded skill there. She might end up winning the entire season. Of course, we'll find out. But that being said, that's a level of fighter that I would tend to believe that Diani Barbosa at least meets. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like I think that they're at least, you know, the dynamics might be a little different of how they approach a fight, but in a general sense, I think that this, even as a debut, is a little bit of a step up in competition for Melisano based on what she's seen in the regionals. She only has the 7 fights total on her pro record in general right now. I think it's a little bit of a stretch to think that she's going to come into the UFC and win this fight off rip. I think that she's probably getting this opportunity because the organization has seen the response to her. She has a great personality. She is a
Hmm.
great girl. Like, you know, she's one of those people in the house that's talking to everybody. She's very personable. She's great on the mic kind of thing, as far as like, you know, what you could expect out of her. She's someone that you appreciate being around, but as far as the level of skill at the moment, I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say that she wins this fight.
The last thing that I'll say is Diani Barbosa is she's a point striker at the end of the day. She's very pitter patter. She just goes on, she gets a decision, and she calls it a day. Milisano might be able to make a name for herself by really just going after this one. You saw Wang Tong bring the fight straight to Barbosa, and she made a fight out of that, you know. So I think if Anna is able to just put the pressure on, I think it'll be beneficial for everybody, you know, watching. Because if not, Barbosa's just going to dance around and circle her for 3 rounds. But Milisano seems like a finisher kind of deal. So I hope she goes for it and brings the best out of Barbosa.
Same, absolutely. And look, you know, go out there and get this win. The Ultimate Fighter does not matter in the slightest at that point. So
Yeah.
you go out here and make this your fight. This can be the coming out party that the Ultimate Fighter could and should have been for you, even if you came up short. So I like that. I mean, you know, put on those wooden shoes and clog all over her head, brother.
It's interesting to think about is because the Ultimate Fighter is like you're fighting for an opportunity to fight in the UFC. Well, you're the Ultimate Fighter right now, girl. You're the first one.
That is a great point. That is absolutely a great point. You skipped the Ultimate Fighter's crowning of the Ultimate Fighter to get into the UFC before the Ultimate Fighter. You are
Yeah.
the Ultimate Fighter.
So the girl you got choked out by in the first round is probably still waiting for her debut. But here you go. You could be ranked by the time she makes her. Like who knows what's going on. You know, you took a very, a very high profile short notice bout. You could make a big name for yourself here by being higher ranked than the person who beat you on the show already. You know, that was
That
9 months ago.
absolutely. And then, you know, we got to see what ends up happening with the winner of the Ultimate Fighter. Of course, we still have to find out who's going to be in that fight, maybe end up reclaiming the crown somewhere down the line, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. A rematch is definitely worthy.
Could be. So we will find out, though. Yeah, make a name for yourself, Anna Melisano. We are bandana gang around here, even if we're not picking you to win this fight.
100%. Yeah, Bandana Anna is definitely one of the cooler nicknames. Appreciate her. Also, just one more shout out to Fatima Klein, the Archangel. Another
Hell
great
yeah.
nickname.
Absolutely, indeed. So we will find out who will win all of these fights when we watch them on our individual watch alongs, which you can find on Saturday for the UFC. Myself being at youtube.com/@YamaShow, and Chase, I know you can tell them where they can find you.
YouTube.com/@CP Smalls is where you'll be finding me on Friday mornings watching One Championship and Saturdays watching the UFC. And of course, on Monday nights, right here at 10 p.m.
Absolutely. I am at Yama Show on Instagram, Twitter, and on Facebook. Getting to work on the editing of the McGregor Forever series. So there's probably going to be a little bit of time that's devoted to that. But going to be trying to get some other stuff out this week. Of course, tomorrow is the Ultimate Fighter watch. Myself and Chase both doing that. So you can hang out with us for that one. more stuff coming this week. I'm going to be trying to do that that IBC promotion, the Australian Brawling League, where they got the little diamond and they throw down in there. It's an interesting promotion if you don't know what I'm talking about. Keep an eye out for that as well. Otherwise, more stuff always around the corner on the channel. Go check the Karate Combat Big Tuna Fish video out if you didn't check that one out already. Always something. We appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for sticking it through with us for this one too. Long stream tonight, and you guys were here for all of it. So thank you very much for the support. You mean the world to us. Until next time, we will see you when we see you. So you have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and as always, fight on.